life. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your back-to-back Challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down. Everybody finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Down low. Whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top, and they be asking why I'm at.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. It is time for the last chance qualifiers, the last hurrah for many of these teams to qualify. My name is Bryce. Joining me here from a hotel room in Paris is Chris Tunn.
Yes, apologies, everybody. We have actually, you know, I'm not apologizing. I've done very well to get this set up how I have done. Brought my whole setup, bought a new laptop because I just thought to myself, I want to cast LCQs with Brycey. We're very excited to get into them, to be fair. These are always a really pressure environment for all of these teams who are competing up against each other for a really, really big prize as well. So let's see how it goes down, Brycey. Very excited to get into it.
It certainly should be a good one. All the pressure really will have mounted because when we look at how this one is going to go, you've got to say that these teams have, well, nothing left to lose. In fact, we even kind of discussed beforehand, Ton, what would happen on what is some very last day of the season for these players.
Yeah, I think for a lot of these players, it's going into it with nothing to lose. So expect maybe some crazy things coming out of it, but we'll see how things are going to go down, Brycey. But I said that covered the prize of getting yourself to champs. There's only one spot in each region available. It's all going to come down to that very final game. We've got a best out of 7 game coming up as well for our grand finals here in Europe. Of course, we've got NA coming too. I mean, look, it's going to be a crazy evening in God.
It certainly is. Let's take a look at how it is all going to go down, though, with the schedule of the games this evening. So, first of all, we start with our wonderful first game. Team lead, well, it's El Disarray. I don't know how to pronounce it a different way, but then Team Whalers, and they will go up against BTD in that grand finals. Winner, of course, qualifies to go through. And then North America will do the same thing. It's weBall against Falcons Academy Green, and they go up against Team Warton.
Yeah, just to quickly touch on the NA side of things, I'd love to see Team War make it through after what was an incredible run for that roster. Pretty newly formed to a certain degree. Some of those players hadn't played too much either. Then things have been looking fantastic for them. So I'd love to see them do it. But as far as it is in EMEA, though, it could be any 3 of these teams conceivably. We've had this conversation before coming into it. Usually we have a standout favorite in these kind of competitions. We do not have that today.
We do not, but this is how it's all gone down so far in the bracket. A couple of teams managed to make their way here. Whalers dropping super early, Tan, as we kind of said. You know, this is a team that we thought might do quite well against Team Shay 3. Unfortunately, they didn't make it that far. But this is how this will go down in terms of this best of 5. It's going to be Hacienda, Raid, Den, Colossus, Den. Some of these teams, the very last time they will ever play these maps this year.
Yeah, I know. And think, you know, for these squads, it is time to put it all on the line now. Hacienda coming up first.
Break GAs.
Yeah, let's see it. Like, you know what? Just entertain me here whilst we do get into things. But Team Whalers taking on Team Disarray. I think this is a really difficult one to call. We commented on Team Whalers, obviously getting significantly better as the season had went on, specifically performances we've seen from Legend. Is that going to be enough to get them over the line against Team Disarray? You'd like to think so, but let's see. Team Disarray, we know how good Disarray has been over the past couple of years. Is he going to be good enough to get his team over this line, though, to set themselves up for a date up against BTD?
Well, that's it. I mean, either of these games could go either way. I mean, Team Whalers is very good. Team Disarray also very handy. And, of course, BTD waiting in the wings to find out who they're going to be rocking and rolling against. But at the moment, so far, so good for Disarray. They are trying to get this rotation on lock, though.
P2 not looking too bad here for Team Whalers. Haven't found a fight inside of the point. A little bit of a hand over towards the backside, and that's a nice rotation around from Team Disarray. This should be their hold, and it will be. We'll get the final few seconds over towards P1. And then, of course, the lockdown over towards P2. See which way they're going to be able to find a way through, though. Looks like the lobby side and Waterhead's going to come through. Anything Slade can find is a bonus, and 2 are absolutely fantastic. A really good start from Team Disarray here. Not done.
Pulling it down quite nicely, in fairness. A lot of pressure now going to come from the front. Going to try and go for the head, but already getting a couple of kills going down. In previous games, this was almost a no-go, but on this one, it's a little bit easier to break through, and that's case in point. That big amount of cover on the Lambo is not there anymore. It spins too fast. It doesn't give you the same invulnerability as it did before.
Yeah, and that was just a bit of an easy pick, to be honest with you. You'd find your way in, and, well, likely the same story here for Team Disarray. That break comes back in just a little bit too easily for Team Whalers, who did brilliantly to break it back initially off the push. Keeping a little bit of presence here, but with 10 to go, Team Disarray take nearly the majority of that time. And now have that rotation over towards P3. Yeah, okay, it's going to be here for Team Whalers, but their numbers are starting to dwindle. Spawn out going to come through here as well. Team Disarray have an opportunity to find another rotation.
This is where they have the numbers, and that's straight over the top already. The first knife put in. Team Whalers really just struggling now to try and grab a hold of what they know they need the time for, but there's going to be 3. Oh, Disarray doesn't get his 3rd kill, though, but it's more than good enough to start getting them the lion's share of points. Team L Disarray certainly having a good time.
Yeah, I know for Disarray & Co, that was one of those situations where they just set it up so perfectly. They find the kills on the transition. Players start spawning out over towards P2 once again. And then ultimately finding some really nice kills. I love the rewrap back through mid from Disarray. Finds 2 to pretty much, well, you would have thought, hold the majority of the time here over towards fences. But Team Whalers have momentarily broken back in. Team kill falling on the line, though, is not going to help things out. With 10 seconds to go, this time's going over towards Team Disarray, and the rotation may well be going in their favor as well. All of a sudden, you got a 1v2 over towards the site to try and get initial control. Those fights are going to go Team Whalers' way, but they desperately need these points. Brycey down by 80 already.
This has been a hard-fought first couple of hills for them. Team L Disarray have not slacked off on the pressure that they are applying, and there's 3 more down again. Whalers from Team Whalers, the last one left. Looking to try and thread the needle, try and get at least a pick here to give it a bit of an easier time for his team, but that's no good. Still, the door is held. The way forward is held as well, and Team L Disarray, that's another cleanup on I'll get the hell out of my hard points.
Incredible work from Disarray & Co once again. 13 and 6 from the man himself. And it just seems a little bit too easy right now. The gunny is not there from Team Whalers when it does come down to finding some sort of holds. And Kez is making plays like this. I mean, this is pretty much a one that has the writing all over the wall, doesn't it? Disarray right now in contention. It just feels as if they're the ones picking up the time every single opportunity that they get the lead. By the time we head back over towards P1 is 100 plus already.
This is an absolute beating. And look, Team Whalers, when we saw this game come down to it, would probably be the favourites in our opinion coming into it, but that is not the case even slightly. It is an absolute massacre happening on Hacienda. The Team Disarray already look to see, hey, can we get us over 200 points on P1?
I mean, yeah, it has been that impressive, hasn't it? Incredible showing so far. Just not one you would have expected, as you say. I mean, look, I know Team Whalers, their struggles have been in hardpoint for the most part, but I didn't think struggles in hardpoint resulted in 130 points down to Disarray & Co after 4 hills. I mean, that is incredible work. But credit over towards Team Disarray. The breaks have been coming so easily to them. They look very well coordinated, they look very well drilled, and they look cracked. Team Disarray picking up the rest of the time here over towards P1. Team Whalers managed to get themselves a few seconds, but really nothing to write home about. And once again, guess what? Rotation has been lost as well. Team Disarray in complete control.
Just been very little positive from Team Whalers.
Not much to say, is there?
No, there certainly isn't. Team Disarray have come to shine today, and well, if you want to make it all the way to champs with the rest of the already qualified teams, which we'll cover later, this is the way to do it. It is not a time to go easy. It is not a time to lay back here. A little bit of a push coming in from Team Whalers. They're going to try and grab this 40 seconds. Well, we've spoken before about how to make a comeback on maps like this and playing perfect. It would have to be generational to come back from this point.
Yeah, we always do like to sow the seed of a comeback, but well, is it maybe starting to bloom here over towards P2 potentially? 20 seconds still to go here. If they can pick this up and find themselves a good rotation, it would take another 40 or 50 points to get yourselves back into this game. Still finding these kills over towards the backside, though. This push from Team Disarray is just about going to get them off the scrap time. And they're going to spawn out over towards that side. I did think to myself, when they're pushing for this much scrap, they have to be careful of being spawned up back towards P2. And that's exactly what happens. Down towards the car park, the spawns go. Free rotation for Team Whalers. A minor misstep from Team Disarray for the first time.
Like you see, just positioning. That's what they're playing for here to get the kills. Sighted on a 5. And as we rubbish the potential comeback time, it would be unbelievable for it to happen here. Oh, so there's 6 health. Still going, still moving. Still somehow a little bit of Team Whalers in the kill feed.
And they're doing a lot better now. Scythe on a 6 spree. That really does help things out. This is a good hold over towards P3, to be honest with you. 25 to go. Can you find these next array of gun fights? You find one. Hellstorm in the back pocket. Never a bad thing to have in Hacienda, but a pinstripe kill feed is still going to result in Team Whalers in control. And there's the spawns coming through for Team Disarray in a better spot. But the final 15, not looking bad for Team Whalers whatsoever.
It certainly is not here, but I mean, Disarray, you can just take every bit of scrap time and cause issues for Whalers over and over again. Hey, even that 6 puts you above 200, well within lethal range. Now with the rotation coming through, it will be Team Whalers who are here first. Will they make us eat our words? Is there a potential for hope here? Does Cinderella have the glass slipper or not?
I mean, look, we've been talking about the potential comeback. It's been much better from Team Whalers over the last couple of hills. They are still down 100. Could do with some really good time here, but the ones inside of the hill right now are Team Disarray. 40 seconds remaining. Can't quite win it yet. There'll be a second or so off, but here comes the Hellstorm. Have to invest it if you're safe.
They're going for it as well. But hey, even those few seconds, they kind of burn here to wait for that to come in. You saw them all stack up and then, well, they've lost basically everything. Nobody going to be here from Team Whalers to grab back onto this point. So 20 seconds of waiting for this one to come through. That is an unbelievable stick from Overlay. And yet somehow they've got very little from it. There will be Team Disarray back into this point. 1v1 by Cares, and this game might already be written.
Yeah, I think if you're Team Whalers, you start to really sow the seed of doubt for Team Disarray with those last couple of hills that you do get a hold of. But ultimately, fantastic work from Team Disarray. Their work was really done over that first rotation. That lead has stayed or found its way back over towards 130 points. 18 or so over towards P1. And if you're Team Whalers now, you thought you had to start playing well to get yourself back to this point, you will have to be perfect from here on out. It's just so difficult to do against a team like Team Disarray. 10 seconds away.
Just being careful here as they make sure they cross their I's and dot their T's. That's not how it works, but it'll be good enough for Team Disarray as they just have to find 11 seconds to send us to the S&D. A fantastic start on what has been a journey that's been happening over the past few days. We're just covering the final flames.
Flames are burning right now for Team Disarray, aren't they? 6 seconds to go. Team Whalers, well, feel like they are prolonging the inevitable here. Inside of the point over towards P1, and P2 rotation is there for you, but it is a minor break for Team Disarray. That's all that is needed. A little bit extra time over towards P1. Can they get it done? I don't think they have the tick here. And be very close to it, though. Yeah, not quite. It is a foot into the hill is all they need, Bryce.
Well, there's 3 down. It's just going to be Whalers left alone to try and fight everybody and their dog. And, well, somehow stays alive for longer than they thought he would do. But that'll be done and dusted. First map ridden. Team El Disarray certainly had a very big point to prove.
Yeah, really, really nice map number 1 out of them. Everybody really just setting the pace from the get-go. They were up for 40 or so after the first hill or two, or hill and a bit to say. And then after that, just never really looked back. The better team conceivably throughout. Not much to be done there from the side of Team Whalers. Incredible work from Team Disarray. Map number 1 falling their way. Really impressive performance coming out of map number 1. If they can kind of keep that up, Bryce, it is over pretty quickly, this one, I would say.
Yeah, I would say so as well here. I don't think that's the way that this one's going to go, though, if I'm honest. I think there's too much talent on Team Whalers to allow it to walk that direction. And if we take maybe just the last 4 or 5 hills, then you could say it's a bit more of an even contest. But you can't start that slow. You cannot have a game like that if you want to make it all the way through to join the other teams that have already qualified.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? I think, you know, you have that kind of start and never really sets yourself up for success. But I suppose when you look at Team Whalers and some of the success they have had over that previous stage, a lot of it came down to their search and destroying their I say control. We've been playing a year of Overload. We're about to change it up again by all accounts. Just to confuse me even more. How many more third game modes can I get in? Let's find out when we come back next. Yeah. But realistically, for Overload has been a convincing mode for them, or at least a better one. Hardpoint has been the difficulty for them, though, hasn't it? So, okay, to see about number 1 loss is not out of the realms of possibility, but to see it happen in that fashion is going to be a stinger heading into 2 and 3.
Just curious, I mean, coming into this game, Ton, I saw the Team Whalers lineup, and Team Disarray, just so we're clear here, Team El Disarray, still a very good team. I just thought, when I saw this Team Whalers lineup, I thought, hey, this is a lot of players that we've said is, you know, kind of stacked with the talent. Scythe, Legend, Overlay, Whalers. Oh, good. Oh, yeah, we've watched them for the last 4 majors. and I just didn't expect them to be beaten that hard. I mean, Legend had a really slow start in that game.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the kind of thing we have seen from Legend to a certain degree, though, right? I mean, throughout the year, we had really questioned what was kind of going on with him. We weren't really sure of how things were going to go down for him after his poor start to the season, but he still has that kind of game in him. But we also know that he has some greatness in Search and Destroy potentially on the cards as well. Let's see if we can bring him to the table here when we do go into map number 2. But yeah, rough map number 1 to say the very least.
Yeah, and we'll see how that one kind of develops as we go through, because it is not over until it's over, with at least 2 more maps to come from these 2 teams. The S&D is definitely a bit of a reset. Feels different, plays different, flows different. Will the result be different is the question that we are going to be asking here, and I think it will be. I think this is going to be more of a close game than what we saw in that hard point. I'm going to put it down to a team being cold or just not being able to get into flow state.
Yeah, I think, as you said, that this tournament had been playing out over the past day or so. And for some of these teams, they would have been sat waiting in this position for a little while. So I wonder if that has anything to do with it here for the side of Team Whalers. But hey, if you're Team Disarray, you've got to deal with the same kind of thing, right? They have dropped in from the winners bracket side of things. They had managed to make their way through that portion. But at the same time, I think, you know, it is a surprise to, maybe not surprised to see Team Whalers down here, but to see how early they went down may well point to some issues right now in the camp. Is that going to be the case when we head into the raid Search and Destroy, though? Den Overload's going to be coming up straight after that. Colossus and Den to follow in 4 and 5 if we do need to see it. But on the back of what we see in map number 1, Brycey, I wouldn't necessarily bank on it, but I wouldn't be against it either.
No, I think so. And while we've got a few seconds here, while we lobby up these teams, I'll take an opportunity to talk through some of the qualified teams so far, because some of you are asking. Well, here is the list. Omid, Torn Esports, Telluride Bush Gaming, P7 Notorious, Omid Brooklyn, Huntsman, Project 7, Rock Esports, Exceptional GM, Ask Esport, Mind Freak, and Omnia Valor. Those are the teams that have already qualified. We get to send 1 more from EMEA, and they will send 1 more from North America later. So it is definitely a stacked lineup to begin with.
It is, and to see some of the teams that are going in there, you look at teams like Ask who managed to make it the champs. That's a really, really good effort from players like that. And of course, some of the teams who are going to be over towards the top side. Semi-surprised to see that Oma roster still kind of being there in the form that it was. Of course, winning in Paris, I should say. I'm literally in Paris. Winning in Paris and still being together is a real positive for them heading into champs. So let's see if things are still going to go that way, Brycey, for them. They will be the favourites heading there. Let's see if we can get the job done at the big one.
Yeah, I think so as well. And everybody kind of trying to put their best foot forward for this one. We know a lot of the big teams have already gone into it. That's why I kind of wanted to bring it up, because we know just how good it will be. And these are hoping to mix it up. It could be the case that one of these shocks the world and starts thrashing some of those big names that we've already mentioned. And, well, dreams are certainly made in moments like this.
Well, Kev's trying to dash those dreams pretty early on. Team Whalers already have their backs up against the wall. Legend. Oh, good position. Trade should be there, though, and absolutely is. The bait kind of works out. They back it up, but they've lost a lot of map control, and if you're a Legend and Overlay, you've got to fight your way out of this corner.
All map control absolutely disappeared. Overlay. Well, there's just too many bodies, not enough time, and down they fall. Is this going to be a team El Disarray to carry the day, Tom? They seem very confident.
It kind of feels that way, doesn't it? Just feels like they've got them beat to a certain degree. Nicely done once again, though, and I think as soon as they see that the sniper's still out there, Legend had a hold of his NPC. I mean, it's never going to work out for them. You have an M15 in that back position, you find that first pick, make it a 2 versus 2, you never know. It's not how things worked out, though. In the end, Team Disarray find map number 1. Couple of nades working out very, very well. Almost cares with the first blood. Just be careful from here for Team Whalers and, of course, for Team Disarray. No trophies available just yet. Very quick round number 1. Kind of solidified that. But a lot of aggression coming out from Disarray and Co. Over towards this laundry side. You're being baited out if you're Overlay, surely. But are you the one doing the baiting? No, you are not. Slade's the one who can find 2. It's found 3 in a row. That's now 3 versus 2 in the favor of Team Disarray.
Oh, the confidence is outrageous here. They're just pushing them on everything. And Disarray may back up here. He's not in a tradable position, which will be the issue. That stun going down. He might get picked for nothing here, and he does so. 2 versus 2. Slater will get his next one. That's through in around 4 overall. The scythe comes through. He's going to be covered by Kez. And Slater says, hey, I'll take that one as well. More body shooting. There was a sprinkling of that in the first map done.
When you get the ace in round number 2, the search and destroy, though, you'd like to give them a couple of extra bullets just to make sure. It's 5 in a row from Slade. Massive round from him. Just took control of Laundry. As soon as he finds those opening 2 picks, it's going to be dangerous to try and get rid of them, and they could not. Really good effort here from Team Disarray. Absolutely running away with this game, Bryce. We were kind of questioning it when we were coming in. We were having a little chat beforehand, saying, as I kind of half mentioned, for the most part, when you do come to these last chance qualifiers, at least over the last 3-4 years, it always has been the case where we have a very, very heavily favored team. That wasn't our opinion heading into today. Team Disarray might put themselves in that conversation, though. I suppose ultimately they are the ones who did lose to BTD in the winners final, so they'll have to go back and try and get their revenge. But right now, they are cruising in this lower side.
Come on, Bredesen, take a step back here. Slade fighting for his life by being hit by all the pyrotechnics. Eventually will regen here. A little bit of reinforcement. Kez has found a gap, but he's dived into it here. There was going to be a little bit of a trouble if he couldn't get one, but has. And now they have the advantage again here as Slade makes his one.
That was kind of baited out to get Slade moving. I'm not quite sure how Kez really did find himself in that position. Disarray going to be here for the trade. I mean, you are just trying to bamboozle as much as you can if you're overlay. That ends pretty quickly. Slade in a really dangerous position. Doesn't get a hold of his Hellstorm. And Willis makes it a 1v1.
He's looking back and forth here. I don't know if Disarray's got the time.
Just needs to hold, probably call bomb out. As Willis actually going to wrap this through the spawn. Is incredible work from Willis. Great awareness. Mid-map actually might be the pressure, though. Oh, gets away with the timing again, but is he going to get the time to put the bomb down?
I don't think so. I think Disarray will get there before anything else happens. And whoa! Oh, wait a second! Oh, he doesn't manage to stay alive here. Team L Disarray will grab it. Yeah, it looked like it could have been a bit of a problem.
Scary for a second, wasn't it? Obviously seeing the gunfight from the repeat, not quite seeing what's going on there. Yeah, okay, and there's maybe just a shin sticking out, so we'll give him his due. He'll win the gunfight irrelevant of that. 3-0 down for Team Disarray. Might just about get my vocal cords warmed up by the time we head into this grand final, Bryce.
It is seeming a bit more one-sided than I was expecting, but hey, I will hold on to hope. That flame will continue to burn brightly as there is always an opportunity. No game ends on map 2, and it certainly does not end. 3-0 down on S&D. Comes the push. Scythe. Hitting the front stroke. He's going to come up against 2 there. I see a shot in the wall. Kez gets the better of it. Pistol out. Bomb going down. Advantage L Disarray.
Setup is there for top bedroom control. Disarray's playing with him through the middle of the map. That would have been called out. There's somebody in mid, though, and Kez finding the picks where he needs to. Slade for another. He's sitting at 7-2. Now Whalers left in a 1 versus 3. Would need the 1 versus 4 to find it, and he's already dead. Team Disarray fought to the good. This is as one-sided as you're ever likely to see. This is a losers bracket final, by the way. This is not a round 1 or a round 2 even, or a losers round 1. This is 2 teams who have fought to get to the stage. 2 teams who have been challengers elite, went up against each other, had close games. This could not be further from that.
Well, I mean, it's weird. It's weird. But I will give full confidence. Like we said coming into this, right? It is potentially the final run out. It is the case here of if you are not good enough today, your season is over. It is wait to the next game for any major tournaments to kick off. So if you've got anything in the pocket, if you've got any tactics you've been holding on to, or if you're not really feeling it, well then it's too little too late. So everybody has probably been up at the 10 a.m. It's game. I'm not doing that early. And doing jumping jacks in preparation for this game. And right now, Team L Disarray seeing the team that's hot.
Maybe they're thinking about the England game that they have to get ready for this evening. Maybe everyone's squeezing a nap in beforehand.
Might be the case. It's certainly been a hot topic in the UK recently.
Yeah, Team Wales not really having to worry about it. France played last night. We're all right. Disarray and Co, though, want to get this one done. And, well, for the first time, that is not a first blood. That is going to go their way. That is the second. Scythe taking down Slade. Now 2 versus 4 needed from Team Disarray to keep this perfect record up. Rotation over towards A, working out that bomb gun go down, and Wheeler's found another. So if you are now left all on your own, and that is as clean as it's likely to ever get for Team Whalers. Find the opening blood, pick them apart from there. Really nicely done.
That's what they need. The first domino. Will it be an avalanche or just a footnote in how these two teams are really rocking? I'm unsure. Nothing in this game has really played out the way I kind of expected it so far, but like we keep reiterating, it is only early days.
DD waiting in the wings. Them saying that Team Disarray are playing so well will be a little bit of concern, to be honest with you. But Overlay's going to find another first blood here for Team Whalers, and I think that's the thing when you're 4-0 down the search and destroy. A couple of rounds back, you're back into the game. Easier said than done. But in this situation, is it going to be one that you can find yourself again? 3 versus 3 bomb has went down in favor of Team Disarray, and they find the next kill. That's massive. Disarray behind them is going to cause a lot of concern. So do you actually go and answer him, or do you just push out towards the site? Well, that is what Legend has done. 2 versus 2.
Big win.
Big snap.
Oh, this is a nightmare scenario for Legends. He knows another player's going to be mid-map as well here. He's been picked out of the sky. Both players putting bullets into him as he turns around, and down they go. Team El Disarray, 5-1 now.
Cruise control has been re-established. And it comes through. It was all about Disarray on the flank, to be honest with you. Finds a couple. Helps out with the third. Brilliantly worked once again. And no surprise to anybody. Team Disarray retake that 4-1 lead they had for, well, quite some time. 6-1 scoreline. Wouldn't humble them at all, would it? It's been impressive. I think Team Whalers managed to find themselves the first blood for what was the first time. At least one that I can recall anyway in that previous round. Other than that, though, they have had nothing to write home about. Big min-map control coming in from Team Disarray. Whalers and Coat over towards this A side.
This is a big push from Team Whalers, and well, nice. Overlay taking that first kill might give them a little bit more confidence to try and hold this one down. I think he saw a foot or a toe or something there as well. Does he see it? He doesn't see it. Oh, that player's got off the bomb as well. This is all chaos all around at the moment, and Whalers thrashes a second player. The last one onto the ramp here could be in trouble. But this is Whalers now to lose.
Yeah, this 5 kills big. Overlay's going to hold that one down. Aggression coming through. Slade doesn't find anything. And neither does Disarray. When Team Whalers are winning these rounds, they're doing it quite comfortably. They haven't swung around that often, albeit, but 2 rounds they have found, Bryce, have been very, very convincing. Nicely done. Nice pickup. Is there maybe some life in them here in the search and destroy still? Have we decided what a 5-1 lead blown to a 6-5 is? Is that the half sale?
It is the half sale. It is a term that only we use.
Only we use.
But hey,
there's a couple of those, to be fair.
There are, and we're correct. That's I
mean, we all know that.
We'll see. I mean, hey, it's so rare as well. I mean, a full sale is very rare, but a half sale I feel like is even more so. Couple of kills going down though. 2 versus 2 as this one looks to end here. Slade on a rampage, on a run. Oh no, almost throwing it away, but alive and good in a 1 versus 2. It's now Overlay to keep this alive.
Oh, he is very much alive and well, isn't he? I'm going to go down over towards this A side. Overlay with it all to do. Big flank going to come through. Yeah, just needs to find an opening. Oh, he's got to hold the sniper as well. This is less than ideal. Thick's going to come in. Here we go. Oh, he spins it around. Sees Kez out the corner of his eye. It makes it a 1v1.
Was that a bit of a bad play there? Is this an opportunity? Oh, Overlay looks the wrong way. The luck's not with him today. Team El Disarray now up 2-0 in the series after a 6-2 stomping of Team Whalers.
And that as good as gets, really.
Yeah, that could have been magnificent. Look at this. If he picked a different corner, I just had a bit more luck, Tom.
Yeah, it's one of those coin flips where you just don't check that kind of scenario. You're not thinking that he's going to just be holding that corner. But with the time that was remaining, yeah, that was a good play to be made. But a very impressive performance there from Team Disarray once again. I mean, you don't really see them being stopped at this stage, Brycey, with the overload coming up as well. All right, again, I don't feel I was clutching at straws for Whalers and Co, but that has been where a lot of their positivity has come from, is the search and destroys and the overload. Players dipping out early from Team Whalers, map number 3 incoming. If the writing wasn't on the wall at 100 points down the hard point, it certainly is now.
It's going to be the way that their year ends. That's the bit of pill you're going to swallow. Does overload give them some sort of semblance of confidence going through here? Because we already know that Team Disarray have it in spades. The aggressive plays, the absolute willingness to take gunfights, especially kind of personified in Slade when we saw him take those fights around Laundry over and over again. This is a potential now for Team L Disarray to walk their way to the grand finals.
Yep, looking like the date that they wanted with BTD once again. They're going to get a second one. Whether or not they're going to get what they want out of the second date is another thing. That grand final is going to be difficult. Best out of 7 incoming. BTD will be feeling extremely confident with that, and they have been relatively impressive. I remember, we were talking about them up against Rock being a potential really good matchup when we were there at the Major in Paris. Not that we're there, obviously, Bryce. Not that I'm bitter about it, but at the same time, I think it's been impressive to see how they've been doing generally over the season. And BTD will be feeling very confident that they booked their ticket over to Vegas, whoever they come up against. But if they're going up against Disarray and Co, they are 100% going to be the harder option right now. It seems that way. 10 overload is on its way.
It certainly is. We will see if this story is already written or whether or not there's a couple more chapters in this book. But that very much really depends on Team Whalers. We can't do it for them. They will have to have one incredible speech, the last speech of a season if they don't get it right, to try and take Team Disarray down. But before all that, and before we get to map number 3, we are going to go to a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We are jumping straight into the overload now. If you haven't been joining us, where have you been? But so far, Team L Disarray have had the run of the show. Team Whalers have been flailing, trying to get some sort of momentum going. This may be their last opportunity this year.
Yeah, well, I would like to say, Bryce, for the French team of Team Whalers, they looked a lot better when I wasn't in France. So if they want to blame me through any kind of way, then that is absolutely fine. But for Team Disarray, they have been absolutely fantastic throughout this series, and are looking just to stick the cherry on top of it, to be honest with you. Team Whalers have not had anything to write home about whatsoever. We'll have an opportunity to defend here. First initial push coming through here for Team Disarray. Kez unfortunately finding his teammate, but the next couple of kills are going to be absolutely massive. Kez will find another big one to find there if you're Scythe, and you can start to put the pressure on. Nicely done. You're just going to be holding it tight here just to slow things down, but a bit of a stalemate and kick things off.
Here goes the push. This is always difficult. Everybody's got really good at defending on this map over the year. Kez wants to try and break through. Nade's now going to go out here. Legend already finds one. As soon as it's gone down, Kez is looking for this one. But this is, like I said, this is hitting a brick wall. This is such a difficult one to make. Kez looking for the second. Not going to be able to grab it. Slade now going out, but there's too many guns and not enough options.
That was one of those moments Team District arguably just needed to move a little quicker there. They find the pick over towards the backside. Flank coming on through, and they don't make the most of it when they did have the numbers, and those numbers come in a lot quicker for the defensive team, as you know. But a bit of a switch up coming through. Yeah, this is a freebie for Overlay. May well get this one over the line, and does. Gaps as wide as this ocean, to be honest with you, from Team Disarray there. That was a strange one.
This might be a completely different story if they can keep this up here. A lot of players already going down, though. So they're going to try and punch a hole. He's gone around the outside. Bit of timing for him as well, but they are wise to it. More players trying to flood in here, but there's just so many from Team Whalers that have already put this one and stopped the flood that could come through, that you know it's going to flip the other way.
It's just taking one player to be able to find 2 picks, and that might be it. This way of finding 2, that'll keep the pressure on. A lot of these teams are just about trading in these defensive positions. They weren't able to do so then. You can't find the trades off your Team Disarray in those crucial moments, and once again, they'll defend. As you say, it can be a bit of a brick wall. It feels as if Team Disarray are being very one-dimensional with it. Their attacking pushes are pretty stiff, to be honest with you. I wouldn't mind them sending a few different looks. They're finding a lot of these kills throughout the middle of the map, Pricey, but they're converting those points. It's been a little more difficult than they would have maybe liked.
Trying to make a move here again. This has just turned into a real grind. Back and forth over and over again. As I know we joked about it earlier, Tom, talking about us changing game modes as the years go on, but Overload, it felt almost inevitable when you saw some of these teams scoop the EMP at the start of the year that you would be seeing a score. Now, and especially on this map, it is absolute deluge of gunfight after gunfight before anything really gets moving.
Oh, it's just a couple of strong positions, isn't it? Especially on the defensive side. And for both these two teams, and they're now trying to pick each other off head glitches. I mean, it works out for Team Whalers until they found 4 dead. Looks Scythe in this position as well. He's going to cause all sorts of problems. They're going to butter them up before they even get to the point where they can defend. Disarray finding a pick there, though, is going to help them out, but Whalers is very advanced. Had found a kill. Can't find the second overlay, though. Will get it done himself. Legend was there on the flank. Nicely done. And Team Whalers can string this one up as well. Let's see if they can manage to find something else on the back end of this for the push through towards the rooftop side. Incredible work from them.
And we said over and over again, the Team Whalers have the potential to bring this one back. So far, so good. Big kill from Legend. Doesn't go and scoop the EMP, though. He's waiting. Back in. He's eventually going to go down to Slade here. Potential operating could happen, but that's in going down to Whalers. This will slow down again.
Have to wrap this one back around if you're Slade with 25 to go. Don't want to necessarily give this one away. Have to be careful here, though. Legend waiting for his moment, and here it comes. 1, 2, finds it. That's a freebie. He's got this one all on his own. Legend makes it work. A big 2-piece from him. It's a massive lead for Team Whalers. Heading into the second half. Team Disarray might get another stab at this one. Does it reset in time? Yes, just about. One more opportunity.
Well, for a team that really didn't show up the first 2 maps here, Team Whalers doing much better as they go through. And does this mean this will keep translating? 5 minutes for the second half for them to at least get this map done and then move on to the next hard point. Does this go map 5?
I think, to be fair, for Team Whalers, they've just looked at those opportune moments. Like, you think of the first one, there was a massive gap. They found it and exploited it. The second one, all right, was a force, but it took a big pistol win to be won. And then the third was just a pick up from Legend. So all the ones that they managed to find have been opportunistic, if anything. Whereas Team Disarray, I would say, probably banged on the door a little bit more, but it's never really opened. Team Whalers have had their opportunities, have been ruthless with them. Team Disarray have set up well, but have not been able to really formulate many of those opportunities themselves. It's been a very strange one so far, but Team Whalers have been ruthless, as I said.
Cool. Good opportunity. Overlay. Tip of the spear. Going to try to get in a position before anything bad happens. And, well, he's now waiting. They are going to need to send sights around the side as well. But that's a massive nade coming through. Huge kill from Overlay. More players jumping through. Legend gets another one. This is going home. Not a single kill fired back in response.
There's not much for Team Destroyer to hang on to here now, is there? Been so much better from Team Whalers. You just wonder where this kind of performance was in the first two maps, though, right? Especially in the hard point. Search and destroy, okay. Yeah, games can go like that. But now all of a sudden they look absolutely unbeatable here in this overload. This one might get mercy ruled at this stage. Incredible work from Team Whalers.
Comes the pressure again, but when you're winning gunfights, both sides of the map, it is difficult to defend. Here we go, though. Team Disarray trying to get through, but Whalers finds to himself. And Hessian will get that one back. Is that just a consolation?
Feels that way. I think in these kind of situations, you needed one of those at the halftime point when you did have that opportunity in the overtime. You find that at 3-1 at halftime, and then all of a sudden you are maybe feeling a little bit more, well, hopeful of your chances. Right now, as things go, 3 minutes to go. Mind you, this is a big opportunity. Need your first player to be able to find something, but they come flying out. He does well. 5-2. I'm not going to necessarily count my chickens before they're hatching here, Brycey, but this is an opportunity now. Big gunny.
4, but he gets picked up before he can do any more damage. You could tell Team Disarray were like, okay, let's feel this. Do a bit of rhythm. And we can start to pump some points back onto our side. Good recovery, though, from Team Whalers. And now, here comes the inevitable. A fight with everybody involved, trading all over the place.
Oh, that's a big 3 kills, though. And that is going to be another capture. Just feels as if Team Disarray's defense is not being as tight. Team Whalers, when they were being pushed, they dealt with every single opportunity that was heading their way. Team Disarray staring down the barrel of map number 4, which, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily have called you insane, Brycey, but based on what we've seen in the first two, it would have felt unlikely.
It's just been much better overload from them. When you win the gunfights and you're in the right position, those scores go up very, very quickly. And this is happening again here. This was a push from Team Disarray, and it's completely collapsed, and it will be a counter potential. Well, the 3 going down. That's 4. It's going in. I say this. Team Disarray just win every gunfight. That is impossible to stop, by the way, that jump.
But yeah, it's impossible to stop, but they also can't keep the pressure on with it. They can't keep it going because they don't have that player alive to maybe find those kills. And right now what they need is everybody alive and finding kills rather quickly. A minute to go to find 3. Is it even doable at this stage? It becomes a little bit more difficult with those 2 kills. Falling the way of Team Whalers, they have sewn this one up very, very nicely. Pushing over towards A just to seal the deal, but with 55 to go, Team Whalers in possession. Team Disarray will do extremely well to come back into this game.
Oh my goodness. Well, they fought hard in the second half here, Team Disarray, but for every point they've scored, they've lost one. And it's been more than enough to carry the day. Team Whalers, with 30 seconds left, have made a case that the first 2 maps might not matter.
Things can turn around very, very quickly in these situations. These high-pressure situations when the games all matter. A massive amount. All of these players as well. Playing at champs is, well, what everybody wants to do every single year, right? It's the be-all and end-all. It's what everybody thinks about. Team Whalers are going to keep that opportunity alive. 1 player remaining. Might as well just shoot your teammate at this stage because this one was done for quite some time. But Scythe and Co, incredibly impressive, and just want to be even more impressive. Let's not waste everybody's time here. Let's not waste everyone's time. Thank you. Game is done, though, and Team Whalers. Well, they say we'll waste a little bit more of your time because we're heading to map number 4.
Pretty good in the end. Does this bode well for the hard point for Team Whalers, though? That'll be the question. They really had a very slow start first time around. That's the issue in map number 1. Map number 2, the S&D, didn't look particularly great either, but when it come down to the overload, teamwork was there in abundance. They were slaying perfectly well. And an 8-3 game from them.
Yeah, convincing from, well, not necessarily from the get-go. I said in that first half that 3-0 lead, they really were just opportunistic in their moments that they had. Did really well on the defensive side. You got to give them that credit because there was a lot of pressure put on from Team Disarray over towards that A side. But I mean, look, it's an easy one to, well, it's not an easy one to defend, but it felt as if Team Disarray were just battering them forward, and that probably comes from a sense of how confident they would have felt after the first 2 maps to be heading into those kind of scenarios and be like, yeah, let's just gun them and get this over and done with. That wasn't to be found at all. And Team Whalers, at every single opportunity that they managed to find, whether it be Legend on the solo play or a little gap opening up in the defense of Team Disarray, they found it. And all credit to them for that and their defensive work. A very, very convincing scoreline in the overload, which will give them a lot of confidence heading into map number 4.
Let's say it's confident enough. Is the ability to grab just a thread of momentum here. I mean, that was a ridiculous kill. Is it enough to turn the tide? Does this go to map 5 to give one of these teams a proper send-off for the year?
Yeah.
Because that's almost what it kind of feels like here. It's a bittersweet pill to swallow. Because they have shown us entertainment and highlights all the way through. And now for some of them, they won't grace our screen again.
Well, I hope again, but not so much this year, I suppose. Right? I mean, they're not. I'd like to hope some of them still do grace our screens at a certain stage, but Colossus Hardpoint. To me, I mean, I would have discounted them in map number 3 heading into it because of what we've seen in the first 2 maps, but the Hacienda tells a rather large story to me, to be honest with you, Ricey. 250 to 120 is extremely convincing. And the rotations were just constantly working out in the favor of Team Destroy. Team Whalers have to be there a lot earlier than they were on Hacienda if they want a chance to send this to map number 5. But, yep, easier said than done in certain scenarios. Yeah, that's a great overload from them. But can they carry that forward into the hard point? That's the big question.
We're going to see. Players getting ready to run this one as quickly as they possibly can. It's always the case, you know. Take a few minutes extra just to get into the lobby, guys. Don't worry about it. Just one of the last ones of the year. It's fine, as they do try to get through into it. But Colossus Hardpoint, definitely a fan favorite. It could very well determine the fate of these two. Of course, they'll be going up against VTD in the grand final turn, and should be a good game between them as well.
Yeah, you would like to think so. I mean, I said BTD did beat Team Desiree in that winners final. They'd be feeling very, very confident about securing their spots to Vegas. But like, let's see how it does break down. You never know. We know what the losers bracket has been like this year, Bricey. Let's not get it twisted. In the majors, it has kind of been that same scenario. Hasn't necessarily been the case here in challenges, I want to say, because you do have a not so much of a break with how it kind of works out and just the logistics or lack of logistics, I want to say, when it does come down to these online side of things. So yeah, has it really made it that as much of a difference in the challenger side of things? I would say no. But if you would base everything on what happens in the majors, then hey, come from the losers bracket's never a bad thing.
It certainly is not, and we'll see how these all get on here. So while we've got a few seconds, son, how is the hotel room? Is it all good?
It's not bad, you know. They kind of hooked it up with a suite. I'm here for a long time. Not to jump into it, but we're in Paris for a while. You'll be seeing me about if you are an esports enjoyer. So yeah, looking forward to it. But it was one of those where it was like, oh, I have LCQs to cast, and I actually had to buy a laptop because mine didn't work.
And you weren't entirely confused about that one, if we're being perfectly honest.
Well, no, I mean, ultimately just kind of working for free. Yeah, all things considered. Not really working for free. I'm working for a laptop essentially is what's happening. But no, it's been a good old time. Has been a couple of pastries ongoing. Production did just ask me that, and we have been getting in amongst it. But yeah, I didn't really think that I would have to rest my new laptop on a Bible to get the right camera angles or sort out the lighting and everything in such a way. But honestly, all things considered, I don't think we're looking too bad here. I've seen worse hotel setups.
Hey, I've seen worse setups from our colleagues. So
yeah, you know what?
To be honest with you, so we should
I would agree.
Plus, you know, if you want to, halfway through, you start just doing flips on the bed or something, you know, just to entertain the stream. So
I might.
if we get a bit of a disconnection or something, we can certainly work out some fun things for you to do in the background.
Excellent. So you're just going to use me as a guinea pig when you get bored. This is essentially what happens all the time anyway. Irrelevant that. You're not going to get bored any longer, Bryce, because Colossus hard point is on the way. Team Wales looking for the comeback here. Reverse sweep is going to be needed for them to be going into the grand final here of the LCQ in EMEA. Team Disarray now being in control majority of this game. You would like to think they'll be extremely disappointed if they do not get this done in 4.
Well, let's find out. Did that overload show us how this is going to go? Or is this the case where realistically Team Whalers can make a fight back?
I don't quite see it yet, but look, I didn't see... Well, I'm going to say I didn't see the overload coming. I did half mention it at one stage through map number 1 that Team Whalers, I mean, for the most part, when we have seen their overloads, they look pretty decent. We've got a good example of that in map number 3, but yeah, for the most part, this has kind of started in a similar vein as to what we've seen in map number 1, but Team Wales actually managed to get a couple of seconds. But for the most part, the slaying battle belonging to Team Disarray.
So far, so good. A couple of kills going down here, but they're holding the angles really well. Team Wales haven't really gone for a headbutt yet, and theoretically they could do with the numbers going forward, but they are trying to fight for this rotation around. It's not going that great. Disarray is trying to hold back the flood here. Reinforcements now going to help him out as well. Asian takes down Whalers, and Team Whalers will still find themselves on the outside.
Just always been a bit of a struggle on these hard points. Search and Destroy is now feeling like a very influential game that Team Disarray were able to take away at a bit of a canter, to be honest with you. P2 holder's going to be here. 45 seconds remaining. Slaying very much here as well. Unless you can't find anything more over towards the statue side of Slade. Is that to try and pick up the pieces of a Zealous in his efforts? Team Disarray with a very, very comfortable lead to kick things off, but a potential break now on the cards. Can't find anything else. Spawn's still over towards this back side. Going to be dealt with. Team Wales needing to find that break, and they do.
Good enough. If they can keep this for the next 20 seconds, it will certainly put a little wind in their sails. A few big kills coming down, and that's actually a perfect scenario. Now they can go over to P3. Now they can try and stretch this one out just a little bit. Legend with another big kill. Trying to mix this one up. All the kills going their way at the moment. Legend finds another one as they burst into P3.
This is the kind of moment that they had in that previous hard point, but they already found themselves 130 down. Now a full spree from Legend as we head over towards P3. Influential moment in this series. Can you find a break for Team Disarray to slow it down? What is this comeback? 6 in a row now from Legend, showing what he's made of. Oh my goodness me, shotgun Slade, and all of a sudden Team Whalers may well just not be back into this game, but in the lead here in map number 4.
And there it is. Lead change upon us. Bit of a stack coming in from Team Disarray, but they've got to fight a Legend. On 8. Looking for number 9. Not going to be able to get it. A couple of kills going against them here as Team Disarray decide to finally hit that accelerator pedal and get through. Now they're pushing the spawns. Both players leaving the point here. Overlay fighting from the back foot. It's Legend now with the reinforcements. That's gone against him here. The spawn will get him cut down. But Scythe is still here as well. Finds one. It's all fighting for this spawn now.
Yeah, I know, it's been a big scrap over towards the back side, but it's the spawns that are going to come through for Team Whalers. The kills for Scythe. Finds 4 in a row. Legend over towards the top side. Now going to be in a phenomenal position, especially with the Hellstorm that's going to be available. I wouldn't be surprised to see it get called in, but Legend is feasting right now. And for Team Disarray, when they have found themselves behind at any given point, have not come back. And I think that just kind of tells to their dominance through maps 1 and 2. But through 3 and now 4, they are starting to struggle a little bit more. And do they have anything about them to try and turn this one around? Whalers, last one alive over towards the side. Team are going to be spawning up with them. You can do very little if you disarray all on your own. The trades are not good enough, and Team Whalers have got themselves a 40-point lead.
That rotation fight was everything. Over and over again, bodies battered themselves against it, and, well, when you grab it, that's what happens. Team Whalers feeling pretty as they go for the spawn again here. This is much better fundamentally than we saw from in that first hard point. They are getting the spawns, they are getting the kills, and, well, that's paying off in points.
Good shots coming in from Whalers. Nicely done over towards his backside. Having to hold the P2 spawns if he can, but yeah, Team Disarray. All let's see here. Haven't been able to find a goddamn thing for quite some time. And Legend has been that big stopping block, hasn't he? I mean, look just how far away, how uncoordinated it all feels. You're not able to find the picks. Overlay can't miss. Ridiculous play from Team Whalers. They want to see this map number 5.
Well, I think that's where we're going. It is definitely feeling more and more one-sided as it did in the first hard point, but this time the shoe's very much on the other foot here. But there is very little Team Whalers are doing wrong this time around. Here comes the next fight. And this might be a case, if they don't get into this P2 fast, Team El Disarray, it could very well be chalked.
I mean, what? They had 45 points after, what, a hill and a half? They're running a 57 right now. Team Whalers are being lights out. Now, of course, I mean, it just doesn't look like that there's confidence in a push or in absolutely anything. Until maybe that moment. 40 seconds to go here now. You get a hold of something over towards P2. Maybe you can get something going, but Legend in the deepest, darkest corner over towards his backside. He's going to be the pinch for the rest of his team and the spawner. Legend with 3. Showing what kind of player we know he can be. A 26 and 11. Legend having an all-timer for Team Whalers. You want to see that map number 5.
Oh, they're desperate for it. You can see Team El Disarray just trying to hold this from the backside for a few seconds. Not over, of course. If they could find a good rotation here into the P3, then there is a potential to bring this game back under. Right, just jumping around here. Actually quite happy to just keep doing this as they look for players across here. Over's going to go down. Timing's going to be against him here. Here comes the Hellstorm. It's actually really not that effective on this site most of the time.
Yeah, it's hard to wrap it around. Can't find it from the P4 side, though. Yeah, it doesn't find a great deal. The rest of the teammates have not done too badly, but trades are going to come through. Spawns over towards his backside. Kez has got an important job to do. He's going to have another player here with him as well. So players over spawning towards the P4 side now if you're Team Whalers. But if you're Team Disarray, you've done well. Keep a hold of this hill. 30 seconds remaining. Gunfight found by Legend, because why hasn't it been? 30 and 14. Have an absolute worldie at just the right time. Map number 5 may well be beckoning here. Bryce Team Whalers yet to get themselves inside that point, but stayed mixy. The lead around 65 now.
They've just put the spawns there, actually. Team Whalers have gone for a flank for the last couple of seconds. Somebody's pushed out towards P2 here, and they've lost the spawns potentially. Saith is going to be back here. They're going to know this with the parallel spawn that's now gone on. The Team El Disarray, it could rest onto this moment. Saith, that's a massive win. Not going to be the second. It's a pop here onto P4, and it will be Team Disarray in the prime position. Legend though, dropping the hammer.
Yeah, and this is more like the spot where you really want to be calling it in. Trying to wrap this one around. We're finding absolutely zero with anything, to be honest with you. All felt a little bit rushed, to be honest. Legend, not really getting his work done there with the Hellstorm, and now the push is going to have to come through with just the gunny in hand. Hess is doing extremely well with his gunny, and 25 seconds remaining here over towards P4. Kills all falling the way of Team Disarray. They are not quite going to be able to catch up if we head into this next rotation with a full hold from Team Disarray, but they ain't going to be far away, Bryce.
Certainly are not. That's what we were calling for. You know, you get a good P3, you can get into that P4. We knew the rotation kills were going to be great for them. Of course, Team Whalers will grab this scrap time, but it is a shrinking of the gap. They'll certainly get hearts fluttering.
Goes into a well-contested game now. And those kills coming through are going to help as well. Incredible work from Team Disarray. In control of P1. P2 spawns coming up, of course, in 50 seconds. But they've slowed Legend down, and that was the moment, wasn't it? Get a couple of Hellstones in his back pocket. Did not use either one of them well. And is there maybe just a slight fear of doubt? Maybe not in Scythe's mind, because he's just found 2. The break over towards P1 is coming through, but it's a 20-point game.
Whalers. Just grab as much as you can on the P1. You don't currently have a P2, so any soaking of the points here will help them out if they can't break this very, very quickly. And if they do break it very, very quickly, well, more points is more points.
Team kill going to come through here. Where's these spawns going to end up? Not towards this back side. You're going to get a bit of a split here for Team Whalers. Scythe over towards the back. Gets his teammate coming in with him. But now we pop over towards P2. Team Disarray not going to hold those fights over towards the back side. And still those close spawns coming through. Over towards the hill. They need to get rid of Overlay towards his backside, but they've wasted 2 bodies to do it. Disarray is waiting far too long. And now everybody else over towards the front side can't hold it. Disarray is pushed over towards his backside, but they took too long to kill Overlay. And the break will come through.
Managed to get the close form coming back in here and get the pinch to clear this one out. So a little bit of luck with staying alive for so long here, but the reinforcements will need to come through. 30 seconds on the board here. Team El Disarray want this to bring this one back to an even game. And still, they are fighting. Here comes the pressure from Team Whalers. More bodies piling in. And Scythe finds 2. Overlay finds a 3rd. And one last hooray here from Team El Disarray. They will have the close spawn, but they are being kicked in the teeth every time they take a gunfight.
Big 50-50s incoming. We head over towards P3. Team Whalers have done well to keep a hold of around this 30-second lead that we are now currently sitting at. Flank plays being dealt with. Overlay and Scythe over towards the front side, doing brilliant work. As he in a position to maybe get something going. Found the pistol as well. And here come the reinforcements. That's a lovely break coming through for Team Disarray. 45 seconds remaining here. They can't win it here. Team Whalers absolutely still can. But it's a nice break and a good hold.
Okay, it's just trying to thread the needle here at the same time. But Scythe on the flank. This is going to cause issues for them. That's a full wipe. And with 30 seconds to go here, Team Whalers can smell a victory. They can taste a map 5. But can they hear enough to get this one done? As you can see, the pressure coming through. Bit of a pinstripe.
There's a bit of a pinch being set up here as well. Can't find the gunfight, though, and Legend will find over towards the backside. That means that Team Disarray have to challenge this, I think. I think you've just about got the tick. You might not anymore by all accounts. You won't. It's all about the P4 rotation now. Team Disarray will have to be perfect when they get there. If they can get there, they will not. Spawn out comes through. Team Whalers wanted to see that map number 5. The reverse sweep is on the cards. The reverse sweep may well be happening. Map 5 we got.
Well, we said it might happen. Team El Disarray try to make it happen in the end, but just not good enough. Huge kills going through, and you can see kind of break down those last 2 hills. P3 to P4. Team El Disarray just didn't have any time ready for finesse. They just had to keep going very, very aggressively. They get caught sprinting time and time again, and that's not a case of bad gameplay. That's a case of, I have to go. I cannot take the opportunity to be slower.
Yeah, it was a strange one because they found themselves so far behind immediately. Team Disarray obviously coming in with maybe a little bit of confidence into this hard point, which, I mean, you can hardly blame them after what happened in map number 1. But they did not account for Legend. 41 and 27, 30 non-traded. And an incredible job all around from him. Scythe as well, 17 of his 33 kills were objective kills. He's been in and amongst it, finding those kills when needed. They did a lot of damage in the end. Really good work from Team Whalers. A very, very solid map number 4. It's going to see them heading into this map number 5 with a reverse sweep on the cards. Again, though, map number 2 wasn't necessarily the most convincing from them. But are they going to be able to change it up here as we head into this map number 5? A reverse sweep to send yourself to that grand final would be something.
Well, at least we're kind of correct and we thought this would be a close game, Don, because after those first rounds, I was worried that we had guessed incorrectly. Fortunately, we've been doing this long enough now that we can kind of tell usually how these should go, but the maps have been telling a bit of a different story. Realistically, the game of 2 halves. World Cup theme, that one. And it has been the case where the potential for a reverse sweep is very much on. But either of these 2 teams, if they go forward, it is going to be deserved. They have showcased some wonderful Call of Duty in the 4 games that we have seen, really.
Yeah.
But who carries it in the end?
I mean, it's kind of been one of those scenarios towards the latter stages of the year. And I don't know if you'll necessarily agree with this, but it feels as if we are getting a lot of series like this where maps aren't close.
Yeah, you're right.
For the most part. 250 to 195 is comfortable enough on a Colossus. But I think, you know, its maps aren't close, but series are. It's very, very strange towards the back end of the season. How teams obviously just have their moments and have their maps that they are extremely good at. And that is forcing the issue here. We're heading into map number 5. Really didn't see us going this way.
No, it didn't, especially after the first two, especially after the first one, if I'm being honest. And then it continued into the S&D. Was like, yeah, we might be out of it very, very quickly, but not the case. It has been a case where they go through. And I think realistically, if you want to talk about why this might be happening like this, is the veto process. We've spoken about it before here. Teams already kind of know what teams are going to do coming up against them. It's not as much of a surprise here, so they're getting better at the map pulls. But we will find out how this one does end in a map 5. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. Map 5 has called upon us and we will answer. These two teams fighting for survival. The one team, this is the last S&D they might play this year. For the other team, an opportunity to get into the grand final.
Damn. Nice pick there from Scythe to open things up. And for Team Whalers, a big struggle for them in map number 2 was being able to find those first bloods. Objective secured in that sense. Can you hold it down here? Nice play from Slade just to get the little angle and finds a second as well. Survives the rooftop slip. 2 versus 2. As he finds another though, an overlay left all on his own. Don't know if he has a look on it.
Oh. It's always that moment. Do you get that bullet whizzing down range or not? Good start though from Team Whalers.
Yeah, I know. From Team Whalers, yeah, there was a good opportunity when they did find that push in, but Team Disarray, there for the retake. Always difficult when you got the sniper in that kind of position. I sometimes don't love it in that kind of scenario in a round 1. Didn't work out for them in the end. See if they can turn the tide here. Heading into round 2.
Comes the push. It's a little bit spread out so far. Bit default here from Team L Disarray. Oh, it's a huge two! How on earth has he found those? NPC ripping Team Whalers to bits here. Now in a 4 versus 2. Bomb going down. Can't be an awful lot left.
I mean, that is incredible. I mean, to find the second one is one thing, but the opening pick found that gunfight extremely quickly. And now this is just an ever so difficult task for Whalers and Overlay to try and find a way through in a 2v4 scenario. Yeah, you just need to count on one of these nades landing, find a pick, and you're not going to be able to do either one of those things now if you're Overlay. Nice clean round from Team Disarray, who found themselves 2-0 up in the blink of an eye.
That first 2-piece just so outrageous. Sets up the round for basically an unlosable set. And surely after the fight back, surely after everything that has happened, Team Whalers can't go out like this.
Those first shots from Disarray. So clean. 2-0 up now. Looking for another date with BTD. Just as a reminder, that winners bracket final was a 3-1 victory for BTD. We'll be heading to it. Best out of 7. They keep themselves extremely warm and ready to go. After this, we'll have to have a little bit of a break. Wants to go through the picks and bans though, Bressy, but Team Disarray, if they fly into it like this, they'll be feeling confident, but I suppose for them, they have shown gaps in their game, and that's what's allowed Team Whalers back into this one. Still 4v4 though here in round number 3. Pick surely going to result from this opening of how Scythe found that.
This goes a bit more tense now. Nobody fully confident of where anybody could be. Just on the other side here. Hessian having to back down. He's in the middle here, but that's a big win. Whalers finds it, gives them the numerical advantage, and Scythe is looking to go to work here. This is all about timing. This bomb is not down, though.
Kez on his own. Imagine finding a good pick. Do they have a read on him? He was the one who pushed through the middle of the map to find that opening pick for Team Disarray. Bomb going down extremely late here. He's going to try and get there to stop it from happening. Gets info. The other players see him, find him on the cross. Yes, he just about did. Team Whalers, their first round, 2-1.
That was not the cleanest of rounds. Got players hitting the backside of maps. Will be Team Whalers that get away with it, and that is a round they desperately needed. Do not want to start an avalanche. 2-1. Team L Disarray going to be on the attack this time.
Bit of steadying of the ship from Team Whalers. That one goes down to 3-0, and all of a sudden, the mindset's in a bad place. The mindset's in a better one now, as Disarray will be eviscerated down rooftop side. Overlay just about gets out. Second time of asking, he maybe give them a bit of a sniff at that trade. Doesn't come on through. Now, Team Disarray do have the number disadvantage, but only for a second. No one player sniping over towards his backside, and he's the last one remaining. Needs to find all four if he wants to win the round. Can't find it. Team Disarray 3-1 to the good once again.
More than good enough. Very aggressive in the end. Just shut them down here, and Team Whalers couldn't get away. Always the worst kind of feeling when you're stuck in a Clutch Nation with a sniper rifle. While it makes a wonderful highlight play if you can make it, it just does not feel as versatile as you need it to. Here comes Whalers out towards the mid here with the rest of the team. He's got a little bit of information. Overlay with the sniper here. I wonder what the call will be from Team L Disarray. Right now they have B on absolute lock.
Oh, and they didn't even connect. I felt it like blew up in my face. Must have been just the other side of the wall. So Overlay gets away with what would have been a chunk of health and probably a chart. He's now on his way over towards the side. Kez is going to get the information out. A couple of clicks into the opposition. Oh, that nade is just perfectly placed. Kez is very, very dead. How on earth has he found one back? That's a great one-for-one trade. Disarray on the flank as well. Ah, so good with that PC at range. 2v2.
But now he's backing up. Now he's backing up. I think he knows it as well. Makes it all the way back to his side here. And Team Whalers are going for the rotate. There's going to be no information here for Team L Disarray. All they know is they're not on A yet.
I mean, I was quickly going to say, I thought with Team Whalers might have had to check some corners. But they get so aggressive, even with Disarray, who was on that flank. So that bomb's went down very quickly.
Whalers is 1 versus 2. Smoke's going to be down here. He'll be panicking. They'll be looking for him as well. They're going to check this angle at the same time. Whalers just under the gun. Can't find anything. And Team L Disarray will get that one done. It's 4-1 now in this S&D.
3 in the row from Disarray. He was the one who found the flank over towards the rooftop side. And he's the one that will seal the deal here in round number 5. Yeah, that was honestly strange. And because Disarray was on that flank, they knew he was, and they knew he was running away. He could have been playing any corner to try and find some picks. And Team Whalers just head down straight over towards the dojo side of the map. Go to get the bomb down at B without even a second thought, which was something I thought may well have caught Team Disarray off guard, but it absolutely didn't. Kez and Co now in a really good position. Team Whalers need to reestablish just a little bit of control in this game. Scythe might just back up from this, but information gained, the smokes are out. You know they're here.
Big nade. Kez gets it back though. Oh, Disarray, the smoke throws him off for a few seconds, and oh, Scythe! There's 3 on this round. Kez comes flying in like an avenging angel, but it's not enough. Team Whalers, they find a round that they need off the back of Scythe.
Not much needed. Big 2-piece from Scythe. Legend is there to pick up the pieces for the final kill. Incredible work. Get yourself back in that position now. Attainable. That's how it will feel. 4 rounds needed. This is doable. There's been a couple of moments here and there. Team Whalers maybe in the ascendancy here, Bryce.
Big push. Big hit. Players in towards B. They're going for it as well. They've got Overlay sniping middle. Kez finds sight though. Huge first blood to blunt this.
Massive from Kez through the middle of. He's been constantly flanking from that angle as well, but this time he's very much holding tight. Invested in Overlay, being over towards that backside just to try and cover it, so that means that 2 players here, Team Whalers and Legend and Whalers, are the ones who are going to have to make their way over towards B pretty much all on their own. Flank has been watching them for very good reason. You know, Team Disarray are there. It's just such a hard one to commit to here for Team Whalers. You're stuck in between a rock and a hard place.
don't entirely seem to know where they want to go here. This race should grab one. That's the entire job role. Grabs one. Fails. Overlay grabs it. Back down to 3 versus 3. But Kez is going to be hit. Still doesn't get it. Oh my goodness.
There's
Nobody hitting anything.
Those are moments you have to take. And all of a sudden, Team Whalers have found every single gunfight that they need to. So does Hesse at this stage. Bomb's going down. Didn't have a chance to stop it, but will get aggressive and will be spotted. 1v2 needed.
Oh, you've got to run into an absolute pit of vipers, and down they go. But Team Whalers winning gunfights, and Team Disarray just not finding the one they needed.
I mean, just in that moment, how do they lose both of those situations? I have no idea. But so influential in the round. If either one of them find a pick there, even with a trade coming through on the other side, you say to yourself, this one might be done. Couldn't have been further from the case, and all of a sudden we are now heading into another round. Team Will still behind, yes, but it's a couple of rounds in a row now. Team Disarray, will they start to falter?
Disarray, this was good from last time. Found 2, but just going to be watching the angles. They're going down here. There should be a free plant. Team Whalers have bet on that A push, and it hasn't come up.
And it actually wouldn't shock me to see Disarray go for the reflank through rooftops here. Might just go back to cover the middle, but Overlay will find a pick on a player trying to get aggressive. Got to be careful if you Disarray through the middle of the map here. He's thinking about the flank, but there is time running out, and Team Whalers are going to have to start getting aggressive onto that side. Disarray may well get good timing. His other teammates need to hold this down.
Already gone down. 3 versus 3. Then Disarray not able to get that one. They're now going to know he's here. Still trying to find the fight. Legend on the other side going for the fight himself, but Slade will find that one. He's got through. That is an unbelievable play from Disarray. Just runs through and lays down. The player had no idea where he had gone. The confidence to lay down in a gunfight to try and duke out the player is insane.
And even with Disarray not like finding that first gunfight, doesn't find the kill. That doesn't matter in those scenarios, because now they have to turn around and think about 2 different directions. It makes your life extremely difficult. As long as he is alive. It's ring around the rosy. Legend, you can't catch me. Disarray gets it done. And 5-3 is now the scoreline. 1 round away from preventing this reverse sweep.
Everybody just jiggle peeking. Oh, Team Whalers. Got a couple through here. Overlay coming out, seeing if he can find a pick here. He's actually being aggressive. Really, really aggressive. Overlay, you've got a sniper. He's going for this one, and it works out. He finds Slade. Oh, it looks for the second, doesn't find it. He has to try and turn and burn. His teammates are getting pinched on both sides. It's going to be Kez who finds a little bit to relieve the pressure.
You thought for all that it was worth that second bullet would have landed. And now the pinch starting to come through. Kez is squeezed right back. 3 versus 2 in favor of Team Disarray. Oh! A couple of bullets here and there have whiffed. And that might just be their chances gone. Disarray under a lot of pressure, but he's doing so well to survive. He's not just survived, but he is thriving. Team Disarray will find the win through a 3-2 victory. And set up another date with BTD to see who goes to champs.
Well, they grinded it out. It went to map 5, but a win is still a win. Team Whalers fought to the bitter end, but unfortunately it is the bitter end. They will go out of this tournament. It's called the last chance qualifiers for a reason. They will not be going to champs this year, and we'll have to reevaluate for next time around. But still, more games to go, of course. BTD have been watching all of these games with bated breath, wondering who they're going to play.
Yep, and now we're going to find out that it is their opponents from the winners bracket final that they won 3-1 up against. So they will be feeling confident, no doubt. But commiserations, Team Whalers, that is how your season ends. disappointing for Legend and Co. I think for those players on that roster, for the most part, you know, it has been a late bloom of a season, if you like. You know, they've had a couple of occasions, but for the most part, you know, I've kind of just been a team who was there in the elite. We often do talk about, you know, getting into elite is the difficult part, and then going from there, see what you can do, is always kind of the experiment. And for the most part, they failed at that. They didn't necessarily kick on in ways that you would have thought they maybe were able to do. A couple of team changes here and there, yes, absolutely, but they really did force the issue in this series. It was looking like it was done after 2, really, wasn't it? And for them to be able to send it to the map number 5 and provide us a relatively close game, fair play to them. But as mentioned, that is their year done. Team Disarrays will at least last one more series.
They will. Get them feeling a bit more confident. See if they can bring all of that here, because that'll be the craziest story. You know, losing in the winners final to get into the grand final again to maybe take the victory. But this is how it did play out here. The S&D certainly paying off in spades for Team L Disarray. But a good game all the way through, realistically. Team Whalers probably not entirely happy about those first 2 maps, but sometimes that's the way it goes.
Indeed. I think, you know, when we've seen those first 2 maps, Team Disarray just came into it absolutely screaming. Team Whalers,
Such a hard fought
not
victory.
quite able. Yeah, really, really tough. But a very, very hard fought victory. You are right. Team Disarray get themselves back into that position once up again against BTD. It should be a very interesting series in this grand final. But as mentioned, we only have 1 place at champs to give away here, and it all comes down to 1 best out of 7.
Really does. You're going to see which of these 2 teams deserves it, which one wants it more, and which one can join the ranks of already some pretty big names. We'll find out when we get these players into a lobby. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. It's time for our grand final here in the last chance qualifier. 2 teams remain, but only one gets their golden ticket to mix it up with the best of the best across challenges across the regions.
Yep, should be really, really interesting here for the EMEA LCQ. And kind of ended up with teams that would be expected at this point. Yes, absolutely. Could we call which way it's going to go? I think it's quite difficult.
No, it certainly will be. And these 2 teams have played against each other before, but this is how we got here by these teams. BTD 3-0, 3-0, 3-1. And into the grand final. That one map they dropped was against Team Disarray, who have only had to play one other team in Team Whalers, and that went to a map 5-ton.
Yeah, no, it should be really interesting based on what we've seen in the winners final, I should say. Sorry. Yeah, we are expecting a relatively close grand final. BTD though will be feeling extremely confident.
They certainly will. Well, let's jump into these 2 teams now and talk a little bit about how BTD have been getting along. Clutch Detain and Rush have been this team that have walked their way into this grand finals, but this is the most important step, Ton.
It absolutely is. And for BTD, it has kind of been a season of okay maybes, right? I mean, they put themselves in a couple of different positions here and there over certain stages. I mean, specifically, obviously, in Paris. They didn't do too badly, all things considered. A couple of close matchups against teams that you would have said at the beginning of the season they wouldn't have been able to match up in that way. But for this roster, honestly, it is their position to go on to win it. Of course, coming from the winner side of things, it has its advantages and disadvantages, absolutely. But having that victory over this already with 3-1 fashion in their winners bracket will give them a lot of confidence. Let's see if that confidence is going to count in what is a extremely high stakes game.
It certainly is. And well, we just saw Team L Disarray a little while ago, but Disarray, Hassian, Slade and Kez, this has been a team that has already shown us that they can certainly play at a very high level, just dispatching Team Whalers. I did go map 5, but the first 2 maps are all about Team L Disarray, and they'll be wanting to repeat that performance.
Absolutely. And you know, if they can come in with the same kind of commitment and level that we've seen over 1, 2, and 5 in that series, every map was convincing. On their strong maps, they look strong, and they're just gonna have to figure out how things did work out, or didn't work out, I should say, in that winners bracket final. Of course, we don't have access to the information of exactly how it did go down, but a 3-1 victory is relatively comfortable by all accounts. Let's see how it's going to go. I think, you know, when we came into today, we said that all 3 of these teams, any one of them could go on to win it. Team Disarray put themselves in this position, and they absolutely could find a win up against BTD. Let's find out if they can do it and which way they are going to do it.
Well, we will certainly find out, but this is how we go into a best of 7. Scar, Den, Exposure, Den, Raid, Gridlock, Gridlock. A good mix of maps here, Ton, to be honest with you. Some favourites, others somewhat new.
Yeah, I think what would be positive if I'm looking towards what Team Disarray just played, both the Search and Destroys that they won in that series are in this series, in the Den and the Raid. They're going to be coming up within the first 5, so we are more than likely to see both of them, and that will give them some confidence. As far as the Overload goes, though, that was a very poor showing from them. That map in particular is now gone, though. That just didn't get picked outright by all accounts. So no Den Overload in there, which will be music to their ears. So for them, strictly speaking, what we've seen on recency bias, I like it. The Search and Destroys will go in their favor, but let's see how it's going to go, because they don't get the hard point that they won. You know, you kind of move away from that. I'm kind of clutching at straws here, Brycey, because we don't really know when it comes down to this time in the season who is going to be looking the stronger. All we kind of have to go off is the performance from Team Disarray in that losers final and the winners bracket final result, which is a 3-1 victory for BTD. If I was to have a real stab in the dark here,
okay,
I'm going to say this goes 6.
Okay, all right.
In
I like
favor
this.
of
Bold with the
BTD.
predictions.
In favor of BTD, a 4-2 scoreline. Is that right? Yeah. That's how math works. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm hoping for a good game here. That's, I think, the bare minimum we can kind of expect.
Yes.
These 2 teams all on the line. This will probably be one of the most nervous games they've played all year, if we're being perfectly honest with you. Obviously, you know, when you go to the majors or you go to these big tournaments, there's always a little bit of pressure. But this is literally do or stop. I was going to say die, but it's a bit dramatic. But this is the case of these 2 teams have fought for this last chance. And that is everything that's now onto the line here. So they're probably sitting at home, staring at the screens, kind of, you know, getting themselves into a ready position, because They know they have to hit this hard out of the gate. This feels like any other grand finals, you know, but maybe with a little bit more on the line.
I mean, there's a whole lot on the line, isn't there? I mean, if you put it down in the grand scheme of things for the prize pool for Challengers Elite, what is it worth more? The trips to champs? I mean, hey, it's a paid trip to Vegas on top of anything else. So I think, you know, you kind of take it with a pinch of salt. I think for some of these teams, though, it is the be-all and end-all. Like, you know, when prior to everything that exists now, how often we talked about some of these unknown teams going to champs and making the runs. That was the beauty of champs. That was the beauty of Call of Duty events. And to have a similar vein of that in a certain sense here, I think for teams like these two in this final, it's a really important moment. Yeah, you know, if your year hasn't necessarily gone that great, for the most part, it hasn't done for either one of these two teams. To now have that opportunity still to go to Challengers Champs and prove your worth is a big prize to get a hold of indeed. So yeah, massive game incoming for both.
Yeah, it will be, and we'll have to kind of keep an eye on, see who really stands out as well, because maybe that'll just give a little bit of an inkling of how they perform when they do get there. But hey, we've watched these players all throughout the season. There is a lot of talent still on offer, as well as the teams that have already gone through. So we always kind of say, how does this play out for the rest of the season? How do these teams kind of justify themselves on potential pickups for next year? Probably a bit more difficult position from EMEA to, if you haven't been performing as dominant all year, then this is your last hurrah for it. But any win, any big performance could potentially land you on that scouting list. Some teams more kind of infrastructure than others might be looking a bit early.
Yeah, I think relevant to that conversation, you've got a Team Or squad that finished in the top 3. My mind has cast me back just a week ago. Finished in top 3 in the event, obviously in Paris. Was a real solid showing for them. It was top 3, top 4, somewhere around those lines. So that's the difference you kind of have for a team like BTD or a team like Team Disarray. You're going in against opposition on the other side from the LCQ who are literally potentially threatening to win events. So yeah, you're going to come in as underdogs, whoever does win the series, Pricey. But that doesn't matter. That's sometimes where the pressure is off. Can they maybe go and make a bit of a run? That's what they'll be trying to do, but they've got to get there first.
They certainly will. Well, I believe our map 1 is almost upon us, and it will be the case where these teams, and after everything they've been through, all the bracket, all the fighting, will get their last hurrah right here and right now. A best of 7 to determine that last ticket to champs to join what is already a very stacked championship. And also, if you are just wondering, it's not just this one team going. There is a North American showdown in just a couple of hours' time that will determine their last chance as well. But while we get to that later, let's get to this now. And we'll see Team El Disarray up against BTD Esports.
Well, here we go then. Team Disarray had a fantastic start. Honestly, in the hard point, kind of looked really solid in map number 1. You think of a Colossus, going to start a different story to a certain degree, isn't it? Rotations have to be fantastic. It wasn't Colossus, actually, it was Hacienda where they were really solid. But I mean, look, we don't really have too much to kind of lean on. It is a grand final. It's a very much on the day scenario. Can BTD get that kind of result that they got in that losers bracket final? That winners bracket final. That's what they've got to be concentrating on here. And the 4 dead will go a long way to helping that. Setup is going to be here. UH now sitting at 6-2. Great start from him.
So far, not so good as they get into the P2 here. They've got to win a couple of gunfights. They do lose some members. And that's another one going down here as well. And this is going to be difficult for them to just try and right the ship. They felt like they had P2 locked and loaded, and suddenly, now on the back foot.
Let's see what the 10 and can do. Shots from Kez, and he will have to be influential here. 3 spree for him. Pinch is going to come through, and Pinch is going to develop extremely well. Team Disarray all down as number 1. It will be EH finding most of the kills, of course, which is always going to be a little bit frustrating from our point of view. Hopefully that's fixed from map number 2, but irrelevant of that, the scoreline at the top is very much correct. A very close game over towards P2, but BTD trying to find a way back through and successfully do so. 20 seconds looking like it's going to go their way. Transitional kills also not looking too bad. So nice start here for BTD. Looking to hold on to the scrap.
Big kills by the players as well, just to keep them tamped down. But they're going to have a player already here. I wasn't going to recall which player it was going to be because they EH regardless, but that time it actually was. Yes, he didn't manage to get those kills. Holds them off for a few more seconds. A big gunfight's going down this rotation.
That's a big one to be won, though, and that's going to give them a little bit of control over towards the screen side. But first entry here for Team Disarray. Find a couple of kills. We'll go their way. BTD not going to have to fight off the back foot. They're going to have to meticulously find their way through the middle of the map. Disarray with a nice fight. Gunfights over the rest of it, though, not necessarily happening very quickly here for BTD. And for your team Disarray, you will run it up as long as you possibly can here over towards P3. But eventually, the straw will break the camel's back, and you will get a hold of something for BTD. 25 seconds or so to go. Rotation is there for Team Disarray. These kills go in the way of Detain, and that makes it different, doesn't it? There you go. That should be in 20 seconds, heading their way. Flank through mid. Probably not going to do much about that. Nicely done from BTD.
Having a pretty good time as everybody starts to line up for him, but will eventually go down. BTD, this is all about Detaining. I think he's been seen here as well. They're going to try and cut him off. I think he knows. He's trying to go every single angle. He's just being real slippery. Oh, well, it works out and does manage to get one here, and it does put Team Disarray a little bit on the back foot in terms of positioning.
Puts the pressure on, doesn't it? They can fly through the front door and find those kills as well. Rush with 4 in a row. Disarray towards the backside, just trying to keep some sort of presence here. There is squad. Can't find a way through, but the rest of the team now on the pinch. They can find 2 kills. Can they find any more to finally find a way through? Spawns over towards the backside. Are going to belong to them, though. With 30 seconds to play for, they need to make sure they get some of this time. My word, Detain. The movement over the top, sitting at 17 and 9. Can't find the kills to secure it, or can you? BTD will get the final 20, but Team Disarray will get the rotation.
Fighting not too bad here. They're just trying to clean house before they move on. Detain now going for a bit of a run. Disarray just trying to pick up any kills he can. Has he slipped the net here? He's gone through the middle of the map. This is unbelievable if he can find it, and he finds a one as well. This is going to throw them completely out of balance, but he chooses to cosplay as Superman and flies out the window.
It's more like Supergirl, or the ratings for that movie, to be fair. Pretty bad. Rush. Try and find a way around towards the backside. Just well holding here for your Team Disarray, but the thing is, you think about the rotation and how things have been working over that full display that we just seen there. Still find themselves around 45 behind. And P5 is going to be hotly contested. Team Disarray are the ones finding the kills, though. Pressure coming in from Rush over towards the backside, but another kill will fall their way. And you spawn absolutely miles away by all accounts. Rush is doing fantastic to find 2 kills over towards his backside, though, and I don't think you're going to be spawning close here for your Team Disarray. Gunfights have to go their way. It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. Only one can be answered back. It's a nice break from BTD with 20 to go.
Comes to split horizontal as well. Team Disarray are trying to push this both sides. Doing a pretty good job of it so far. This is one of the better holds on this map. If you can get this in for P1. There's going to be a lot of pushing out towards blue here from BTD. If they can find it, they haven't. They're just going through the front door. That is one of the most difficult pushes in this game because just the amount of cover against you, and now it's being shown why. They do have a player out, though. It was to be clutch, but they are pushed back in again.
Still a solid lead, though, for BTD. Slaying has not been a problem whatsoever. Team Disarray actually managed to get out slayed in that previous series and still managed to take it home. Albeit a very close one in the end. Good shots coming out from Rush. He has been massively influential for BTD. Now he finds a 3rd snap, the centering. Disgusting. BTD maybe rushing it over towards P1 just a little bit there off the back of those couple of kills that come through from Rush. They aren't able to capitalize, and all of a sudden Team Disarray are going to get a good chunk of that time. That's not a bad P1 from them whatsoever. And P2 setup is not perfect by any stretch from BTD. It's going to be backs against the wall scenario. Can they hold down with it?
Still looking for this one. Team Disarray put a bit of pressure on as well, but that's a big kill by Detain. Player does manage to slip the net through here, but they do clean out the lines. Tries to get into a more safe position there, but it doesn't work out.
Yeah, terrible timing. Now UH is going to be on his own momentarily. Clutch on the rotation. Spawn's pretty close here as well. Should get a cut up on one of them. Timing, terrible. Player watching the flank, and all of a sudden this is a really good, opportune moment for Team Disarray to get some good time. Only one trade can be found back by BTD. That is a lovely break from Team Disarray with 20 to play for here over towards P2.
Oh, that's huge. So many kills just flowing their way, and Slade locks this one down. I mean, you're going to have to go for this rotation at some point. You need his teammates to back him up. Will fall. Too many bodies on that rotation before him.
I mean, every transitional gunfight from 2 to 3 is important, and every single one of them is being found by Team Disarray. It's going to be a lead change. You would like to think they can get a little bit of control here. Gunfight was nearly there, though. Isn't quite able to find it on the side of BTD. Trades working in the favor of Team Disarray. That will be a lead change, albeit an ever so close one. That's going to come on through. Team Disarray, for the very first time, find themselves now in the lead. And what a time to turn around over towards P3. 35 seconds to go here. They've got this one under lock and key.
They're certainly putting the bodies in the right position as well. Disarray just holding that flank down. You can see more now piling up. They're going to go for the close play here, but there's all their kills going to Team Disarray. Nobody falling. Hessian on a 4 at the same time. It's going to be Slade onto a 3. And this has gone about as bad as it possibly could do for BTD. Team El Disarray have put themselves in the driving seat.
Incredible work. And now if you are BTD, you've got to find a break over towards P4 as well. I mean, from 2 to 3 to 4, this has been a disaster for BTD. Disarray find themselves behind until the latter stages of P2. They now have themselves a 45-point lead, and that's going to grow as well. The kills over towards the backside falling their way. P4 spawns just about there for them. The control, not quite. BTD inside of the point, finding the kills as well. Disarray's going to have to answer back, but the core spawns are going to be here. The reinforcements will be there very, very quickly. BTD have done well, but managed to find a break in. They need some time.
The Hill trying to work out where the players are coming from here, but it seems it's Disarray that are everywhere. The players out towards the back, and they're getting the better position as it goes down, even with the trades coming through. It is going to be Team El Disarray that are sitting pretty close to spawn. Closer opportunities to get those trades going their way. Cares with a pistol, looking for the second. Going to run out of bullets. It doesn't matter. Goes for it with a knife as well. And this comes down to a 1v1 for scrap time. Pistol not good enough. And it will be BTD that grabbed 10 seconds, but rotation for Team El Disarray.
But their spawns over towards the motel are going to sting them just a little bit, but not if a gunfight like that is one up top. Great work by everybody here on Team Disarray. Slade with the gunfight up top green. It's going to give them a little bit of control and an opportunity to close out map number 1. BTD came into this one absolutely screaming, Brycey, but a few hills can change a game, and that has been the case. Team Disarray in the driving seat now.
Thought it would be the other way around. We thought Disarray might start strong because they've just come off of the game, but wasn't to be. What they are doing is finishing even stronger. Losing a little bit of time here as well. For BTD, this is massive if they can grab it. Bring the game a little bit closer. They will still be falling behind even if they get the rest of this, but it will certainly put them in a better position.
Not far away now. These 15 seconds are going to be important for BTD if they can get a hold of them. It's going to put them back within that spitting distance that you want to be at. But P1 was poor for them last time around. They're going to have to change things up here. And Fulton couldn't fight win if you could potentially find it there for Clutch. He's not going to be able to get it down. But P1 starting to come into fruition. Rush. What is that snap for the second? 37 kills to his name. Trying to drag BTD back into this one.
Clutch gets one. Teammates getting a couple down as well here. P1 not the easiest thing to soak all of the time off, but they are trying to get all of the angles cut down as much as they can. Detain finds one. He's going to know where the rest of these spawns come through. Player behind him though. It's going to be massive whoever finds that player into shop, and it's going to be Disarray. Of course it is. Breaking through with 11 health.
Finds a way through. 20 seconds to go. He was so patient with his timing as well. And BTD are going to have one more stab at this one. 15 seconds. Team Disarray are starting to get some time. Need to get them off the point if you possibly can do, but they stay alive. 10 seconds for Team Disarray to take map number 1.
Going to say, worst possible opportunity for them. Kez finds the kills as well. Doesn't even get that one stolen away from his teammate, but the tick is not going to be there for them. It's not going to matter. They're on the next one regardless, and it will be Team Disarray that grab map number 1 against BTD.
That big map for them to find. And a little bit of chatting going on in the lobby as well, which is something we'll have to see in these high-stakes game. A massive map number 1 win. The losers bracket team. Cheese continues, Brycey. That one goes the way of Team Disarray.
It really does. And I think we saw some kind of interesting scorelines there going down as well. I think that was 37 for Detains that end up losing that game as well. But they started losing some of those rotations. You know, we talk about the P3 where that lead change did happen. You would have thought they would have managed to get more bodies into the area quickly after that one first went down after the P2, but it just wasn't the case in the end. And hey, big plays out of Kez there. You saw 5,000 damage dropped, and he was a main factor as well. That last break on a P1 did not happen for BTD, and that carried the day.
impressive win, all things considered. I mean, what? That's a little bit outside towards the backside, and that's just something that was pointed out. Pitt giving us the stats as he has done all season. Appreciate it every single time. Previous series, Disarray outslayed and still managed to go on to win it. I know, obviously, it's a mitigating factor to a certain degree, isn't it? Like, we do obviously try to maybe not lean on the side of kills so often, but Team Disarray are showing that they are a team who can go on and win a series without having to outslay. Shows that the fundamentals are absolutely there, and they would have been in this scenario as well. Close in that respect, but in the end, relatively comfortable victory there, Brycey. They were behind the majority of the game up until that second P3, and after that, they never looked back. Den Search and Destroy heading their way, and as I mentioned at the top of the show here, before of this grand final, they managed to get 2 Search and Destroys into this series that they just won very, very comfortably in that losers final. They'll be feeling great heading into this Den.
Oh, let's see. Is this a tale of, I'm not going to say lower bracket cheese. This is a tale of team coming a bit hot or just trying to live up to it. Different day, different opportunities. BTD have had a good run through, and so did Team L Disarray. We looked at the bracket earlier on. 3-0s across the board. The first map dropped by BTD was against Team L Disarray. That was also their first loss. They had a bit of a difficult game against Team Whalers, but other than that, have been sitting good themselves.
Well, the Den Search and Destroy is on its way in a second. And it'll be a good opportunity for BTD to answer back here. They overload, they'll be feeling confident heading into that as well. But now for Disarenko, getting a hold of that hard point is a great way to set themselves up based on how they've been playing today and what we have already seen.
This should be a pretty tight game for both these two teams. If you are wondering what is happening, of course, as we recap our way through, of course, this is the last chance qualifier. Only one of these two teams will book their ticket to Vegas to face off against the teams that have already qualified. North America will be doing the same in just over an hour and a half's time. I may have made that one up. It may be a bit later than that. It's probably going to be about 2.5 hours. I apologize. It's going to be a little bit longer. But yeah, it will be that they are starting here in some time, but they will do the exact same thing that we have done. They will do the elimination final, then they will do the grand final, giving us the final roster of all the teams that make it.
We will have our team secured. The biggest prize pool, challengers only, of the entire year. Should be impressive, whatever happens and goes down in Vegas. Well, we'll not be staying in Vegas, technically. We'll be coming home with whoever does indeed go on to win it, but it should be interesting whichever way it goes. Champs is always a fun time of year. Creeping up just after I see everybody, which will be good fun. Irrelevant of that though, Team Disarray find themselves now in the lead and with first blood here. BTD can answer back, cannot do so. They are floundering right now. This is far too easy for Team Disarray. First round was gonna go their way at an absolute canter as well. Easy peasy.
And that's how they set it off last time when we saw them in the S&D, right? Get it done fast. Oh, Clutch just unable to deal with the headshots coming through there. And now we will see, is this going to be the tale of the S&Ds we've already watched? Team Disarray so far today have been pretty unstoppable in the S&D, especially on this map.
Great start for Assy in that. 3 kills already to his name. We're going to give him some supreme confidence. Heading over towards B, but Slade is going to be dealt with, so BTD's hand has been shown. An aggressive one of that as well. Shots coming in from mid are the big problem here, and they haven't really started to assess what they can do about Kez. So one player watching the flank thinking that Kez is going to get aggressive. They have to get aggressive through there, and somehow, if you don't die, oh my, oh, what on earth was that?
Well, I think that this might be a case of one player taking over the game. And this is already looking good for Team L Disarray.
How has Hessia managed to pull that off? That is absolutely ridiculous. We're not even going to see in the final kill. I don't know if we're able to have a look at that again, production, because that is a hell of a transfer. That's incredible. He's managed to find 3 kills there. 2 would have been fantastic. But his 6th spree. This Team Disarray are just starting to run away with this one. It's early doors, but the players are all going their way.
Here we go again. Does this continue? Oh, he's looking for it. Looking for the wall bang. Spraying and praying. Even empties the magazine of the pistol. It's nothing, though.
Let's be careful. Run out of bullets now. And you definitely want them to be able to get that 7th. Kez is making his way through the middle of the map, though. He plays the middle of the map so well, does Kez. He's constantly flanking, dipping and diving around it. Puts himself in these positions so often. Oh, they baited that out. That's actually so perfect. Yeah, the smoke goes down at B, so Kez can be baited, get clutch baited out for it. And now complete control over towards A. Brilliant work. Team Disarray now in full control of the site and have a man advantage.
Down that man, though. Big flank coming in. This is going to take a while for Detain to get there. They are watching at the same time. Slade gets caught regardless. Flank is now open. Now they're worried. Now there's bodies from every single direction. 2 versus 3. Oh, Disarray slips the net a little bit. Tries to get a kill. Will find something. Hessian on 7. Oh, he's going to go down. 1 versus 2.
Time not. Time is the great problem here. You've got to get around the corner. You just need to stop the bomb diffuser, and that will do it. Thank you very much. Team Disarray will find it. 3-0. Hellstorm in the back pocket. Nothing seems to be going wrong for them.
Player took a gamble, looked one way, and he flew in. It's such a far fly as well to get it. Gotta feel bad. So much went right there for BTD, but not that final bit.
Three to 0 is a commanding scoreline. And then BTD just come into this series maybe a little bit flat. Disarray Co. How do you keep this momentum going? Well, Hessian's not going to be part of it. He gets taken down, and that has been a big part of the problem for BTD. That guy right there. So Kez and Co are going to have to do this without their player, who's sitting at 7-2.
Towards the back here. Rush is going to call that one out, surely. Difficult to find him here as well, but this is all going well for BTD. 2 versus 2. Well, there's just the player on the outside. Kez in a 1 versus 4.
Yeah, that was the trade you absolutely needed to find, and you don't. Going to maybe give Kez an opportunity in a 1v2. But now, the 1v3 with the bomb down. However well Kez is playing here, this is incredibly difficult. Not going to happen. BTD find a round. Got themselves on the board here. In danger of falling behind rather quickly, but 3-1. Not the end of the world. Still more of an opportunity to turn this one around.
Wow. Is this what they need to bring this game back into contest? This time on the defense here. Team L Disarray. Out a little bit worse for wear without their big gun Hessian.
Taken down pretty quickly, and it makes the difference. Rush there. Right between the eyes of Slade. That's a couple of first bloods in favor of BTD that are maybe going to turn the tide of this.
Get away here as well, but he doesn't.
Yeah.
He makes the right call to get out of there before he's overwhelmed, but it doesn't work out for him. And not working out. Team El Disarray also lost a member. 2 versus 3 here. Hessian is going to go for this to try to bring back a bit of balance.
You have to put himself in a position where he can't just be traded, and that is not his spot. Surely he only finds the one, and he will, yeah. Disarray, the flank. Oh, and the gunny. coming through from Rush. BTD go back to back. Nicely done. And just, I think for me, that initial push where Hesse puts himself in a spot where it just can be easily traded. I think sitting behind the bomb, just keeping it tight would have been the play. But, I mean, look, we know where the players are, so that's always easy to say. 3-2 now, BTD. Finding back-to-back rounds, as mentioned.
Well, let's see. There's that snipe that kicked this one off for them. They're going for it again here, straight into B. Already going down. Not finding a ton of information. They know Slade's going to be hit. BTD are determined to push this one pressure out again. You can hear a lot of the lethals and tacticals going out.
Hellstorm.
And everybody hit cover. They have been pushed right back into one small area.
I don't know if he can weave this. No, he can't. So the pressure is now on, and are they aware? Everybody is here. Well, they're going to fight their way out of it. Kez will be the first one to fall. That's going to be a big nade. Is that going to shut them down? Finds the first one. Can he find the second other player that was weak? Oh, can't find the other. And now Slade left. He had to keep this pressure on. Hessian eventually has made his way up after calling that Hellstorm in at a very deep position. Slade will find it 2v2.
Let's bomb down. BTD running out of options, running out of time. At the side of the map here, and he goes out with a knife, maybe trying to make a play. 1 versus 2. I mean, Rush will have to not only navigate this map, this would be a huge kill if he could make it, I was going to say. But 16 seconds left. You got to grab the bomb and hope for the best. I'm not even sure he can make it back in time.
Yeah, well, another time to get this one down. Might be able to find the kills, though. If they find themselves over towards this dojo side, I'd imagine they're just not going to get involved in this whatsoever. And Rush can't pick up anything to add these 3 in a row. 4-2 now, Team Disarray. They did invest the Hellstorm, but invested it well. Did what they could, and I think that's ultimately what really does slow the time down for them, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Being forced back into their spawn, having to then fight out of it. A long way to get back to that bomb site in only a minute and a half. So nice job from Team Disarray. Managed to put themselves in that advantageous situation with that Hellstorm. Well used.
Well, let's see how this one plays out. This is already very aggressive. Disarray is trying to find a pick out towards the middle. BTD backpedaling a little bit, but they do manage to find the first blood here. Slade is going to go down. Disarray out towards the top, and that's a little tickle of a gunfight, but nothing more.
Yeah, dipping and diving around. Needs a little bit of help or his teammates to find something over towards B, and they've done just that. That's now sitting at 10-3. That's opened up the door. Slightly Disarray in a bit of trouble, but Detain. He gets taken down. Now 3v2 in favor of Team Disarray. The nade's perfect onto the bomb site. 2v2.
Well, they just can't catch any much of a break here, and this is very much a 2v2 on the bomb side as well. Can see a toe? No. Good job, observer. Says they're not going to be there as well. There comes the trade. Kez has 11 health and a dream. Nice. It's not going to be anything. BTD. Patience pays.
Did extremely well there. Honestly, it's an aid from Rush. I'm not too sure where he threw it from, but it lands onto the bomb site perfectly. They find it so well. A little bit of smack talk coming on through, is that? It may just be saying, well played. Great round. I'm going to say doubt.
Well, they're on a bit of a streak here, Clutch and Rush, so maybe some confidence. Going for an A hit as well. Disarray this time will be the information getter. I think he missed a bit of information there as well. He's got some reinforcements coming through. Kez throwing everything at this one. They're actually trying to hold it. They're not letting it go, but wow. Disarray going to go down.
Rush on 5 in a row now. Kez going to make his play middle of the map. Has been his playground, but bomb is going to go down over towards the safe side, and you're just going to send it and somehow even find a kill there. Slade's done well to get the one. Detain will have to back on down from the flag that came through from Kez, but then if you itch, he'll find his way through over towards the Slade finds a second on the flank as well. How on earth has he got that clutch left in a 1v1?
It's being sent. It's being sent.
He's wrapping it. Stick it. Oh, it's close. It's close.
Oh, he's going
Oh, he's
through.
went all the way
Oh,
around.
he's gone long.
Yeah.
No.
Always stick the bomb. People do not do it enough these days, Brycey. Tippable place.
And it was a question whether or not he could have got through server room in time. That's what we were kind of humming and hawing about. But because he went long, he was hoping for a bit better timing. But that was stuck, and that's 5-3. Hessian is having a wonderful time.
He's putting the team on his back in this one, isn't he? Incredible. To manage this throughout this high pressure map. I mean, he's struggling to change his class. We got there in the end, but a push now starting to ensue here for Team Disarray. He's the one that wants to get up aggressive. Group system down is going to help them out. They should be able to get this one down now.
Bomb down, still stacked. Flank secure. Need to get themselves in good positions for any potential trade here, because BTD are going to hit this for numbers. Here we go, 3 stack, 4 stack, everybody through. It's better for BTD. And now they have the numbers advantage.
I love that as well. They push all 4 numbers to just try and find a pick. They get the picks and get out, but Kez, the timing's worked out so well for him.
Oh, he tried to make it happen. Was hoping for a bit of a grab and go. Not going to be the case here. BTD with a magnificent retake of the site. Keep this S&D alive.
You could see the cogs whirring though, couldn't you? If he finds that first kill on the bloke protecting the bomb, all of a sudden you'll find the second. But the question would have been, could he have got away from the third quick enough? I honestly thought the setup was there, but I love the push from BTD. 4 men out of the door. Find a pick, and then some. 5-4 now. 1 round away from sending us to the round 11.
Standard play from BTD. Looking in towards the B site. Rush will have to back down. He'll call out the pressure that he has found mid-map. Jeez. Oh, Hessian backing off as well.
Look at the 2 men pushing through from the flank. Rush has got a big job to do here, Brycey.
Oh, just can't grab it. Good time going against him here, but there's 3 versus 3 on the side, and it's going to go down the other way. BTD punch through. They now have the numbers.
Just find it a strange decision though, Brycey. I mean, for Team Disarray, you got the 2 players on the flank. Just hold your lines. It seems like they tried to push forward.
Does he see it? Breathing.
What about the hair on your chin? What about the hair on your ankles? Oh, doesn't find the kill if you Disarray either. How is Detained found that? 1v2 now needed from Kez to stop the round 11 from happening.
He's moving as well. Nightmare scenario around this bomb site when you're outnumbered. You know that they are going to be throwing all kinds of shoulders. He just jumps straight into this one as well and almost catches a both. Finds one, down to 1v1. He's now got 26 seconds. That player is moving as well. They're not getting out of there. He's seen the player. He's going to go for it. This cannot happen again. Not another defuse with the player not going to be there. Team L Disarray. They don't do anything but stick the bomb. And that'll be the S&D in their favor, 6-4.
There might be some words said about that. Armstrong comes to mind. Incredible work from Team Disarray. They are 2 to the good now, Bryce. Oh, I've just turned my lights back on. Here we are. We're getting it back.
Bit ethereal there, Tanner. That was a good game. We don't need to ascend to heaven quite yet.
I know. I honestly, incredible work though in the end. Sticking the bomb site so often does win you rounds, and twice in a row they managed to get away with it. Team Disarray with a 2-0 lead in this series now, Brycey. I said I was feeling good about their search and destroy after what we've seen in the 2 in the previous series. Didn't see Hessian go 13-6 though, 10 non-traded kills, 2 first bloods to his name. But the question has to be asked for BTD. You find 6 first bloods, you lose 6-4. It's gonna be one that stinks.
Yeah, that is definitely not what they wanted here. It felt like they were starting to get into their groove as well. You could see that they had pretty much the game plan down, but the push through, the wrap back, it just did not work for them the way they wanted it to. And A good catch, realistically, from Team Disarray to find some of the kills they were end up finding, because that felt like it was slipping towards BTD after those first 3 rounds.
It did, didn't it? I felt as if the momentum was only on one side. Team Disarray, their start. I mean, as we talked about, Hessian managed to find the start that he did. I mean, it was the transfer in one of the previous rounds that we got a chance to see there, but that was what they were kind of living and dying on. And I do quite often say, when you see a player start to take over in rounds like that, yes, okay, it's great for rounds, but are you able to keep it up? It's not usually sustainable. And he led off for a couple of rounds, but towards the latter stages, started to really influence the game once more. Great job, though, from Team Disarray to get this one over the line. Because in this situation, I'm not sure how much of a stretch it was, but one that really does give the advantage to Team Disarray. 2-0 now. Not comfortable games, but ones where you are clutching up when you need to, right? You're putting yourself in those positions to be winning games at a kind of hands-off sort of difference. And now have themselves a lead of 2-0 in this series because of it. Exposure overload on its way, Brycey. Things looking good at this moment in time. 2-0.
Certainly is, and that is probably not what we were expecting here. Of course, BTD did beat them earlier on, so you kind of gave them the advantage in terms of coming into this final. But hey, it's been good so far for Team Disarray. Will that continue, though? We'll find out on map 3 after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We're jumping straight into our overload here between these two teams. Grand final chance to qualify for champs. The last chance, as they would say, is this is the way this will go, but we will see who has the better time.
Yeah, well, for Team Disarray, I mean, this was easily the worst looking game mode, I would say, at least, from what we've seen in that losers final. And it's already not went off to a cracking start. BTD in a good position to maybe get something going. I think for Team Disarray, though, they put themselves in a couple of positions where they maybe had the opportunity to score, but the defensive end of Den proving it something of a hurdle to get over. BTD looking to try and answer back here, but it's a massive map for them. If they go 3-0 down, it's going to be such a hard comeback. Let's see if they can get it done here on Overload. Good start for them, though. Had that middle of the map presence more so to kick things off, and were the first ones to really formulate any sort of attack, but they are currently 3 dead and may well have to do some defending.
Already on Disarray. He's trying to just hold as many down as he can here, but it's not good enough, and will be a deflected push. Kez now going to go back to this one as well. That's an actually easy pick up for Kez in the end, but it will be traded.
Yeah, I wouldn't have hated somebody else ahead of Rush there. You knew that Kez was over towards the mid-map. Finding the gunfights through the middle of the map, though, this should be a cap. There you go. Just like that. I mean, this is classic for Team Disarray. Do so well to kick things off and then just leave gaping wide holes. Now lose a couple of gunfights over towards the new spawn as well. The pressure's going to be on once again. BTD could very easily be 2-0 up here.
Yeah, right, look at this pressure. Moving forward, but this is just a game of trades, and eventually that will swing away. Team Disarray having the closest spawn to help push back on it. But we'll be looking for at least one here to try and just slow this push down as well. Finds it, stays alive. That's going to be 3. All right, well, maybe this one's going in.
Looks that way. Nobody able to get there to stop it. The nades are going to have to be perfect, and they are not. BTD. 2 to the good now. Team Disarray are really struggling in the overloads today. The rest of their game has been pretty solid, but Overload is eluding them. It's only a 2-0 scoreline, though. Need to find some kills in the middle of the map and stop leaving gaps. They are wide open.
Well, they struggled earlier on.
That's better.
Don't know if they'll be able to get there in time, though, for a clean push. This is going to have to be another wave of kills. Maybe even a switch coming through. SEN gets 1. Couple of trades going down here again. They are trying to push this tempo. They've got a good opportunity on the overwrap here with Disarray. Can he hold off the deluge of players that is surely but slowly making its way over here? And no, they cannot. Team L Disarray get a point back.
That's crucial with 2 minutes to go. And keep some control through the middle of the map, and looks like they're going to be able to do so. Push coming out here. If Slade can find another. Oh, that is a disaster. Disarray with a nade. Meola have been there to pick up the pieces, but Disarray put himself in a position where he could find a couple of kills and establish a little bit of control for the rest of his team. If they could just find a couple of gunfights, can't keep them away from it. Top window controllers back once again for BTD. That was important.
Oh, almost a bit of poetry in motion there by Slade, but not be quite enough. MP looking to be potentially scooped here by Disarray, and bodies in position. Aston will call that one out. No, there's going to be one there, but there's too many bodies against him as he gets stunned straight off the rip. Another chance for a switch.
Yeah, without the bodies in positioning there, it was definitely a rotation over towards B, which would have been more beneficial. Eventually helping out now that Slade is here. Great movement. Great shots coming in from Slade. Can he find another? Not quite. Trying to force it over the line. They could have maybe been a little bit more patient, but those kills and, well, the second potential one that came through from Slade might just give them some confidence. 55 to go here. Disarray's team's namesake has not quite got it online here in map number 3. Snake 4 and 10. If he can step it up, his team are well back into this one.
Trying to get this pushed down. They've got a couple of kills to make this a possibility. The slowdown will mean that the players manage to get back over here before anything else can happen, though. And that's a big 3. Maybe they're looking for a 3 play here. They're going to try and cross the map. In a good position to at least find one. That is lovely positioning for it as well. We'll get traded out again. But does not have to push this. They can back off. They might give the free play the other way.
Oh, they might do. Looks that way. But they'll be coming in, and they've got some players with heavy forward. Slade can't find anything. Got to be aware of his surroundings there, and was not quite locked in for it. I'm Disarray, I'm heading over towards the other side of the map pretty quickly. A lot of pressure coming in. The free player is going to be there, but he's going to be under a lot of pressure. Kez can make the play, but eventually BTD, their pressure will tell. Get a play around the flank. EMP holder dropped. Round ends 2-1.
That could have been an incredible last-second moment. This is where Team Disarray have struggled, though. Overload has not been their strong suit, but they're only 1 point behind going into the second half, and, well, Team Disarray is having a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, but as I kind of said, as far as like players who have those moments where they start a game fantastically and carry a team to like 2 or 3 point lead, same can be said, I suppose, if you can keep things close and one player's not necessarily having a great start. If he can step it up and get it back to just even an average level, then you're well and truly back into it. Just feels as if sometimes the Team Disarray, there's some inspiration in their plays. Not quite able to make it land. It doesn't feel meticulous in this overload where sometimes, you know, you've got to really dot your I's and cross your T's, or dot your T's and cross your I's, as you said, Brycey. And right now, that's what BTD are trying to do. Down the solar panel side. UH can't find anything there. I see him managing to get something going, so the transfer work looking good. But look at this transfer. Again, it's absolutely classic Team Disarray. Leaving gaps, not noticing the minimap. It's 3-1 to BTD.
Yeah, that seemed almost too easy to get that one home in the end. With this next push at the same time, and there's a big kill gone down. That EMP is in no man's land. Slade is waiting here for some sort of push. Find a bit of a gap here. Goes up top now, looking to get the cutoff. Potential here for them to do something, but there are still going to be 3 players, which is going to be Hessin towards the back. There's one. Doesn't get the second one going down. There's going to be a big fight here for it as well. That might allow this one to go home, and it does. Already onto the relay. This is a problem. Team Disarray are not here.
Have to get over how Slade won that gunfight. Somebody was waiting on him. And now all of a sudden, yeah, okay, they have to transfer their way over, but they find a couple of kills now. All of a sudden, it has to be Clutch in the position to, well, shut down at least one. Disarray has started to go crazy, and this is what I meant. We know he's had a good series. Nearly found 5 in a row. Doesn't quite make it land. But he was there to put the pressure on and give Team Disarray a little bit of a foothold in the middle of the map.
Still fighting everybody, looking for positioning onto this one. Probably going to go down, but no, does not. Eventually will be traded out, though. Will this EMP be scooped anytime soon? Neither team really feeling overly confident of grabbing it yet.
Flank coming through the middle of the map, though. That's a big kill for Slate. They're fine. They can find the second as well. It's wide open, and it is. That's a 4 dead, and he's in an advanced position to get this one moving, Brycey. It's not going to be easy for Team Disarray to get this one over the line, but they are in a seriously advanced position.
They're going for it. They're putting everybody forward, everybody in. The flank is not going to be quick enough either. That one goes in. 3-3 now between these teams. Back to the center for it at the same time. Hessin finds another one. Are they going to try and go for the relay? This is going to be a monumental ask. The whole team will be hunting you down here as well. He does find one more. There's the trade.
Trade was absolutely there, but the rest of the team could have found something to do in the middle of the map. The pressure would have been on almost immediately. One player on the flank is Clutch, just trying to get something going. He will eventually get taken down. Gunfights kind of being traded through the middle of the map. If anything, BTD have them in their favor. Trying to get moving, trying to get it going. They're now the team that seems a little bit desperate with 2 minutes to go. Team Disarray have turned this deficit around.
Disarray is certainly firing on all cylinders. All the way towards the back. Yes, and is trying to make the plays that win the day. Nobody grabbing the EMP. It's just going to be Team Disarray that are trying to get the kills going down, and it's all about trading out. Might have to scoop this EMP to apply a bit more pressure where they need it to go, because they will lose this TDM eventually.
Slater's been the one that has been putting the pressure on, isn't he, though? Can't find that last gunfight, and then yeah, you figure. I mean, I kind of don't understand it. You were never in a position to really get something going. The second you pick the EMP up, there is a gun off the map. Well, kind of off the map, at least anyway. And in that scenario, they were kind of finding themselves in a position where they had to find the gunfights. Strange decisions made from Team Disarray. They managed to bring this one back with a minute to go, though. A lot of work to do just to defend this, and that might be an open gap that you can run through. Hessin can't find a great deal, and now has to be down to everybody else. Slade?
Okay. Oh, we'll kind of keep an eye on that.
Yeah, seems all right now. Might have just dropped his controller or something.
Hands a bit slippery, flew off halfway out the window, caught it before he gets done. So still in this game. UH trying to find a bit more through here as well, but with that reset going down, that is the worst possible timing for Team Disarray.
That was a good moment for them to maybe get something going. And maybe, just maybe, there's another one here. 20 seconds to go. Big fight about to come through here, and that's a massive one to win. If you are UH, now all of a sudden you can start to put a little bit more pressure on. You lose some gunfights in the middle of the map. Had to be one from Kez. Feels like BTD are going to be the ones with the opportunity, but the gunfights are not going their way. Kez has found two. He's going to go for the pickup, is he?
Somebody needs to grab it. No, regulation draw. No free play, no extra 30 seconds. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Very close game. Just feels as if Team Disarray did have a bit of momentum behind them, but a couple of poor decisions here and there towards the last stages of that second half. Not necessarily costing them, but taking away the opportunity to get this one over the line. Massively important for BTD now. They absolutely need this map.
Here we go. For Disarray, this would be monumental win. For BTD, a map they just need to get onto the board. It's going down both sides. Nobody's got nothing.
They're in an advanced position here, though, and he'll call that out. The rest of his team, there should be a pickup here. Brilliant win for Clutch. That just keeps getting a little bit more pressure off. This is good, though, for Team Disarray. They're starting to find something over the outside. Thinking about the pickup, do not go through with it. Now, once again, dotting their I's and crossing their T's here. Bressy, they're taking their time.
Yeah, not a lot of confidence to scoot yet. They don't want to be countered. State's just playing like everybody's up here, just sort of dancing around this point. That's a huge flank to come through. Slate's going to lose that one, though. It will be Hassian that stays alive, trying to keep this pressure on to BTD. But playing TDM in this position does not work. Eventually, you will be outnumbered.
I think Hassian just maybe needs to slow down on a couple of occasions. Overheats through the middle of the map, but Kez now going to have to come around and find that flank play. Weird spot now on the map. His gunfights are massive. So we'll find one. The side of things is going to go Team Disarray's way once again. This is a big opportunity to go for the pickup, and that's what they're going to do. Kill will come through over towards that side. 3 minutes and 25. Big wide open door you can potentially run through here. Slade is going to lead the way. Doesn't find the gunfight. Trade is going to be there, but no way. Disarray gets this one over the line. BTD holding on.
The kill through the middle of the map here as well. Oh my goodness, Rush has just found something magnificent. They're going for this one as well. They are going to be countered. Surely Rush comes flying through. It's a big two-piece as well. Clutch out towards the back. Outnumbered Kez. Oh, the last player puts it in across here. BTD set the time. But that is what Team Disarray did not want to happen. They took so long setting up their play. They moved it in, and then they get countered.
Just again, the gaps that develop on these defensive ends. It feels as if it happens all too often for Team Disarray, and it may well be their downfall. Clutch was the one who made the play on the flank, and the trade was there towards the end. You get it over the line. And BTD give themselves a lifeline. Team Disarray can do this. 2 minutes is not a small amount of time by any stretch. More than capable on this side of being able to find it. Not a mountain to climb, but a difficult one to say the least. Minute and 50 to go. Can they get one?
This is the issue now. They will be a little bit flustered in terms of pushing the tempo. It either goes really, really well, or it opens up some mistakes.
Trades. All there. So mid-map control now, and this is dangerous.
Kez, this is all on Kez. Kez needs to find some kills here. Keep the pressure off. And EMP is moving. Kez out towards the back. Does find one through the air and in. Team Disarray do it in 39 seconds. It's clean in the end. A massive victory for them on map number 3. That felt almost too easy.
I honestly feel as if BTD maybe played the middle of the map just a little bit defensively, and then all of a sudden you look at the position that you're in, you lose those gunfights in those positions, the pressure comes very, very quickly. And it did do. You still have some work to do if your team disarray. You're pushing through the middle of the map. You eventually hit over towards the solar panel side. The difference maker is that BTD don't think they have the time to find that flank, and because they don't find that flank at all, they've got to get their gunny up. They've got to win their gunfights. They do not win it. And Team Disarray are 3-0 up here in this grand final. They are one map away from sending themselves to champs.
That is not what we expected. That is not what everybody told us to believe would happen. But they clutched up. They were down, Ton, for so long into it. They find their fortune. They find their victory in the end. And hey, I'll tell you something. Disarray, slow start. Great rest of the map.
It really was. Honestly, that extra time was fantastic as well. Both teams really battling. But yeah, for Team Disarray, fantastic to find a way back into this one. And that is going to be one that stings for BTD. You think, yes, okay, we're 2-0 down. Not the end of the world. It's best out of 7. Plenty of cards to be played. A great start to the map. Okay, they bring it back. You still are the ones to get it over the line first. Into the overtime that we went. But to then go on to lose it, it's going to feel one that really stings. Den Hardpoint is on its way, and I believe we are loading in. But a raid search and destroy is what will follow if we need to see it. Or do we see it? 4-0 for Team Disarray.
Wow. Here goes nothing. Is this the end of the story? BTD come all this way to fall in a bad way. So far, so good. Team Disarray. Hessian again being a key factor.
Wow. Key factor. He's just nearly found all 4 of them. That's going to be a little bit of control, but a spawn flip in the end for BTD. Going to be a little bit aggressive. I feel like it from Team Disarray, but they lose out on the spawns irrelevant of that. You're just going to have to find something off the back, but Team Disarray is feeling very confident in this map number 4. And you're kind of seeing that the scoreline. Already a good start for them. The kills going their way. BTD need to dig deep now.
Fighting back and forth onto this one. You see them trying to push the tempo in terms of it as well. Slade, massive 2. Oh, that was going to be enough to kind of punch a hole to allow the team to start to walk through as well. Disarray finds one at the same time. Here it comes down to that is a spawn flip as well. Disarray looking for a way forward. It'll be Hessian who does manage to grab it here. And, well, for Team L Disarray, that's a perfect 1-2.
That's exactly what you want. If you could find these follow-up gunfights as well, that would be absolutely special. Slade there to pick up the pieces. He's the one holding it down towards the backside. He will eventually fall. Spawn's still there for Team Disarray, if only momentarily. All the way towards the backside. They keep a hold of those spawns. They find the gunfights. Watch and Rush trying to answer back, though, and they have done that. Incredible work from them to find that break in what was a 2v3 on the site.
That's fine for the door, isn't it? We had to get it here. Fight's going down. It's a good hold from BTD, but that nade will hit. Slade will get a second one, but the spawn is just not good enough for them. I run across the roofs. A little flurry into the last final points, and it will still go to BTD. But what it does do is maybe slow them down on this rotation.
Potentially, you say that, but I suppose Clutch has managed to find his way there, but the trades are also there. Spawns maybe a little bit better for BTD, as they will manage to find that side of the map that they wanted. Flank is not going to play a part whatsoever, as Slade is the one who can find the kill. But you don't really have the numbers here for your Team Disarray. BTD, very close and very personal right now. Gunfights all going the way of Team Disarray, though, with 45 to go at P3. That is a massive help.
Oh, patience. Patience doesn't pay off. Disarray grabs him before he can do any damage here. Slade also finds his. This is going about as good as it could do for Team L Disarray at the moment. Still holding. Gaining a bigger and bigger lead here. BTD will actually swing for this. They've got the spawn out as well, so they're trying to take the scrap time away.
Have to, don't they? And honestly, contestation is actually not a problem for Team Disarray, and neither is finding all the gunfights. Okay, they don't find the one over towards the backside. For BTD, you do flip back in. You do manage to find a way over towards P4, but you got to find some time somewhere along the line right now, because Team Disarray are running through you at every single step. I don't want to say it's a hefty lead, but it's a comfortable one for Team Disarray, and it's something they can work on.
This could be the opportunity,
Nice
though.
kills.
If BTD continue to hold this one down, then that lead's not really going to matter, as it will disappear. Kez finds another, though. They're still trying to put a bit of pressure down. You can see them going across the rooftops, and one inside. Big fights there. Rush will find Slade. More getting onto the point here. Somehow Team Disarray have got onto it, but they are going to be outnumbered from both directions. This won't last very long at all as BTD reclaim.
Just about getting home, didn't it? Nicely done. And this is being influential in getting them back into this game. For all the fights have been happening around it, it has been the time. Ticking on up for BTD. They're only going to be, well, less than 10 away by the time we get into another rotation. And it definitely didn't feel like that was going to be the case. After what we see over the first 3 hills. And now for Team Disarray, it's about trying to re-establish that lead once again. But for BTD, you are right back into this game. My God.
Yeah, I was going to say, not only back into this game, Ton, but looking like they are gaining momentum as it goes forward. Get through here, but Hessen cannot find any of the magic we saw on P1 last time around. Kez looking to thread the needle here. Trying to get the contest going through. They do find a couple. But that's not going to be enough, as it's still going to be BTD soaking up the points. Someone needs to get in a position to stop it.
Just remember, Ricey, did not lose this final. Team Disarray were cruising and 2-0 up, and the reverse sweep nearly happened. BTD will know they have a route back into this game. That's some good time with P1 potentially going to fall Disarray's way, though. They've got the spawns for P2 as well. Got them spawning relatively far out, but one player who has made a way through is UH. Can't find the second gunfight. But maybe has he established a little bit of pressure? Not quite. Nicely done. Team Disarray now in a position to get some time here over towards P2.
It's really a struggle hold for them. Already pushing out the tempo. You can see, though, BTD are stacking here. It's going to be Haskin who tries to hold it. He finds one, and not going to be the second. And NPC pullers are just shooting it over so wide. Slade will find one more out towards the back. Almost gets the second as well, but these gunfights are close. It will be Team Disarray that comes out on top.
Yeah, this is a really good opportunity to re-establish that lead. Everybody over the rooftops is going to be the call here for BTD. It was 5-3 coming in from Kez at just the right time. Gunfight's falling through, though, and the spawn over towards the backside. One rogue player is going to be clutch. He can be there to maybe pick up the pieces. He is not. Slade, Kez, and Disarray all combining extremely well. 20 more seconds here at P2. BTD are going to give this up. They're on their way over towards P3 already. Going to try and go for the setup, but Disarray have got so much time to get themselves there as well.
They do. That is a bit of a boom when you get a chance to almost go for the rotation kills before you have to be there. But they're still going to be outnumbered. Here comes the push. Detain's going to be the front man. Waiting for anything through the middle here as well. Timing is not going to be on their side here for Team Disarray. Detain still holding. Still just trying to make himself a nuisance and not allowing him to get through either. Will eventually go down. More towards it. Disarray finds 2. Rush will manage to hold this one at bay. It's still a little bit of a contest going through as Rush finds a second. But it'll be TD. Hold the push.
Nicely done from Rush. Now puts himself in this advanced position on the boxes. That can just keep them at bay a little bit longer. That's been 30 seconds uncontested. For the most part, at least anyway. Can he keep finding these kills? Disarray was able to get one. Kez through the middle of the map. Can't make the impact that he needed to. And this has been a wonderful hold. We've seen back-to-back nearly full 60s going to come through as long as he can find this final kill. BTD looking great here on P3. And that's going to put them right back into the game as well. The holds have been fantastic by these teams. The breaks have been wanting. The rotation is going to be everything over these next couple of hills. About a 15-point game as BTD put themselves back into contention.
Oh, a bit of a hide and seek game going on over towards roofs here. Slade could not find UH for a while. Eventually will go down as Clutcher grabs that kill. We're going to see a lead change here potentially, but they have broken through incredibly fast. And Clutch finds himself outnumbered already. They have the better position, though. They're going through it again here. Still trades piling into this point, and it's going to be Team Disarray that hold. They managed to break through that front door.
And it may well come down to who can actually find some breaks. Because it's been all about the holding, but the break will eventually come through. No utility there for BTD to find a way through, and Kez will say thank you very much. 4 dead. You can now position yourself for P1. You're going to break the 200-point mark as we head into another rotation of hills. This is a massive opportunity for Team Disarray to send themselves to Vegas.
Oh, here we go. How big is the P1? How big are BTD willing to go? They will have the first few seconds. They will have the better spawn for P2. Disarray has a Hellstorm.
It's going to give them a little bit of pressure. Won't find the kills, but that's all they had to do. I believe they just about got the tick, but they'll do well to perfectly hold on to these final 38 seconds, to be honest with you. Right now, they're in there. No problem. Surviving. And that might be a 4 dead. They could survive. They jump over the hill. There's not going to be a tick for them. They have to find a rotation over towards P2, but they might not even have to worry about that, Brycey. They are going to be so close to the win.
Oh, grabs one. Looking for the pressure. You can already see BTD are scrambling here. They want back in.
Another Hellstorm incoming.
And that means a back off. That means we're going to go for the P2 rotation. Everybody looking for this break here as well, but this is a nightmare break through couches. Not able to the net. Slade jumping up will go down as well. 11 seconds for Team L. Disarray for BTD. They need a P2 to P3.
Team Disarray finding the kills here. Are they going to find a way through? Yes, they are. Disarray gets his way in. BTD need to find a break.
Trying to hold it from different angles. Finds another. There's a third. Not going to be the fourth, but reinforcements are going to be here as well. Slade finds one. He's turning. He's spinning. He's spinning. The rest of his team are in, though. And that's going to be the game. Team L Disarray have booked their golden ticket. They are going to champs in a 4-0 ton. They have said enough is enough. And they're probably just having some kind words in the game chat.
What an incredible performance to come into it after losing 3-1 to the same team and then smoke them 4-0. Such a close game as far as some of the maps go, but a 4-0 is a statement, and what a way to send yourself to Vegas. No betting on that one whatsoever. Absolute smoke show.
Yeah, I was not expecting a 4-0. Not in a million years. And I even thought in that last hard point, the BTD had gained the upper hand. I thought, okay, yeah, they're going to get this one now as well. But that is not the case to be. Team L Disarray came into the day and had a closer game against Team Whalers than they did BTD.
Yeah, I mean, that's just Call of Duty on the day, isn't it? Sometimes a little bit of momentum gets behind them and Team Disarray run away with it. Incredible work from them, to be honest with you. I think, you know, looking at the grand scheme of things, how it all played out, Disarray in the hill, soaking it up. 2 minutes and 43 seconds. Kills inside of the objective. I was honestly going to call out if the P2 did break down and didn't go the way that they thought they may have went. Disarray was literally a second away from sitting in the hill from getting another Hellstorm to his name. Didn't even think about it. And I was like, well, that could be just the ace in the hole that you maybe needed. But maybe the confidence was just absolutely there. And that seemed to be the case. Incredible work from Team Disarray to get that one done. 4-0 in that kind of situation. It's nothing to turn your nose up at, Bryce.
Also, I'm just going to talk about Disarray again here. Not to kind of pile on, but a slow start for a couple of maps in a row, and then obviously turns it up to bring himself in, which means he had massive kind of pop-offs in the later half of maps himself. We saw it on the overload. We just saw it again here on the hard point. Again, of course, the highlight reel does show him going through here, but 19-20 is way better than it was earlier on, and that's one of the reasons they took off.
Yeah, and it's just about streaking for certain players in certain moments. It's hard to keep it up throughout the game, but then when you get it done, when you are able to go on that kind of spree and hard point, it makes all the difference. And just having a look at how things did play out. Very close exposure overload, of course. Big clutch up moment came for Team Disarray. Some very close rounds in that Search and Destroy for the 6-4 win. But as far as the hard points go, okay, 35 points in map number 1 isn't what you would call comfortable, but you keep them at arm's length. And a very comfortable one. Seal the deal at 4-0. Fantastic performance. Fantastic performance from Team Disarray. They are going to Vegas.
They have done a incredible job. That is the only way to put it here. Like I said, their trip through the bracket ton was interesting to say the least. Obviously losing to BTD just before. Put them down into the lower bracket. They won their lower bracket game by taking it to a map 5 and then said, hey, let's have a look at the revenge. And we can take a look at that bracket now. This is what I'm talking about. We'll follow them all the way through. Team Disarray. First of all, eMiracle, that was a 3-0. Shay 3-0. Winners final against BTD. They lost 3-1 ton and find themselves in the elimination finals.
They managed to get through that elimination finals up against Whalers and Co. Nearly got reverse swept. A scary, scary moment. But ultimately, could not get it over the line. If you are BTD, that's got to sting, considering you sat there waiting and then to get 4-0 of all things as well. One that will really, really hurt. Last chance qualifier will not go their way. And that will be the end of their year with a 4-0 in a final. That's one that will take some getting over.
It's just probably one of the harshest ways to go out, really. I mean, if you think about it, it's just, you know, you're so convinced. You walk into the day, you're like, yeah, just one more win and we're going to Vegas. And then you don't get any. Just not a single one. And it is commiserations because it was a good fight for them. They made their way here as well. So BTD is commiserations, but there are no words that will soothe what they are feeling right now. It is the end of their year and it's a dreadful one.
Maybe England going through into the quarterfinals might help if that does happen. But yeah, that's one for later on tonight, of course. But look, I think for some of these teams to come to this last chance qualifier, I think you look at some of the opposition that you're going up against, and everyone, I think 3 or 4 teams would have thought themselves, okay, we could go on to do this. To be the team that does manage to do that, it's big plus. You played well on the day. You get yourself a trip to Vegas to go up against the best, as far as challenges is at least concerned anyway. I think, look, don't get us wrong. I think for Team Israel, it'll be really, really tough to see them make a run. But sometimes, you know, you can just take a result like that, get yourself some practice in for what will happen in a couple of weeks' time. I think for these squads, it is the be-all and end-all, getting the champs and getting to play at those final events. And hey, you never know, you might set yourself up in a position where you can maybe get yourself to EWC as well. The latter stages of the year can pay out good if you can have a bit of a run here. So for Team Disarray, let's see how they're going to do. But what a fantastic result for them. A 4-0 scoreline. Absolutely massive.
Oh, 100%. I mean, they've got to be absolutely tough. They knew it was up against them, right? They knew it was going to be difficult. There's no way it was going to be kind of as easy as they thought. Well, I've been told that we managed to get an interview going down. I believe Heston is going to join us in the studio right now. So let's find out if it is in fact here. That's EH you've been watching all the way through. Can you hear us, first of all?
Yeah, hear you loud and clear.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. You've just booked your ticket to Vegas. How's the feeling in the camp?
Surreal. I don't even know how to describe it. It's a weird one. I don't even know what to say, man. This is crazy.
No, I can understand. I can definitely understand that this has been kind of a bit of a shock here. Obviously, coming through the bracket and losing to them yesterday. I've got to ask you this, bit of a technical question, probably one that you'll kind of be able to answer for us. What adjustments were made? What was the difference between the game that happened last time against BTD and the game that happened today?
Yesterday we were kind of just testing maps. We were playing Den all day yesterday and like a lot of different other maps. But today we knew kind of what we wanted to play against them. We just wanted to test maps against them. But, you know, changed differently today. Got a different result, happily. I mean, yeah, shout out those guys. They're disgusting.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
I suppose if you were heading into that fourth map, though, after finding that third, being behind for so long, your overload hadn't looked that great today by all accounts. Did you know going in that fourth map that it was done?
Yeah. I was just confident, like, straight away. It was our best hard point. I mean, I felt like I wasn't losing a gunfight against them, but...
No,
you weren't.
You weren't.
Yeah.
No, it was definitely a very good one for it, though, as well. But obviously now with Vegas on the horizon, what is going to be the kind of the preparation for you guys going into it? It's still going to be a very stacked tournament. What are you guys looking forward to working on?
Overload needs to be worked on. Jesus. Everything. I think we kind of put everything together last minute and just kind of said, you know what, we'll work at what we got. And look, we're here. We're here to play.
You certainly are. Well, not just here, also going to be into Vegas. So this is your opportunity to kind of shout out anyone you need to, or say any kind of final thoughts to the stream.
Appreciate everyone who's messaging us, like just supporting and everything. It's absolutely crazy. Didn't think I'd be in this position. And yeah, welcome to Vegas, I guess. Fabulous Las Vegas.
Awesome. Well,
thanks.
we will certainly see you out there. And congratulations once again. We look forward to you and wish you the very best of luck as you go into Challengers Champs. So thank you, my friend. And that is going to be, of course, the team that makes it, Team El Disarray. get their way to Vegas as the champions of this last chance qualifier. A wonderful story and an opportunity that they have earned themselves, Ton.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, absolutely fantastic all day long. Obviously, we watched them just go back to back, nearly losing in that reverse sweep as well in that losers bracket final, to come back from what could have been a disaster in that map number 5, and then heading it and winning that grand final 4-0, Brycey. Incredible work from them. Fantastic.
Well, it certainly will be, but we've sent one from EMEA. It's going to be time to send one from North America. That's all happening in about an hour and a bit's time. So if you want more Call of Duty action and more high intensity, this is the place to get it. But that's all from us here in EMEA, so thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your back-to-back Challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down.
Oh my
Everybody
God.
finds 3.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top and they be asking where I'm at.
Good evening and welcome to the final stint of online challengers for the Black Ops 7 season. My whole shift. Yes, my voice is still completely chalked. We're going to go down low. We're going to get you the low, sultry vibes all night long. I got my boy Jay with me, and we've got 3 teams left. Only one, though, can make it to Vegas.
Yeah, it's only one team that can finally book their golden ticket to make it as the last spot at chance for the Challengers squad, man. And there's a lot of teams that have been at least put into the battlefield to try to see if they can put something together last minute to give themselves the best chances. Some teams are finding success. Some teams are relying on chemistry. The top 3 teams, it's anyone's game.
It's going to be absolutely insane. Put it that way. We'll have more about what teams already got eliminated, but let's take a look at our schedule for the evening. Like we already mentioned, top 3 teams remaining, which means we're going to be kicking things off with the elimination finals with weBall taking on Falcons Academy Green and then waiting in the grand finals. Dude, the story surrounding Team War. This squad, not only as a group of 4, have surprised us, but let's just talk about the organization who has not been a part of Challengers for the better part of the last year and change.
Yeah.
Picked them up and automatically have found a ton of success, both what they were able to do at Paris and now here sitting in the grand finals trying to make it to Challengers finals.
Yeah, it's just something about this organization, man. Whoever's running it knows exactly what competitive Call of Duty is all about. Find yourself some talent, believe in them, have trust in them. And even though they have been away for quite some time, they're still finding themselves in positions that they used to be in back in the day. Cruising throughout the winner's side. 3-0, 3-0, followed up by another 3-0. They have yet to lose a map. Team War looking like the top dog.
Yeah, man, they're looking insane. And they just keep getting better, which is, I think, more impressive. But on top of that, look at the teams that they were able to 3-0. Stallions Black, which is the Symbols, Derek, Lieb, and Skill team that looked like they had a lot of early promise as a younger squad. And then you take down Bittersweet, which was the young guns with Fellow, who really, I would say, were one of the more consistent teams throughout the elite in the latter part of this season. On the bottom side of the bracket, talk about Stallions not being able to get anything going. They FC Stallions team lose to Misfits Elite 3-0 in elimination round 1. So again, just very odd set of circumstances, what's been going on with some of our top teams, but we get to this point, we have our top 3, and like you mentioned, Team War, definitely the squad with the target on their back, waiting in the grand finals with a huge advantage in that best of 7, I believe. And then on top of that, well, the Falcons Academy Green weBall game hasn't happened yet, but you can see that production's already got a prediction for us. But I just think this matchup could be really interesting. This weBall squad is in a position to, I think, surprise, just kind of at the end of the year. Not a team that you would have expected to get to this point.
Not at all.
No, you 3-0 for fun. You 3-0 Team Mexico, which is a squad that we really hadn't seen all year. And then you get to a point where you just aren't able to win a map versus Team War, but they're still looking really promising.
Yeah, well, you would expect that to be the case, man, because you got some world champions on this lineup. Arcedy's a 2-time world champ. And then you got a guy who was retired a couple months ago, started to teach the game, and now walks back into the building like he still runs the place. Priesta is still putting on a show alongside Arcedy's. And then you add the likes of some young SMG play with some experience that has led to them currently being at top 3. I know yesterday in the matchup versus Team War didn't go your way, but God can be so day to day. Hopefully today's your day.
Could be. Here's our best of 5. Colossus hardpoint to get us kicked off. Fringe search and destroy. And then a double dose potentially of Den before we cap off this elimination finals with a raid search and destroy. I would say, this kind of based on how we've seen the Challenger squads, especially the more recently, formed squads, this map set, I think, plays really nicely into a, I don't want to say younger team in terms of like age, but younger in terms of formation, because it just gives you the opportunity to bang things out. I think especially these first 2 maps.
Yeah, I love this map set for both squads. When I was watching Falcons Academy Green yesterday in their matchup versus Bittersweet, I was locked in on Sweetie's stream because the guy was going between the AR, the SMG. He started off on Gridlock HP like 24-4. Like, that's the level of play that you're going to have, especially on a map like Colossus. So it was good to see him use that NPC yesterday to that high standard. So the Colossus is going to be a grade A bango, but this is where that weBall squad in the later half of the series could really start to spring their wings, because you get to that free search and destroy. That's a map that's been around for so damn long. The Den hard point is all about the fundamentals. That's where you get the experienced players. And then if you manage to push it all the way to a game 5, raid, search, and destroy. Those guys know that map like the back of their hand.
And I also just think to really touch on all the different maps and mode combinations, looking at a Den Overload, or just Overload in general for a team like weBall, I'm not surprised to see that roster complete 3-0s, which gives you the intention that, hey, they are playing Overload well enough to win. I think it's just because the minds on the team are so experienced and they have a really good eye for how this game plays, even though there may not have been the same length of experience in the title with hands on sticks as some of the other squads that we've had. But it's just like it's like a perfect team to look at and say it is an example and the epitome of veterancy will always prove to have results by the end of a season, just because they understand where the win condition are so quickly.
No, without a doubt, man. And I think it's going to be a big advantage for a player like Priesta, a guy who steps away from the controller, was able to put the big eye perspective on it, now watching the minimap, teaching the game, learning the little things that you probably don't really realize as a professional player, but now you're taking that back into play. I've always said it, even though I'm old as hell and I've been retired for quite some time. The brain now compared to when I was a player is totally different. So just Priesta having a couple months off, really soaking in the gameplay to really now put it all on display to close out the season, that guy's gonna have an advantage.
He's just one of those guys. I mean, he just has that brain. He really does. And we saw it, I think, especially even not like the quote unquote end of his career. You know, I just always felt like while watching Priesta and hearing him talk in post-game interviews that he had an understanding around the game that was very unrivaled. I think just kind of, especially knowing what his role has looked like over the course of, we'll just say the last 6-7 years, like spanning across the CDL, like starting off playing with that phase team and then getting to a point where you're playing between a multitude of squads, including like a different variety of rosters on Minnesota, the Falcons team at the end of the year. It's just like he gets put into a variety of roles and positions, and I feel like he never really fully lost his identity in terms of being a composed, not like glue player, but just a jack of all trades. And that's something that I feel like is kind of rare, especially in the CDL era, spanning across a multitude of different titles. Priest has always been there, and he's always put together solid numbers. I think it just comes with having his brain and knowing where he needs to be to put himself in the best position possible.
I've always been such a big fan of Priesta, even when I was playing against him on that main stage back in the day. I've always been able to spot out talent from afar, and just playing on that main stage right across from him, I was able to see it up close and personal. The guy was roaring with confidence. And now when you continue to go throughout your career with the raw talent that guy possessed, now with time, with the experience, and every piece of knowledge that he has gained over title to title, this is what allows you to eventually be into that final form. So even though Priesta has taken a little bit of a dip when you talk about his Slayer's presence, because he used to be one of the top dogs back in the day, he still has now that brain power, the efficiency when it comes to thinking about the game, sort of like a LeBron James. Like, he can get old but still be good on the court.
Put yourself in the best position possible to do the things that need to be done to win. That's the boiled down elementary version of all of that. I do this because we're kind of sitting here waiting for this first map to start. Kind of go through some of the other squads. Okay, we're going to just kind of look at through.
Hold on.
Never mind. No, okay, we're getting multitude of information right now. But I was going to say it's interesting, I think, to look at some of the teams that got eliminated, and I think more importantly, where they got eliminated. You know, I get it for the FC Stallions team. It's kind of a reformation late to make it through the LCQ. You know, you have the ability to kind of play with Standy. You take that chance. But KB and Rupert, long-standing duo, Standy and Rex, not quite able to get things done. Was that a big surprise to you? Because it definitely was for me.
Oh, it definitely has to be a surprise, because FC Stallions, just in general, regardless of whatever roster Tommy's putting out there, to instantly be able to boost your squad up to put yourself in a position to potentially be fighting on Sunday here in the LCQ. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case, and they did not make the Bosch happy that day.
All right, well, let's get things going. Let's move on in as we do find ourselves in map number 1. Jumping right into the mix, and how about it? Here is weBall in a position to, again, kind of combine the veterancy of Priesta and Arcedes with the young gun potential of Peel and the promise behind Rispy, who's been fighting through challengers for a while. But on the other side, Swootie's looking to get himself back into the mix, and so far for Falcons Green, they've done a nice job over top of Peel.
Yeah, between Swootie and QK yesterday, there was just no one winning gunfights versus them. So
Yeah.
they can set the tone early on with these NPCs like they've already done here at the P1. But the game is going to become pretty easy for them. Because already contesting for those back spawns, you get 17 seconds off of the initial hard point, and now you're in control of the proper side of the map for P2.
All right, good stuff, QK.
Oh,
Nice shots
man.
over the top. That will work. Or action potentially comes into the map where Swootie is going to follow up to at least reduce the hit and give a little bit more time over to Falcons Green before the next hit starts to develop. Really good stagger of spawn timers here for Falcons Green as they continue to just rip things apart through the middle. That King Body for 2 as a third one to grab. That will work out. And honestly, these first 30 seconds have been the definition of free for Falcons Green.
Oh, yeah. If you are weBall, you got to try to stop this bleeding very quick. This front push has to work on out, but RCDs with a team kill isn't going to give you the numbers advantage that you wanted. Now the final 20 seconds is going to be a one-on-one gunfight, but Peel just peels you off the head glitch. Now he's still going to make this scrappy, but the close spawns from Falcons Green should allow them back on in. But weBall, they committed everyone for this final 10 seconds.
Yeah, they sure did. King of Body able to find 2 a bit miraculously as RCD's trying to follow up for that scrap time break, and he will get a couple of seconds there. Not really much to do damage onto the scoreboard as of yet, but it does keep Falcons Academy Green pushed back as we open up the third hard point. Opening kill for Peel will also keep the numbers a bit limited, and Peel is feeling really solid. Yeah, easy follow-up, but the trades back and forth allow Falcons Green to neutralize and actually get some time here on 3.
Yeah, it's good plays out of King of Body, man. This guy, when you first saw him in the CDL, he wasn't really putting up the best numbers, but you throw him down in challenges for a season, he can now shoot with the best of them on 3 in a row. Still keeping up on the hot streak while his teammates are soaking up all of this time, because look at what they're doing to weBall. The spawns are scattered. You don't know where you want to approach from. Finally, everyone's going to flood through Brew, and that might be good for a break.
Oh, man, but Roxas is on 3. He's able to find that last member for weBall and then return back over towards yellow. Not quite able to find the first blood there, but RCDs will eventually fall as King of Body gets to his 4th in a row. 73 playing 24. Last battle over the scrap time, not really going to matter too much as the main focus is here over towards new. King of Body still holding on to that force. Pretty good damage. Going to get the assist as Roxas finishes the pick, and that will be more kills on the exit from Falcons Green, making this rotation pretty comfy.
Yeah, and I'm expecting to see more fundamental plays out of weBall, man. All right, you're going to contest the final 10 seconds of the P2. You win a majority of the gunfights. You're making scrappy off the rotation, but now you lose all of that time at the pre-3. I'm expecting them to be at the P4, and there are not. So this game is going to get out of hand very quickly because you're not matching the slaying presence on the side of Falcons Academy Green because they have all the power spots.
Ooh, but nice hit there. Steals in the 1. That does allow an opportunity from the front, but Rispy was by himself. To be fair, had a 1v1 versus Roxas, but wasn't able to find it. Follow-up from King of Body is good, and that Hellstorm now earned. Just puts Falcons Green in a very comfortable position. Swootie on to 5, looking for a second. Not going to win the gunfight there versus Peel. Enough damage in to get QK involved, and Falcons Green are running and gunning right now, Jay.
Yeah, you stand no chance if you are weBall. There's so many layers that are being created right now from Falcons Academy Green that every time you take a step off the respawn, you're already having bullets getting sprayed through your chest. So almost an 100-point difference as we end the first set of hard points. Falcons Academy Green in the driver's seat without a doubt. Now fighting from blue side. They add the opening kill. They got flank coming in from King of Body for 3. And that's going to be all 4 dead. Falcons Academy not doing anything wrong.
Yeah, that's one of those moments for weBall that just comes with a little bit of inexperience as a 4-man squad of we're setting up, we're trying to get this P1 break, but we lost track of the one spot through the middle of the map with all of that time. You're on Colossus. Swootie able to find 2 more to punish this play over towards Statue. King of Body will finish, and it will be a 100+ point deficit with 20 seconds still remaining on P1.
Yeah, this is just way too efficient right now from Falcons Academy Green. Whoever the coaching staff's in for this squad, yeah, chef's kiss, because it doesn't get any better than this. The way that they're playing this Colossus HP, the way they are dictating how the game is going to be played, and of how dominant they have been in the map control. weBall got 15 seconds off of the first 2 HPs. Have only got another 20 over the next 5. So this has not been good for weBall.
No, it's not. In this rotation effort, we'll have an opportunity to try to break their way through, but Rockstar shuts down Priesta, and a long trade from Swootie onto Arcides will get Falcons Green the spawns.
Jesus Christ.
And now we're running amok again. And this is, again, just one of those moments where if we're weBall, we just cannot continue to hit purely from the front. Everything's being ripped apart through mid. You do find the numbers here as Arcides gets you 2. QK trying to lock down spawns will fall. And that now is on the shoulders of Swoody, who's the last one spawning for Falcons Green and should be traded here by Rispy, and just barely is.
Yeah, Rispy's able with 11 HP in his dream. Able to get that trade. And now if you're weBall, a tall ladder to climb before you even start thinking about this comeback. But you have to get every single dunk time because you know the Falcons Academy Green with the leader's advantage are going to contest you all the way to the final seconds.
Yeah.
So you're going to soak up this final 10, battle off the rotation. Swoody going to be the only one here to contest.
Yeah, this is just like you called at the beginning, OJ. Yesterday, Falcons Green just not often being outslayed. And we're seeing that come to fruition once again. Priest is having a slow time of things. Same could be said for Arcides and Rispy, while on the other side, QK is ripping, King of Body is ripping. Everyone is more than positive right now. And that's what's leading to this 100-plus point game. Team Nade comes through, though. Peel has an opportunity to potentially give an advantage here, and the pistol will work out, and weBall will have some time, and that will call in King of Body's All-Star.
Yeah, you might as well call it down. You're not going to need it for the rest of this game if you get this break very cleanly. But you see what Rispy's trying to do, just push them back as much as he possibly can. Is able to get one kill, but it's still going to be the advantage and the numbers for the Falcons on this side of the map. Swoody knocked down to 6 HP, but you got a QK watching over him. Falcons thinking this 20 is going to be mine.
Yeah, and King of Body will make sure there's no route through tunnel available, and will now put pressure on the rotation.
Oh my goodness! Oh man!
Huge from King of Body, 25 and 17, another 3 spree, and Falcons Green are threatening 100-point club of weBall on map number 1.
Yeah, I don't know what's more exciting right now, watching King of Body with this SMG, or watching Holland hit the drum right now with the roll. Because Norway just dominated Brazil, and that's exactly what Falcons are doing here versus weBall. They breach over the 200-point mark. They are finding every single kill in the kill feed. And if you are weBall, all you can do is say, yo, push front.
Yeah, that's I mean, everything's shut down through the middle of the map. Peel gives you 2, but with 30 seconds still remaining, Priest is going to try to open up space on the rotation through mid. He's being watched. Good awareness for Falcons Green. They're going to pick up onto Priesta, now help out from the front. Good team shots, good nades. It is the definition of perfect Colossus holds right now from Falcons Green.
Yeah, and if you are weBall, we already got to forget this map, bro. Let's just try to shoot our guns, get them more warmed up. Because every time you start off with a Colossus, it's usually a one-sided affair in a best-of-5 series.
Yeah.
And Falcons Academy Green right now is just not to be messed with here on map number 1. Only need 16 more seconds. We're going into our 3rd set. And they're already in the time.
My God, dude. I mean, look at King of Body. He's tossing a Semtex one way, stun another. Perfect awareness. But kills come through for weBall. They're going to be able to wipe the floor, set themselves up for a little bit of time, but there's no trophy system down onto P1. Rispy looking for some pressure on the flank P2. Not going to find much there. Arcides committing. Peel working with them. Damage out. King of Body and Swoody will combine. And that should be enough now to start setting up the break intent. Priesta gives you 2. Trade from Rispy behind that, and weBall still alive.
All right, weBall starting to ball a little bit. Good sequence there to just win a majority of those trade fights and now soak up all of the time here at the P1. But the leader's advantage is one hell of a thing in Call of Duty. Falcons Academy, and then specifically Roxas just banking on his teammates to stall a lot of time. He's going to hit the long route, flip the map on its head, and now we're in the driver's seat to close it out at P2.
Yeah, this is just one of those moments where you just keep trusting your rotation pressure. UK going to see the barrel of the weapon over off P1. Does not anticipate Rispy's late route, though. So Priesta has a chance. Not going to be able to find the double. Swoody in trouble. Able to find good damage on the Rispy, but the spawns will move. And that will get weBall over the 100-point mark and a chance for more on P2. Do they read King of Body in the back? Yes, they do. So, okay. Take them a while here, Jay, but now all of a sudden, 2 decent hard points strung together to start here on P2 for weBall.
Yeah, starting to gain some momentum. Here's the vets. Perfect off the rotation over towards P2. Uncontested for the first 25, and now Rispy on 4 in a row, make it 5. Almost going to be able to earn himself the Hellstorm, but great shots there from Roxas at P1. Not going to allow Falcons to break in on this time. They're still going to commit, though, because they only need 15.
Why not? Arcides for the opener. Gets the second behind that. Swoody pinching. Timing was decent on the opportunity, but shut down. And maybe it's just one of those things of weBall haven't had the chance to work on their break attempts, but their holds are looking pretty solid. They're also going to have 2 players on rotation to new. Priesta a little bit stuck right there. Rispy able to find 1 trade, but it's not going to be enough. Arcides on 3 would have to be the only one to sit here and contest.
Oh.
And he's about to get surrounded as the Falcons will be blessed with an opportunity to get a split spawn, but they don't want any of the gunfights, and now all of a sudden weBall's in the time.
Yeah, weBall starting the ball, I'm telling you. An 80-point difference now. Guns are starting to work. We're starting to find multi-kills in the feed, but it's a big one there from QK. Gonna approach on the angle now around the backside. Start to flip these spawns out if you potentially can. But weBall now only going to be down by 60. And they're locking this down now.
They're finding all the information they need. You'll able to shut down the flank. There's no way, Jay. This would be the biggest comeback on broadcast this year if this were to happen. Double hit on the way through tunnel. Peel, good read on the backside. We'll turn that into 6 in a row. Don't say never. It's never chalk. Shout out to Priesta, who's finding an opportunity to get his team going, and it's going to be 192-38. And look at the setup for P4.
Yeah, but you got to help them. You got to help RCDs there because you know Falcons are going to push through this OE to try to flip those spawns out. So every ounce of time that they can get, they're more than happy to take it. 3 seconds at that old time, winning gunfights off the rotation. Now falls to the 2 players on weBall.
Spawn's going to come through. Falcons waiting for all 4 players at the same time. Decent shots from Peel. Not going to fully work out. RCDs gives you 2, but King of Body trades. 1v1 for the game. Priesta gets the damage onto Swooty. Going to be able to get in for the contest. QK for another. It's 1 more second needed. weBall, though, are in from the front.
Oh, man, you got to start flying if you are Falcons Academy with these close spawns. It can get a little bit hectic, but they win the gunfights. They flood the front door, and Falcons do not allow the breakdown to happen on map number 1. They started the series 1-0.
That will make you sweat a little bit, though. That will make you sweat a little bit. Holy cow. I mean, it really was just down to, can we just get a setup if you're weBall? Can we just win a rotation? Put ourselves in a position to get spawns. Put ourselves in a position to do the same things that they're doing to us. Breaks didn't look particularly great, but the hold sure freaking did. And we had ourselves, surprisingly, a decent map 1.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt, man. If weBall could just bring that experience in the first set of hard points, they would have been in that game, potentially taking away that map number 1 if you just played for the rotations. But Falcons made up for all the mistakes that you did by just dominating in the first half of that one. King of Body really bringing the slaying presence, 4,500 damage, 44 and 32, playing a lot of that cleanup role there. But everyone provided their 25% on the Falcons when you talk about the damage, when you talk about the assists. Look at Sudi at 21. Falcons, okay, all right, that's what I want to see.
Yeah, and it's just another one of those moments that you also look at the objective kills. It's just when Falcons are running at you, they are running around the hard point at the same time. So, decent comeback attempt, and more than decent. I mean, it was like 230 to 75. So the fact that we got 250, 205 is pretty insane. But it's just one of those things that, like, we talk about. When the slaying starts off as hot as it does for Falcons Green, it gives it the chance to continually play 4v3s, which means that 4th guy can continually hit routes, which is what most of this highlight reel is. And that's just so difficult to deal with as a newer squad that's been formed.
Yeah, we've just gotten to that point of the season where everyone's trying to maximize the best possible setup whenever they find themselves in it. And that's what Falcons able to do for the first 5-6 minutes of this game. You get a clean 4 dead. You're so far pushed out. We saw it from Sudi, especially in that P4. The guy's in P2. He knows that they're spawning over towards blue. And just by simply allowing them to spawn there, for them coming off the respawn and having to put focus on Sudi immediately, just gives his teammates so much breathing room. And eventually allows them to close out the game the way that they did. But weBall, they did show some fight there, Al, and it was good for them to do that, because if you rolled over and died in that map number 1, I would say you stand no chance here on Fringe Search and Destroy, but this is where experience can come to play.
Absolutely it can. And it, again, the slaying presence kind of gets taken out of the picture, largely due to the fact that you just have to have good set plays, get good reads, trust the calls, and make good mid-map adjustments. And I won't rule out an RCDs and a preset from being able to direct traffic a little bit in the middle of a round. So we'll see how things unfold here. On the flip side, for the Falcons, I will say, I think just kind of watching this team develop, and especially comparing, you know, the majority of this team to how they started in the CDO last year, their growth and understanding around Search and Destroy has been phenomenal. I mean, exponential from where they were last year. And a lot of that, I think, is just now feeling maybe some individual responsibility and individual confidence that, like, I can hold down this position in a 1v2 and make the right call to finesse my life. You know, it's just like being a more difficult kill. I feel like last year, players like King of Body and Roxas would just kind of, well, I'm in a 1v2, I'm just going to commit to it and just see what happens. Now it feels a little bit more structured, a little bit more intuitive.
Yeah, you just got to keep in mind, like, before they even jumped over to this side to play competitive Call of Duty, their region was all Search and Destroy. So they just had this mindset that they were thinking, like, what works for us back then can work for us now. But you start to play against different competition, different level of competition, and that forces you to quickly change up a play style. So from a year of just being put down into challengers, growing as individual players. They've all been able to now put it on display what they can showcase of why they deserve to be in this position. Falcons Academy, like you said, bro, they have been growing, and I feel like every Saudi player should be watching this like, we can do it too.
Yeah, why not? I mean, it's also interesting, I think, just generally, like, the one thing we didn't really talk about too much while we were looking at the bracket was what Falcons Academy run has looked like.
Yeah.
You know, this is not the team that came out of the winners finals. That's the important part about this. They dropped down very early to bittersweet and then had to make a long run. And so far they've been able to do that mostly cleanly. But they have dropped the map here or there. And the one thing I will say kind of like in this format where it's one team in, everyone else, thanks for playing. When you fall to the lower bracket early in a long day of COD, I mean, they had to play all their matches yesterday, essentially, up until right now. That could get in your head really quickly. Like, oh, shoot, like we need to start playing perfect Call of Duty. And sometimes I feel like the confidence surrounding you and your teammates can kind of be a little bit weary, but it doesn't feel like that's been the case so far for the Falcons, especially looking at how they played that map one.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt, man. And I think I want to just give high praise to the one player who I think is the big difference maker in that aspect, and that's going to be Swoody. If you watch his content, Al, if you ever see him stream, the guy is nothing but pure vibes, good vibes. And even if you find yourself down 0-1, down 0-2, he is withstalling all of this knowledge or saying a couple things to the teammates that have them believing that they can still continue to fight. So he can't really speak the language with these guys, but the couple words that he says does lead to inspiration for Falcons. And they already start off the search and destroy with the first blood, but it's Priesthood with a quick response.
Yeah, Priesthood is in unexpected position there. It's the trade, opens up the A site pretty wide. Arcity's able to see that little rotation from King of Body, I believe, but the bomb will be planted at A. And look at this quick rotation here from Falcon Screen around the back. They know Arcity's is floating around. Knife comes through, though, and he finds QK out of nowhere and now has a sniper and a rifle to play with. King of Body's stuck in the corner, not going to predict Arcity's movements, and all of a sudden, weBall looking good for the post plant.
Yeah, that's the two-time world champ. Showing up at the right time, give me kill number 3 to close out the round. Big shout out to Arcity's. The first blood goes your way, but it's a quick response from Priesta. And then Arcity's, who's single-handedly watching the pinch, draws out so much attention on that side of the map that forces all 3 Falcons players to commit on him. First guy, you lose the knife fight. Second guy, you're thinking, all right, he's just going to run by me without checking the corner. And then the last guy is just an easy read. The two-time world champ takes round 1.
That's just, I mean, that is a great call, though, from Falcon Screen.
It is.
You're dancing with Arcity's.
No doubt.
He's got a sniper. Run at him. But you ran with your knife out, and so was he. So, here we go. Round 2. Fight. Priesta. Going to get a little bit forward here at mid. Has not been stun checked, and that could be a problem. Roxas is watching for this. Whoa, Priesta almost able to win the gunfight, though. Not quite able to. Swoody taking damage, but still trusting his scope. And meanwhile, secondary fight on the other side. King of Bodies will take down Rispy. It's a wide open B site now.
Yeah, Rispy had to jump on King of Body there, too. I thought it was going to be a 3v3 when I was staring at the mini-map, but now it's going to be a 1v4, all left up to Arcity's. Not going to stand a chance in this round. Falcons too strong over towards the junkyard. Quickly tie the game.
I think that also right there, that round, I know it's early, let's not count our chickens before they hatch, but I think that round right there also shows you a little bit of the, I don't want to say overconfidence, but the expectation that the Falcons have. Like, you get 2 kills that over on B. You should be rotating that bomb 99 times out of 100. And instead, we've got somebody already playing up towards A alley. We can just cook up a nade, get our sniper forward, and we're just going to take the 2v2s on both sides of the map. Like, that's a lot of confidence right there from Falcon Screen to still commit to that gunfight.
No doubt. And now it's sitting at 1-1. Back to the defensive side they go. You're going to have King of Body scouting for information over towards the train yard, while Swoody is sniping the small room. Another first blood here for Falcons, and King of Body is still holding his position.
Ooh, but Arcity's able to find him. And that leads to an opportunity to rotate behind Arcity's. The problem is you're not going to have a ton of info on what's at A here from weBall. QK, the only one really defending, is just really playing for contact on the backside of the site. And instead of rotating, weBall's going to actually commit to playing at B.
Yeah, they're trying to kill the noise, cause some doubt. Falcons spread a little bit on the mini-map, but still holding the power spot is going to be Roxas. Locates Arcity's man advantage for Falcons, but Priesta flying like he's 18 again, 2v2.
Priesta sees one. Mutual information doesn't matter. No immediate trade. Down to QK. 1v2. Oh, and he's just missed the timing onto Priesta. Could this potentially still work out, though? Able to find the one. Bomb not planted yet. Decision time for Peel. Damage is in. QK understanding there's no bomb plant is out of there. What a heads-up call from QK. What route, though, does Peel take? Ah, and he's found him in the corner. It's such an unfortunate circumstance. It's a good rotation, but Peel's able to find him, and weBall take the edge back.
Yeah, that's all a shout-out to everyone sitting and spectating right there, because I promise you, Peel turns this corner so fast he doesn't spot him, but Priesta RC's got the tunnel vision. They got the eagle eye. Turn, he's laying down to your right of the fence line. Quickly makes the adjustment for weBall to take the round. Good plays on the attacking side from both teams so far, with a slight edge now for weBall.
All right. Will this stay attack-focused? About to find out. Falcons on the approach. 3-1 split. QK, the one kind of watching through tin, while King of Body's trying to create some noise here over at Trains. He's pulled the attention of Arcides, who's not sniping this round. Yeah, Nade's stun, a little bit of shoulder checking. But Peel has stepped up at A, and that's going to give weBall an opportunity to potentially play with some aggression here on the B side of the map.
Oh, yeah, they just need to make sure they have somebody watching the middle. Because Peel so far pushed up into the courtyard, he knows there's no pressure on this side of the map, but it's been a lot of time being wasted. Falcons haven't shown face, but weBall taking the space on the opposite side, 3v3.
It's a bold call. Swooty's just left the pistol right now, and he feels like he can win this battle, and he's able to. But Risky on the other side's able to find one. Still pistol shots from Swooty. Almost able to gun him, but not quite. QK, last one left for the 1v2. Bomb down, 35 on the clock, and weBall are sticking together.
Oh, yeah, QK is going to take the extremely long route. I don't even know if he's going to have a chance to recover this bomb, even get the bomb planted. So if you are weBall, just run around as an army of two. This round should be a lockup.
Looks that way. Yeah, it's taking too long. Maybe a chance to dive through the window and get to A, but not anymore. Rispy put the damage down through barn window. Okay, a little bit of damage in response. Will find one. Rispy careful, but no. Over the top, not going to work out. And weBall, just again, thanks for that info from Peel. He gets a good stun check, a couple of shoulder tags, and everyone else through B just say, let's send it and catch him off guard in the roto back.
Yeah, info from Peel was fantastic over to the junkyard, and then at the same time, when we jump to Arcides POV, the only player he spots is King of Body on the backside of Train. So instead of allowing them to explode on their offensive approach, you push them back. You take the space away from them, and weBall get their first defensive round, now a 2-round lead.
Okay. Could this be the edge to get us to a 1-1 count? Arcides sniping. Trophy system down top bar. What a shot from Swooty. That is an unbelievable challenge. But look at the quick route from Priesta. And again, it's just how would you ever expect this timing? Especially with two defenders over at A. Swooty's got to be scratching his head.
Yeah, no idea how he was able to get that freely around the map, but now to 3v3, it's going to fall into the hands of King of Body. You want to potentially be scouted for info on this side, but now your teammates have no info, and the only info you have is that Peel was on a head glitch. Now you lose that gunfight. Man down is going to be Falcons.
Roxas is stuck, but able to win one back. Rispy still putting pressure over through the barn. Can Roxas get one more here? Rispy holding close. Shows himself. You got to find the flow, though. You need to find this elimination because help is on the way. And then the response up top towards barn. Perfectly read. And weBall go up 4-1 now. This huge lead in how this fringe has been played to this point.
Yeah, 3 rounds in a row now for weBall. Experience playing a part. No one going to scout up to the middle of the map, even though we lose that first blood battle. My dog, P-Dog, has made his way through the backside of barn. Makes it a 3v3, and if you are Swooty, you're expecting King of Body to at least be in the vicinity to play a trade or something, but doesn't scout for info, gives with the bomb plan, allows weBall to take all the map control, and now this S&D starting to get away from him.
A little bit. It's been a pretty decent game of chess so far. It's just the pieces that have been traded have come up in weBall's favor on some of these opening adjustments. 4-man hit, no trophy. Oh, that's just not the way that that's supposed to be set up. Well, if you're hitting a 4-man hit through 10, you got to get a trophy system down. It's going to be a flawless round for weBall.
It's just too easy, man. They keep on shutting you down that train, so you don't want to mess with that side of the map again. You try to commit through the courtyard, and this is where experience is going to play a part. Mid-round adjustments come in. You make the perfect play call to stack over towards the junkyard. And as soon as they show face in towards 10, they are bombarded with bullets through the wall. 4 rounds in a row now for weBall. Balling in this S&D now at game point.
6 for Rispy, 1 away from the Hellstorm. That would be probably guaranteed win condition if you were to find that. The Falcons green have been bested pretty convincingly in these last couple of rounds. Smoke over towards B. Pulls the attention of Swooty, who does take a couple of tags. Varsity's nearby. What a shot onto Peel. Holy cow. It's also your bomb carrier down, so huge advantage here for Falcons.
Yeah, Swooty's still going to throw shoulders. And Arcides does not have the right weapon for the occasion. He's going to retract back now. Try to recover this bomb and work it in towards bricks. You already have a couple of your teammates towards the site, but it's Swooty again lining up another 3v2 after Arcides finds one.
The timing to go into the doubles. There's Rispy opening here, but can't quite find the kill. Falcons green able to stay alive with a really nice response of their own here.
Yeah, big shout out to Swoop, man. Type Swoop is what he likes to say. But the guy is talented. He's able to hit shots. Said it. It's not normal to the normal person. This is an insane snap onto Peel. Looks like he misses the shot, but still gets the first blood. And then if you peek, yeah, the guy doesn't miss. Swooty gets that round done for the Falcons, for them to stay alive.
Still a long mountain to climb here. Long mountain, tall mountain. I don't know many long mountains. It's probably one somewhere.
Definitely somewhere.
Priest still going to get aggressive through mid, and he's second-guessing that decision with Swooty guarding. We'll back up to safety, and we'll go to a 2-2 split here defensively. Peel, though, how about this for some timing? Able to catch one off guard with that little push through the window. But QK responds, finding Priest's aggression over towards 10.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, how are they going to trade Peel in his power spot? Thankfully, Priest on the side gave him a freebie, but you show facing towards 10. We're going to take trains away from you again. Numbers to weBall. QK gives up his positioning, and now only 45 seconds left to go.
And the only thing they haven't checked is behind them, where Peel is currently trying to win the round and the map. Bunkered up inside of A. Shots aren't necessarily perfect from Peel. Swooty's able to find one on the other side of the map. And now you got isolated 1v1s. Peel finds the first. Now to Swooty. 1v2. First knife shot gonna miss. As RCD's in his sight, tries to go to the drop shot. Not quite able to land the shots. And weBall take a very, very clean search and destroy. 6-2, and we're tied at 1.
Yeah, they just outclassed them in the S&D, man. Every opening that you left open, if you are Falcons Academy green, weBall found it, and we were able to execute a perfect play through it. Just a clean search and destroy there from some veterans. They've been playing French for quite some time, and you saw it on display. RCD was able to hit some shots, also find a 3-piece when he's surrounded to start off the game. Those are things that just shouldn't happen if you are Falcons Academy green, so you quickly got to let this one go because now it's anyone's game. I know Overload, when I was hearing them yesterday in their comms, they're saying this is our worst game mode, and now you're going to need it to give yourself the advantage.
It's one of those things, too, where, again, it just feels like as a team catches confidence on the day, things can move quickly. So, really good map from weBall after the near dramatic comeback they're putting together on map number 1. Again, it was like 230 to 75, and we ended 250 to 205. Imagine if weBall just started a little bit stronger. They may find themselves up 2-0, but instead we go over to the double dose of Den next as we look through the highlights. And, you know, the other interesting thing kind of watching both these two teams playing is how much just straight up raw aggression that they were just throwing at each other. I mean, how many times did we see Priest end up on offense through A alley and behind barn? I mean, at least 3 of the, 5 offenses they played? It's insane stuff.
Yeah, this is what you would expect to see out of a team that was just formed a couple days ago. You want to allow everyone to be as comfortable as they possibly can. So play free, play loose. And just don't make any plays that are going to come back to bite us. Sometimes you're going to take some risks that work out, and that's what they were able to do here on this search and destroy. Calculated risks. Make the S&D work out to perfection. So now if you are Falcons Academy green, take this little bathroom break. Sue to give us that pep talk. Let's go to this Den Overload a little locked in.
Yeah, I think just watching and seeing how this weBall team's playing off each other, and again, it's kind of hard to tell because the first 75% of that Colossus hardpoint was so out of sorts, where we're just continually getting staggered on spawn. We're continually getting these break attempts that are 3v4s essentially without the opportunity to watch pinches. I would say that for this Den overload, just let's play as 4. I know that sounds so simple and so stupid, but like the last thing you want in a Den overload versus an experienced team who's been playing together for a while is to continually be having one player on death screen and continually spawning up completely out of the picture. You just need to find that measure to get into a play as a 4-man team. And whether that's sitting back a little bit, making sure you're covering flanks before you make your next move, fine. But let's not get lost in the sauce here and just get staggered spawn after staggered spawn.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt, man, because that's going to lose you the game. If you decide to play ISO ball, if you decide to be I am the team guy, yeah, it's not going to work out. So I think it was fantastic to see weBall fight the way that they did to close out that Colossus, because obviously you take that into the map number 2, and now their guns are working on all cylinders. So Den overload is all about the teamwork, the efficiency as a squad, not one player popping takeover. No, we need to have our lead blockers leading the way, making these kills happen. And even if they fall short, all right, let's play patient for the guy working on this late pinch on a deep route. It needs to be calculated. It needs to be communicated between each player, and it needs to be in sync here in map 3.
I like that call a lot. Okay, that's the conditions. Now it's just down to the executions. Then hardpoint, you also mentioned that kind of at the top of our best of 5 series, where we're looking at fundamental, methodical, and just generally high awareness when it comes to playing hardpoint, which, again, you've got 2 players who have done the dance a handful of times. And then on top of that, the other thing I will say, kind of, talking about this weBall team, Rispy's been really impressive this year, and he kind of falls in a very similar category leading up to this year as Neum was, where his challenger stint has not boded a lot of success. Lots of top 32s, maybe a couple of top 16 in his first handful of years. Then all of a sudden you get this Omni movement and it starts to unlock top 8s. A couple of the challengers elites I think last year, but this year it's been a whole new ball game. A lot of that shared and kind of relished in the Huntsman spotlight that started off the season. But I think he's really grown a lot as an individual mature player, especially in Respawn.
Yo, yeah, without a doubt, man. I remember when we first started watching Rispy, he was always never going to be afraid of the child, but now he's starting to value his life in important positions. And as a player, he's only going to continue to grow, continue to get better with his situational play. But it potentially could take a hit going into next season because there's no Omni movement. So the young Bucks got to learn how to, play to his advantages a little bit more very quickly. But into the overload. All about the mid-map control to start off the rip, and we have player 192 making an appearance.
Ooh, nice finesse. Nice dance here from King of Body. Oh my, but Priesta shuts him down. I was going to say, if you win that battle, you may have an opportunity to open up space at A, but Swooty did fall behind the play at Dojo. Spawns himself right back up into the picture to get his own trade. But numbers for weBall starting to move up the map, and we've just got a really big game of tug-of-war right now in the first minute.
Yeah, now it's Priest to the last man standing. He is going to fall, so Falcons Academy Green have been map control, just don't have Dojo side. So Risk one of the kill that basically shuts down all of their progression up through the map. And now you got to find different avenues to approach. Now we're going to work it through the bottom middle. Priest ready and waiting. That's going to turn into 3 dead. You see on the minimap, Arcity's already lead blocking.
But we do have one player behind the play. That was Roxas, trying to find a little bit of an opportunity to slow down, if not potentially steal this EMP back. But not the case. Rispy will fall. QK the one moving forward. And Swooty once again moving spawns around. Find Priesta. You score.
Doesn't buy.
But Priest is able to find the slowdown. Now it's on to Swooty trying to create everything from the front. Semtex right in the front gates of the EMP goal, but all the kills turn up in favor of weBall, and the defense is successful.
Yeah, that can't happen if you are Swooty. Your teammates are banking on you to not let anyone past you on that side of the map. And it was Priest able to sneak his way through, find one kill, and shut down everything. The counter is on the way. Rotation on the opposite side. Falcons Academy Green caught off guard, just like we were, and weBall get their first score.
Did Roxas just fall asleep? I mean, he spawned up between both goals and then just didn't move. Just wasn't able to track the EMP carry. So, big moment there for weBall. Take the early edge. Swooty trying to do the exact same thing he had previously, and this time enables the score over at A. Roxas try to make up for some lost time on the last play, able to find one to slow down the potential counter here for weBall, but there will be some P2 control as Arcides and PC. Wow, nice slide out from Swooty, who turns that into 2. And now with King of Body forward, there may be a chance, but the defense does find 1 kill.
Yeah, King of Body, he just played that corner a little bit too long there. You need to have more trust in your teammates to get that stop over towards that P2 side of the map, which they eventually do, but he could have instantly played for those spawners. Still going to try to be on the attack, though, because you're lighting up the kill feed. The only one that you have to now shut down is going to be Peel, and no one takes him off of that head glitch. That's all 4 dead. No need to force these gunfights at roof. Let's wrap it back on the opposite side.
Yeah, I like this route from weBall. Hit through mid, catch the connector, and how about that? Great nade from Arcides. Inside the point, though, Swooty once again coming up big. 16 and 8. The enabler of the opening score, and now the catalyst for a successful defense over at B. Opportunity for QK to create some space through mid. Shut down. And right now, it just feels like if it's not Swooty, it's nobody right now for Falcons Green.
Yeah, Swooty's finding all of his kills. There goes kill number 4, 18 and 8. Might as well try to get the objective done because I'm Mr. Do-It-All, but does get chopped down. Now putting more into the hands of your teammates who rise to the occasion. Light up the kill feed. Just don't take care of Rispy, and he keeps on stalling out the play.
Really nicely done by Rispy. Good timing on that execute. But now Peel has to do the same thing. Oh, he's guessed incorrectly. Does shut down the route through mid. Trade not there. Follow-up also going to be traded out, and weBall have a chance to possess. Under 50 seconds to play here in the first half. But weBall going to get caught, try to be a little bit over-aggressive with the EMP, and Priest is going to fall, and now Dojo becomes an avenue potentially of EMP score potential.
Yeah, that's what we had to wait for Arcides there, because he was working that pinch. He also found an opening kill, but just gets overwhelmed because there's still a lot more Falcons players around that point. Final 30 seconds here of the first half. Falcons have control of the side of the map that they want. They are also finding the kills and pushing them back while you have players like King of Body working the pinch.
But Arcides is going to pit through mid-cut. Find you one. King of Body follows up. Needs to get a second. Not going to be able to. They shut down the pinch. It's a 2v1 under Priesta. Damage to QKD from the pistol shots are better. Can you force this through? Only have 41 HP, but no. QK gets up and over and is able to score just barely as we hit the buzzer on the first half.
And Swooty shooting like that, Al. 25 and 12 to end out the half. All right, Swoot, if you're going to make a bad play for us to give up the first score, that's how you instantly make up for it. There was no one on the map matching him with that NPC in hand. Even with Peel having a 3-piece best play, it's still going to be Falcons Academy Green up by 1.
That is a... I won't lie. I'm actually surprised QK gets credit for the score right there. I didn't think he was going to get down fast enough. 41 HP, though. Has just enough slippery movement to catch the edge of the goal, get the second score, and make sure that that first half from Swooty is capitalized on, because holy, 25 and 12. That may be, in terms of broadcast that we've seen, the most kills in a first half at Overload that we maybe have ever seen, Jay.
Yeah, nah. I can't even think of another player who has it. Like, what's even the record? I know the record at Overload's got to be like 40 something.
I think
but
so,
just like on a first half, what Swooty was able to do, even though it only led to a 1-score advantage, like
nice shots.
That's just a guy that you quickly have to start finding trades around the map, because Rispy's doing the same exact thing here on the second half, and that's going to turn into a tie ball game.
You got Swooty by himself, now trying to rotate over to Dojo. Priesta finds the kill. Opportunity to still work things out with Arcides. He's catching a lot of damage, needs the help, finds it. Follow-up going to be coming here for weBall. All 3 remaining players playing forward at Dojo. Peel gives you another. Trade comes out from Swoop. Is he going to have more than that? Pistol for Priesta. Finds the final kill, 5 in a row. But quick rotation for King of Body. Wait, shut down. An opportunity here, 3v2 over the top of the goal.
Now your P-Dog keeps on rewinding the clock, man. Now it's only one thing standing in front of Rispy's way, and the pistol almost is good enough to get it done. But you got teammates setting up pinches. It's going to be weBall now taking the advantage. Reset over towards rooftops to try to put Falcons in the spawn trap, but it's not really working out the way that you want to.
No, not quite. Rispy, outer rooftops, gives you another chance to double down on these scores. It's one more player left alive. Rispy tries to pick up to follow up on this play, but the defense will spawn close and provide the kills needed to get the Falcons out of spawn.
Yeah, and that's where the chemistry right there from weBall was not on display, because it definitely showed that they are a new team. Rispy not having trust in his squad to get that traded towards small when he should have been the guy holding down the back door. Could have led to score number 4, but now Falcons looking for the counter. Fighting over at the dojo side. Trade. Rispy, all it takes is one gunfight, and now he's on the move.
Only able to find the one. Varsity's in some trouble, able to slip away, keep his life, at least for a little while longer. Now off the regen. He's got help, but Swooty able to work his way back into the play for 2. One more to grab, pistol out. Swooty will take care of that as well, because why not? Now off the reload, up close and personal. Trying to follow up, it's going to be Peel, but it's going to be Falcons Green, still threatening the attack. Rox's tag will eventually fall, and yeah, it feels like right now, if it's not Swooty, it's nobody.
Yeah, maybe Swooty got to carry the damn EMP. Let somebody else shoot their gun. Because every time he's finding the kills, he's not finding a final one to lead to the score. weBall gets the stop. Now just want to play keep well a little bit. The reset is also about to go down, and if Falcons don't touch it, it's going to be at rooftops.
Oh, no. Just before they can grab what would have been a guaranteed score, the reset does come through, Jay. So now Swooty has to do it all while his team tries to rotate over.
Okay,
he's doing it all. 37-21. Down in towards garage. Come join me, he says.
Swoop.
Not able to. And Swooty's sitting here like, brother, what else do I need to do?
Just can't let people keep on slipping. All right, Swoop got 2, but one guy gets through couches, and that one guy finds the EMP carrier. And the 2 guys off the respawn on your team are just so far out of the play that you don't get an opportunity. So now weBall controlling the pacing of the game. 1:30 left to go. RCD's working over towards roof. Sitting at 16-24, but QK's now going to be forced to use this Hellstorm, and it's not going to get nothing.
What are we watching?
Nah, it's a breakdown, bro.
I was about to say, QK's got this Hellstorm. It should have been used on that last scoring attempt, but now he's the only defender in the way at B, and he calls it out while the hit is very clearly on the way. Oh, no. It's an absolute meltdown. And Swooty's about to have more than 40 for what looks to be the L. And that just can't happen. I mean, it just can't.
Okay, we're not making the best plays here for your Falcons Academy 3. Now with only 50 seconds left, we quickly got to get 2 scores, but we need the map control to go with it. All the important one-on-ones weBall are clutching up for them. And now all you have to do is just keep on playing the game clock.
Yep, 35 seconds on the clock. You really only need to get another 15 seconds killed and you're good to go. But they may just put this one to bed right here. Last player left alive inside. It's going to be Swooty, who does give you the first. The MP picked up by Peel, and that will absolutely, without a doubt, do it. It's going to be 40 for Swooty, 30 for QK, and we're going to lose the map for Falcons Green.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
It's not efficient Call of Duty, Al.
Nah.
10, 11 months into the game, we can't be making these little mistakes. Just allowing weBall to just find 1 kill every single time to slow you down, and then set you up in the vice grip once they get that EMP in hand. They balled on that second half, man. 4 uncontested scores. And now the vets, the experienced players, got the edge.
That's unreal, dude. Yeah, it's just, even in the middle, and I kind of hesitated to say it, but even in the middle of that second half, it's just like, you talk about the word efficiency and effectiveness, and some of the kills that are coming through are perfect for setting up a play. Yeah. But the 2 players that are kind of surrounding when the EMP should be grabbed and how we're grabbing and where we're rotating it feel like they're going opposite directions. It just doesn't really feel like the communication is molding the 4-man squad together. And maybe some of that is on the communication side of language barrier, just flat out. Like, Swooty's out here doing everything you could possibly need to do to set up a score, and all of a sudden you look behind you and the EMP's not even touched, and then it resets, and you're like, what do you mean? I just got 3. Grab the thing, bring it this way.
Yeah, it could go both ways though, Al. Even though Swooty found himself like leading the lobby in slaying, there was a lot of situations where he allows one player to slip on by and break down everything that his teammates are working on. So Swooty good, but sometimes Swooty just not watching the right things, and that might have caught some of his teammates off guard in this match. But unfortunately, you can't quickly go back and fix it, because this might be your last series of Black Ops 7 if you don't clutch up now in this hardpoint.
No, actually, though, and I hear you on that in terms of, like, someone slips by, but there's also like Swooty's finding literally everyone but that one. Like,
Yeah.
it's just, it's like, it's so tough, dude. It's so tough. Okay, so regardless of how it occurred, weBall will win the map 5-2 and start off this double dose of Den very favorably. 2-1 in the map count, Den hardpoint to follow, and you close it out here. You have a date with Team War again after being beat by them yesterday in the winners finals. So anything to take away from map number 1? I think for me, it's just obviously the rotation game was not successful for weBall in the first 75% of the map. And then all of a sudden it was, and they were stringing together hills like it was no one's business.
Yeah, I just feel like Colossus is one of those momentum maps. Like, if you're one of the teams that can start off with early success at the P1, find a quick break at P2, like, it just puts you in the driver's seat all throughout the rest of it. You're forcing now the opposite team to place a perfect Call of Duty, to watch every single long route. And if you're not in those long routes, you can always keep the advantage for the team having the lead on a map like Colossus. But 10 HP is a completely different beast. And also, weBall now are starting to shoot a little bit. They were late to answer the party, probably didn't really turn on their monitors until they gave 150 points there on the map number 1. But now for Den hardpoint, they should know what they need to do, and that's win a rotation. Don't put yourself in a position that you're going to be uncomfortable in, and that's when you are not the team in towards the hardpoint first. Yeah.
I will say, just on top of that, some of the chaos that was created by Falcons Green on Colossus will be a little bit more difficult to create on a map like Den. I mean, if you've got a 4v3 situation, you're in a position to hold the hard point. Yeah, then someone can kind of decide to go a little bit rogue, get loose.
Yep.
Find
Can't
pinch
get away
routes.
with that on this, though.
Agreed. If you have the wrong timing, or if it's a 3v3 situation, if an opening battle starts to occur as you're on mid route, like, things can fall apart very quickly. So I would say, again, like you called at the very beginning of this best of 5 when we saw the map set, if we got to 4, it's all about who can play the best structured fundamental Call of Duty. And I think right now, weBall has a very serious case in terms of kind of leading that debate.
Yeah, because you just saw it on the last map. Like, it's not like anyone went crazy when you talk about the slang. No, it's just they're more efficient on where they are finding these kills and how they are finding these kills to go along with what their teammates are doing on the map. The game just became so much easier on that second half of the Den overload. But Den hardpoint is what is standing in front of them. For them to have that final dance, to go up against the likes of Team War and a chance at the redemption to right the wrongs of the series that happened just a couple days ago. Vets got to step up, man. Priest and RCD's guys I'm looking at.
Yep, I agree. Agree full-heartedly. And then, of course, as you also mentioned, if we do get to 5, Raid has been around for a while. So I imagine Priesta and RCs will have plenty of stuff cooked up for that if we do need to go there. What a story this would be, though. Priesta coming out of retirement. RC's playing against his former team. Yeah. A lot of opportunity for narrative building as we get the opening battle over the top of P1. Early route developing for weBall to flip the map, being currently watched by QK. He's able to win that battle there. Peel will also drop a mid-cut, and it's been a really good start here from Falcons Green.
Yeah, so far a lockdown here from Falcons Green until Rispy has something to say about it. Locates 2 and now just draws so much attention now for his teammates to now be into the play. You had the advantage with the numbers, and now with the pressure, you're starting to push them back, but it's Priesta who almost locates the double to try to flip these spawns out. Falcons take care of him. Falcons take care of mid-map, and now they're taking care of the time.
They look good, and this is going to force a rotation through rooftops, and QK is in position with Swooty. At least to watch this, but QK may have given away too much space here. Yeah, he sure did. He was supposed to watch outer. Swooty looked like he was locking down the inner side of the map, but you allow Rispy to get up close and personal. RCD wins a long-range gunfight, and that's a setup that should not be broken like that. Oh, mercy.
Without a doubt, man. You choose the wrong time to throw your shoulders out, and you get ripped by ARs holding those power spots. So a clean break very quickly there from weBall right through the front, and now contesting for the spawns is going to be QK to allow Falcons right back in towards the time. You have the back spawns. You got the numbers. We got to go.
Sure do. Rispy in the corner. Can't quite find the first blood. QK follows up. Roxas and King of Body will clean things out. So weBall will get an opportunity to have one more hit at this. 23 seconds remaining. Swooty's saying, all right, you guys don't want to listen to me while I'm watching, and you're supposed to be watching Outer. I'll watch couches by myself. Loses the first battle, though. Follow-up trades are decent. Last one alive, those King of Body is going to get blindsided, and the break for the scrap was good for weBall.
Yeah, that's fantastic for weBall because now, even though it's only for 10 seconds, you have pushed Falcons back to either make the decision to contest old or hit that early rotation. At least for now, you're going to beat them to the punch. Long routes being developed here for Falcons Academy Green. They're going to be spreading all around the map, but King of Body strikes too fast, and now weBall know where the pressure's coming from.
Yes, they do. Can they find the kills, though? Rispy in some trouble, sliding, giving himself an opportunity to get an extra lease on life, and uses that lease nicely. UK will drop. So King of Body, 1 HP, should be followed up on, and will be. This is a great piece of timing for Priesta, trying to shut down the spawn, but Falcons Green will still hit through pillar side. Good nade from Arcides to soften up the hit. Follow-up from Rispy, good for 1, but Pinstripe kill feed starts to come through. Peel in some trouble in the corner, able to follow up onto 1. Spawns will move again. Good awareness for Priesta to shut down QK on that pinch timing, but now it's just down to can you trade out Swooty from the front.
Yeah, well, Swooty still causing mayhem. On 5 in a row. Locates killed number 6. He was sitting at like 1 and 7 to start this game, but it's a good time to start streaking. You're going to soak up the final 10 seconds. You're going to allow your teammates to power position off the rotation over towards new. And they're also lighting up the kill feed. A fantastic moment here for Falcons.
And that 7th kill right there will guarantee the Hellstorm on top of that for Falcons Green. Swooty once again. Feels like he's in do-it-myself mode then. Timing on this play through the outer rooftops, working out for weBall. Good push through the middle of the map as Arcides is able to shut down Swooty. QK will still spawn close, but he's going to have to fight for his life back here. Catches 1, not the second. Spawn should move, but look at the timing from Rispy at his off spawn. Plays through Couch's side. Spawns are not actually fully blocked for weBall, but they're going to get the numbers to try to defend this from the front.
Yeah, Rispy's been holding it down from the time.
Nice.
And now he's able to read this to perfection. That Falcons are now spawning towards the back. You're going to set up your opposite teammate with the SMG on a pinch, and I'm still providing some damage from the HP. Reaching the 100-point mark is going to be weBall. But Falcons with those close spawns at Dragon are not going to give this up for free. You're going to fight tooth and nail for the final 10, but it's P-Dog finding 2.
Will eventually be shut down, but that's a mere 5 seconds given away in the scrap time. And Rispy is already in position. Try to defend against the play through the lower connector. Roxas, the awareness to stun it out, decent, but Rispy finds 1. Heal able to help out on the same angle. Shots to King of Body are decent. And weBall at the same time clear out that top window position. Now it's just down chasing out the player at connector. That works out, and weBall take the edge.
Yeah, this is way too controlled right now. If you are weBall, you're going to force the hand of Swooty to invest this Hellstorm, but I don't really know how much you're going to be able to get from this. Because weBall have all of it back. They're so far pushed that in towards your Dragon. Cool, you're able to get 1, but they have the numbers. They also have the info that you're working the OE. So that Hellstorm is for nothing because weBall is still in the time.
Yeah, Priesta just slips the net for a moment, tries to wait as Arcides spawn close, but the kills just are not there for the vets. So Falcons Green win a couple of key gunfights, flip the spawns around, and now have a chance to open up P2 with good spacing provided by King of Body. He catches 1. Long-range shots from Roxas are good. Follow-up from Swooty at mid-map. I don't think he intended to jump out the middle, but he's still able to find that for 1. Spawns are blocked, and Falcons Green are still controlling.
There's still going to be pressure here from weBall already. Peel rips him off of the backside of the head glitch, so now they're blocking those back spawns. QK is not going to be in the play, and you have to choose the right direction to look. You do. You force it into a one-on-one, but weBall flipped the map.
Rispy just makes an unbelievable play by himself from the front. Gets you 3. Nade's now starting to land. Arcides clears out Couches, finds himself a second, and the return back to the hard point is good for weBall. 30 seconds still to fight for here. Peel's going to get a read that this next hit is developing from the front. He shuts that down by finding the opener. Good help from Arcides behind. And off the regen, Peel, easy follow-up onto Roxas. Really good follow-up here from weBall overall. They're going to win the scrap time with about 30 seconds and grow some daylight on the scoreboard as we rotate to 3.
Yeah, they only need another 90 seconds to close out this series. They're not losing gunfights. Rispy finds another multi-kill in the feed. Now you're going to be up by almost 80. Falcons, though, trying to fight back. Win a couple of key one-on-ones to give them the rotation over towards P3, but weBall already knocking at the door.
Yeah, but first 2 kills go the way of Falcons Green. Swooty, pistol. Now he has the NPC in his back pocket. That'll work. Shuts down the play completely, and now he wants to try to put the pressure on. Gets caught in the reload, though. Now numbers for weBall on their next break, attempt at 35 on this hard point. King of Body trying to shut that down. Great stun, but the follow-up is shut down. QK over the top. Able to keep the numbers in favor of Falcons, and with 25, weBall need to find a way to break through this hard point and create space over to 4. They're going to find the first 2 kills to do just that.
Yeah, they're committing everybody through the front. You might as well, because you know Falcons want to maintain the dojo side of the map for the next HP, so they're probably not going to have all 4 players locked in. So you jump with the advantage, flip the map on its head, but it's still going to be Falcons soaking up a majority of that time. And now RCD is thinking, all right, we won the key gunfights that we needed to, but now you're the only man standing on this side of the map.
Tries to force the gunfight into QK, does not win it. 2 players from the front, long route from Peel, trying to develop. QK once again, though, able to find one. Rispy helping out through the middle of the map. Now an opportunity to try to follow through small. And Peel, nice shots onto Roxas, who's low. Rispy trying to get the last bullet in. That will move the spawns, and the break attempt for weBall is good.
That's so patient. Out of the guys you're not expecting to see that from. I'm thinking like the vets are going to be hitting these long routes. The vets are going to be taking a long time on approaching the key gunfights. But that time it was Peel working his way through Dojo, playing it patient for his teammate to get bottom server. And then once he was able to put down some shots, I'm going to fly in on to help you. A clean break from weBall, now turning into a massive amount of time. You're going to breach that 200-point mark, and now you can have the win condition at P1. Hey, this guy with the knife.
Kills as Arseny's found tonight. Oh my gosh. Peel also gives you an opener over towards the mid connector. Roxas in trouble and will drop. 211 to 137. Do or die time here for Falcons Green. They're going to get kind of a blessed off spawn from QK. Not that he was needed. Now it's just down to getting a read of where in the heck are weBall going to spawn.
Now you should know, though, with your teammates spawning at Dragon, everything's going to be pressured from couches. So maybe whip out an extra M15 to continue to push them away from this time. A 70-point difference. Falcons Academy need to slay. They need to get in the HP. And they also need to read routes like this because lead his advantage is one hell of a thing.
Yeah, Peel going to go up top, wait for some help from the front. Finds the first. No idea where anyone else is, though. Hit from the front never actually develops. So small mistake there from weBall. Does get punished by Falcons Green. Rispy trying to correct. RCD's working with him. Swooty in trouble. Will drop. And I'm just sitting here looking to see, is Roxas even watching these crosses? He shouldn't be able to get into the hard point that quickly. And now all of a sudden you've got a P2 rotation to potentially win the game if you're weBall.
Yeah, it might be GG right here, right now. Falcons Academy need to find their way on in. New Hill's about to pop, and we still haven't found a gunfight to go our way. Besides Roxas, RCD's goes on 6 in a row before he gets stick with a Semtex to the chest. But weBall have the spawns, they have the numbers, they're looking to close it out right now.
Rispy just holds down the trigger knowing the hit's on the way, and he's going to try to get the Hellstorm in, but this is a little bonkers. Priest able to find one, but now Peel is behind the play, gets you a couple, and even though you wouldn't maybe have thought that Hellstorm was going to do too much, it ends up still working out for weBall. Last 3 seconds. Nobody from Falcons Green is going to be close enough, and weBall are going to come out of the winners finals, meet up with Falcons Green, and take them down in 4. What a stunner.
Yeah, that's a fantastic series from some experienced vets. Like, all right, we're going to start off the series on Colossus. All right, it's a grade A bang out. Our guns ain't hot. Maybe this is a punch, not really a map that you really require a lot of brain power.
Yeah.
And they quickly say, all right, forget about that one. The next 3 maps are going to be ours. They were not even close. Peel was playing fantastic. Rispy had so many multi-kills around the map. Just imagine having both of those SMGs with the brain power that your ARs possess, man. They look fantastic in that series today, and now they get the final dance versus Team War again.
It's never chalked. Never chalked. Unbelievable story. This is unbelievable story. I just, again, you look at the rosters as they sign up for the LCQ, and you're like, what potential does this roster have with Priest not playing all year long? But he is commanding and leading the troops very nicely. And Swooty, he puts out great damage numbers again. But it's just one of those things that you look across the hill time for the 3 players that stayed in the lobby. They just were not able to turn that into rotation pressure, spawn control. I mean, really the best moment, I would say, kind of like in terms of break leading to conviction on spawn control, happened from 3 to 4, one of the last times we were there, but they're not able to hold it. It's just not the same story that we saw in Colossus, and that is just maybe in simple terms the difference of map right there. Just not able to continually hit long flanks and get into the play. It just never really felt like Falcons could put themselves in a position to dominate the map the same way they did in Colossus.
Yeah, you just couldn't play as free, man. When you don't have that lead advantage, like you said, you're not able to hit certain routes. And then when you're trying to execute these breaks, setups, we're just going one by one in positions that we can. I just think Falcons Academy got put into like this spiral here on Den where, all right, we're putting ourselves in a position to find key gunfights off the rotation, but we're trying to instantly put ourselves in that super layered setup where we're not really putting the main focus of what we need to do. Sometimes you need to play tight for that initial first push, because if you win that first wave, then that's what allows you to spread your wins.
Yeah,
If you're spreading your wins too early, you're not going to be able to fly. Falcons Academy end off their Black Ops 7 season not really on the high note, but just like individually as players, they have all grown this year. It's great to see. And also a big shout out to Swooty, because this is a guy who everybody puts on his name like this guy is strictly here for content, but he continues to show every single time you see him on the main stage or every time he's across our screens. The guy is talented and he's only going to continue to grow.
Yeah, man, I'm really excited to see what his future looks like. Obviously, the attention that he's been able to garner this year has been some of the highest across potential pro players, you know, just kind of on the rise, and the background of coming from a title, it's just so untraditional. It's something we haven't really seen before, but he's got it, man. I'll tell you that much. He's got it. Problem is, couldn't find himself the right team to finish off the year. So now we look at what our grand finals will look like. It's a repeat matchup of what we had in the winners finals. Team War, who's been sitting in the grand finals waiting, are going to be, I'm sure, a little bit happy to see that they're going to be playing up against the team they just 3-0'd. But can they get their guns hot enough? That'll be the big question, because right now weBall, they're clicking. They're looking real solid across all fronts. So we're going to go to break, let the boys take care of their map picks and bans. Be back with our grand finals right after this. Welcome back, everybody. We are ready to go with our LCQ Grand Finals. Winner, well, it's last chance qualifiers. Your last chance, one team makes it to. Winner makes it to Challengers Finals in Vegas. Team War, the squad who's been waiting in the Grands, gets a chance at trying to beat weBall twice in the same bracket. They played each other yesterday in the Winners Finals. It was a 3-0 to Team War. They would, I'm sure, love to find something similar here, but I'm telling you, Jay, there's something about this weBall team. They look like they're clicking really hard right now.
Yeah, it's just some experienced players mixed up with a little bit of young talent, man. You figure it out at the right time, and you just saw it on your screen. Versus Falcons Academy Green, you might start slow to the party, but I'm ending out with a bang. 3 straight matches from weBall. They get the rematch here versus Team War. But for, like, if you're Team War, you don't care. You haven't lost the map. It doesn't matter who's sitting across the stage from you. And now you get a chance to beat these guys again to crush their hopes here in Black Ops 7. Oh, give it to me.
I'll tell you, I know my boy Kevin is watching avidly somewhere in Long Beach, getting ready to go to see if Team War will make the easy flight for him to Vegas. It'll be Colossus Hardpoint. weBall trying to, well, just put themselves in a position to kind of have the same ending that they had against Team Falcons, but try to do that from the beginning. Sake Search and Destroy is a head scratcher. That one we haven't seen a whole lot of in the last major or two. And on top of that, of course, the Overload is still a bit of a question mark after, I would say, weBall really impressed us on the Den. Can they find a way to continue that Overload presence as we jump on in? We've got Team War, weBall, Challengers, LCQ Grand Finals. Let's get it on.
This is sometime every time we watch Flames to start off a hardpoint game. You blink, he's 6-0 with a Hellstorm very early into this one. So you cannot allow this guy to get hot because he's going to let you know on Twitter about it. Oh, you forgot about me? Let me show you why you need to remember. 15 seconds already for Team War, and they're still contesting for the better side of the map.
Yeah, Nemi, nice job to get things going with the top of the hardpoint. Icons on 4 in a row, just trying to lock down the P2 side of the map.
Hello.
He is being, I would say, contested. Maybe a little bit unbeknownst to him, though, at the moment. Able to come back over towards Pillars, find himself on 5, snaps over for a little bit of damage, and that's enough for the easy follow-up from Flames. Team War still in control of P2, kind of. Flank route here from Peel could open things up, but he's able to find himself, too. Chance to block the back spawns.
You're already learning from their mistakes of their first iteration of Colossus Hardpoint to start the day. Hey, let's put ourselves in position to contest for the spawns on our initial push. Peel goes on 4 in a row, opens up the gate through the front door, and now he allows his teammates to soak up this time. Team War trying to break their way on in, and it's going to help if Vikram's just going to fly through lobby and find 2.
Yeah, that's a huge double. Flames will get into the hard point with a couple of helpers, and that will be enough for the pressure to be firmly put on here to weBall. Rispy was looking for timing to hit from the front, but an off spawn from Vikram will stop that play in its tracks. Peel gives you one from the mid cut. Looking for more around the back. It's being watched avidly, though, and Team War will clean up the middle of the map and then keep their focus to the front. Everything covered, everything watched, and everything turning up red for Team War.
Yeah, weBall don't like this map, man. At least not the first couple of hard points. Give me a trophy system, then we can start to talk the talk. But P2, P1 again does not work out for them. The second time that they've spawned in on Colossus HP, Team War are already blowing this game wide open. Almost going to be up by 50, now contesting off the rotation because they already found the first kill. So Pill's going to spawn behind enemy lines, but these long routes need to work out now.
Oh, Flames just kind of backs off, just plays an angle while waiting for Nemi to get the kills over towards the yellow side of the map. A couple of kills do come through. Now a 2-2 split as we reapproach the hard point for Team War. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Really big heads-up play from the veteran in Flames. And Team War are dominating really on both sides of the map here. Over 35 on the clock for P3.
Here with a big one-on-one gunfight. It's now going to force these spawns to be a little bit all over the place. But thankfully, you're still going to be able to read them because you're slaying around this time. All of Pill's pressure on the backside gets shut down. And now all of your focus for Team War is going to be through the front for this final 20.
Oh, nice route timing here from Rispy. Gets a little bit lost through the middle of the map. Respawns by playing over through yellow. And that'll flip the spawns here. Icons, who's had a great start to this map, 11-5, is just sitting in the corner at P4. Loses the opening gunfight, though. And now it's just down to is the hard point hasn't opened yet. Where do the spawns come through? weBall will spawn out. Rispy trying to play his life. 4 kills in a row. This will be taken down. Vikram trying to find one last player around the back. No immediate trade. Priesta will get help as everyone will spawn on top of him.
Yeah, it's a big double there from P-Dog at the perfect time, too. I'm going to give your team the chance to lock down off this rotation, and now you're going to create some space if you are P-Dog on 3 in a row. Reads the pressure from tunnel, gives the comp to his teammates, watch the long route, but RCDs does lose that one-on-one. So now Priest's hands are even more full. He's only able to take down one.
But Peeled, he gets 2 through the middle of the map, including that player on the long route. So now it's just down to re-clearing the space from the front. Do they get a read that Flames have snuck behind? He may be able to block spawns and potentially even win a couple more gunfights. He gets a second. Peeled low on HP will also drop, and Flames has single-handedly flipped the tide of this P4.
Just a big fan of his gameplay, man. The way that he presents himself on the map, never going to put himself in a position to play the scam, always thinking about how I can give my team the advantage. Already a minute over the hill time, almost sitting at double positive as well. Flames is a great leader for a very young team. Now continuing on a high streak, on 5, almost locates kill number 6. But after the first set, Team War up by 40, you'll take it.
Yeah, I think we talked about this throughout the most recent stage of the Elite. Flame's a player who just really awkwardly kind of fell out of the scene after he dropped out of the CDL, and in Challengers has really had a tough time this year finding a solid squad. But out of nowhere, this Nemi, Icons, Vikram combination has allowed great success to come through for this Team War reprisal in the Challenger space. Still only a 40-point game, a little under that though, as weBall are able to find some time here at 1, 20 seconds remaining, and a couple of the kills from Team War have them stretching for rotation to new.
Yeah, weBall played this first 40 seconds flawlessly. Even though you don't give up a lot of time, you also get more time than Team War. It's just now in the final 15 seconds, we're losing gunfights that we really don't want to. And now we're putting players like Arcitys in really bad positionings. Only the player that's going to try to contest the spawns quickly gets traded out. And Team War now with trophy systems can blow the game wide open.
Yeah, it's a fresh trophy as well, placed down. So 2 players on the hard point, going to have a little bit of safety. Vikram finessing in the back. Oh, good escape. Just make yourself the most difficult kill on the map, why don't you? Flames from the front gets back to another 4 spree. Has health nearby as they try to zone out the play through Statue. It's a 5th elimination for Flames. An assist or some hard point time will do for a Hellstorm. And it looks like he's pretty much going to be queued up for one, and he will earn it right there at that last little bit of time.
Yeah, Hellstorm secured. 25 seconds still to play with on this time. You know weBall going to try to contest this, and it's got to be through the front door. Thankfully, you win every single gunfight and find a trade on the final. So trying to keep yourself into the game. Not wanting to put yourself in another situation where you have to basically come back from 150, just like it was in your earlier series. Only down by 60 and already in a position at B3.
Great little spree here from Rispy. Really influences how this next hard point will be played. But Vikram gets you another entry. Flames, I mean, he's feeling hot. He wants the battle. But will back off, play his life, wait for help. And he's going to throw some moves over towards Tunnel. Flames trying to create that last layer. Icons able to find the win, and the spawns will actually allow an opportunity here for a follow-up from behind. Now, spawns will move over towards new, but with 35 seconds and the numbers, Team War already putting pressure on the OE.
Yeah, now there's no need to use this Hellstorm to try to lock down the rest of this time, even though you do lose the map. Going over towards that P4, you're still making this one very, very scrappy. Final 20 seconds, trades going down. weBall walk away with the majority of the fight.
Okay.
It's not good for Team War because now there's no layering, there's no space being created, and weBall can just push you back and think about new.
But look at Vikram, he spawns behind the play.
That's insane.
Oh my goodness. I thought that was about to be as straightforward as possible, but maybe that last little push turns into an opportunity for Team War to get blessed with some spawns. Follow up on this next approach off the exit. It's going to have Vikram spawning again in the middle of the play. But has he missed Priest? No, he catches him at the last second, turns Icon's attention, and Team War have done their diligence, paid their dues at the COD gods, and they're taking advantage of it.
Yeah, they gave him a blessing right there to start off that P4. I thought when Priest finds that kill, or at least gets to that space, Arcitys spawns alongside him, but just rushes through the backside, and that gives Team War the advantage that they were looking for. Vikram providing so much slaying, and now you're forcing Team weBall to break in through the front door. Everyone have an NPC out because it's going to be non-stop action. It's Peel locating a double, and they're in.
Yeah, they are. Contesting in from the side door. Icons created. Nice shots from Peel. Get to his 30th elimination. Arcitys to follow. They'll get a little bit of a slower one compared to how things were moving in that second set of hills in the lower finals. Last second will go to Team War. 173 plays 130 as we rotate back to P1. Peel, damage out. Such a tough finish to the kill, but he's able to get the help provided for a 4-man wipe. And now weBall will iron up, lock down the spawns, and try to dig into this deficit.
Yeah, they make sure to get back over to the blue side of the lobby just before anyone on Team War spawns on up. You have the right side of the map, but now you're just hoping that this first wave of kills goes with it. You don't find a single one. A perfect break there from Team War now to control Statue and now put weBall on the back foot.
Yeah, but at the same point, weBall are finding all the eliminations to follow behind this, so you may not be getting the time. You're putting yourself into the position to put some pressure on Team War rotation-wise. And that last kill from Peel will really open up the map now for weBall. Will force a really interesting decision here for Team War on the Hellstorm. You don't want to use it, but at the same point, you also don't want to let this game get back to level terms, and those kills right there will put the question out of reach. You don't need it anymore, not with the spawns flipping right before P2 opens.
Yeah, you just find every single kill, and with the aggression, with more players past that 50-yard line, you spawn weBall all the way across the map. This is the hard point that has caused them so many problems, not only in this map, but in the series beforehand. They cannot find a way in towards P2. They're forcefully every single time just trying to commit the break through the front door, and it's just not working out.
No, it's not. I mean, it's just this continual pressure on the flank just keeps stalling out weBall. They can't get all 4 players approaching at the same time. Rispy diving on in, connects, but it's Vikram for 2. M15 now to the pistol. Can't lock down the shots, and Priesta will find you a double. That allows weBall to come off spawn and immediately re-hit from the front. Peel for 1, RCD's another. Hardpoint goes neutral, but spawns are still close for Team War, and here we go again with Vikram, able to find the first. Priest the last one left, gonna get overwhelmed, and the scrap time goes to Team War.
Yeah, you're just gonna keep on fighting it because you know you have the bailout Hellstorm going over towards the P3, so we're going to take this final 10 seconds, get closer to the winning condition of 250, and instantly invest this Hellstorm to put weBall in positions that they don't want to be. Everyone going to be trapped in towards bottom green, but they are fighting their way through this situation. They light up the kill feed. Now the last man standing is the guy at the time, or at least in the Hellstorm. We can hop right back in the HP.
But Priesta tries to hit a long route. He will fall short. Rispy needs to keep his life. Flames, perfect timing on the route. Able to take advantage of a couple of members who just were not expecting that hit. And how different things look when you've got a 4v3. Even if the Hellstorm doesn't open up the space, even if you lose all the gunfights through tunnel, you catch 1v1 outside the time. It leads to a full wrap, a full surround, and now Team War can close the map out here.
Yeah, they only need 10 more seconds. The final push from weBall coming through the front. First gunfight doesn't go your way. Neither do the next two. RCD's going to be the only one to try to get it done, and he gets absolutely nothing. Team War start off on a high note, up 1-0 in the series.
That was a really clean map from Team War.
Super clean.
And, I mean, I think it's just one of those situations where you kind of look back to the earlier Colossus that we had, and yeah, you could give a lot of praise to how Falcons started the map off, but it's just another one of those moments where I feel like in maps like this where weBall is playing decent and honestly pretty solid COD for Colossus standards, it's when you see a player like Vikram find an impressive opening entry two-piece, whether that's through a little bit of a mini flank to move spawns around, or even it's just from the flat-out front hit of the hard point, how different things look just by the individual. Same can be said for Flames when he goes on a huge tear in a very key moment to open that game up to 80 points plus almost. I mean, unbelievable stuff. Both those aforementioned players putting out huge numbers, both not just in the KD, but also damage, hard point time especially. It's just all 4 players right there shooting with the best of them.
Yeah, nah, Flames has got the recipe, man. He figured it out with this team. Even before they were Team War, they were playing under the Cabal banner. You find the scraps, you find the guys that have raw talent. You're just hoping that you can mold them into the players that they need to be to work around each other. And right now, the teamwork from Team War is all full display. You do have opportunities where Big Crump gets blessed with a spawn on the backside of B4 and then turns a potential 40 going the opposite way into 40 going your way.
Yeah, for real.
Just big time plays though, regardless though. You know that none of these guys are going to be afraid of the chow. They're always going to play for the gunfights, and if they got the fundamentals in the back of their mind, the game just becomes a little bit more easy. Team War take care of business in the hard point, but we've seen weBall in this position before, losing Colossus hard points to start off the series, so no need to sweat yet.
No, not at all. And I think they're, again, just from a synergistic perspective, that was a better map from weBall.
It was.
It's just a couple of individual plays from Team War just completely changed the map. Also, let's talk about the simple pink elephant in the room here. That spawn from Vicar behind P4 is just not something you expect. Bro. Like, if that doesn't happen, we could be looking at like a 190 going back to the next set. But That's the way COD works sometimes. Sake Search and Destroy coming up next. Exposure Overload is the muse for talking about that map 3 overall. I think especially for weBall, you talk about, map differences. We talked about that in their elimination final, looking at a Colossus as compared to a Den Hardpoint. We obviously saw the contrast pretty clearly. We'll have that same conversation, though, about a Den Overload compared to Exposure Overload. But before we do all of that, Sake Search and Destroy. This has been a map that, again, I feel like we have not seen a ton of in the last 30 days. And I think some of that is just to the difficulty of making decisions offensively that create to objective-based opportunities. And I'll be really interested to see what a more recently formed team like weBall offers through the experience of an RCDs and a Priesta in the mix.
Yeah, offenses are going to be the really big talking point here on Sake, but for teams like Team War, defense is also going to be key too, because the aggression that you can set the tone on your attacking rounds can instantly win you the round in the first 10 seconds. But now on the opposite side of the field, where you need to be making crucial decisions in those first 10 seconds of how aggressive do I want to be in towards pit, how aggressive do I want to be towards the top broken window to get through that A street. Yeah. These are all decisions that you quickly have to make. And I feel like if you are Team War, from what we saw and what we know about this roster, we saw it in the final elite stage. These guys are phenomenal at Search and Destroy. They have two different play styles where they can run you down or they can slow it down drastically and just force you to play the mind game aspect of Search and Destroy. There's so many different intangibles here for Team War in S&D. So with all the experiences you have on the opposite side for weBall, you got to be prepared for it, because when I continue to look at these maps, I keep thinking like they just need to get towards the later half if they want to realistically stand a chance. But it's like how you get to the later half. If you go down 0-3 going into a Den Hardpoint, then you're probably going to get 4-0. You need to respond to one of these next two maps if you are weBall.
I like that call. I mean, I think Den Hardpoint, based on what we saw from weBall, it definitely leads to a chance to extend this best of 7. We know the Raid Search and Destroy was waiting for us as map number 5 in the elimination finals. So there are maybe some kind of clues or tidbits that we could lean on there, especially knowing that the Den Overload's also in the mix. But yeah, I mean, it's a lot of figuring. It's a lot of assumption work, and going down 0-3, never fun. I mean, you've got the it's never chalk mentality for Priesta, but that was a different game in a very different world that we're talking about. But let's take a look to see what they have to offer on this opening attack. Again, it feels like that's been the difficult side for most of our squads. And how about this? Just a straight dive into the barrels. Now it's going to be watched on the next layer, and as it is, another kill comes through, and the initial approach is shut down immediately by Team War's defense.
Yeah, that's also your bomb carrier, so Rispy taking a high risk puts his team in a bad position now. Priesta, though, is able to get behind enemy lines uncontested, recover the bomb, and now still able to stay alive. So the Vet's making something out of nothing, 2v2.
Well, here we go. Reset of the entire round comes out. Nemi will be the one who is playing the contact. He's got an NPC, so he's just looking for info. He's going to find both. At least he's going to see RCs. I'm not sure 100% if he did catch the eye onto Priesta as he crossed. But as the wrap comes over to A, the defense for Team War has put themselves in a pretty good spot to watch over the top of this.
Yeah, but they're committed to push on through. So this is going to be a free B bomb plant for weBall. And you also have warehouse control to go with it. You're going to be able to spot them on the exit if you are Flames, but now time is ticking.
You have to know this post plant's over towards B2. Stun check does not work. A to the corner, also not going to land. And RCDs is your second layer of clutch up potential. Priesta has to check the bomb, though. He's going to slide across the space to find one. Trade is there. RCDs can still play the clock. Shots out from Nemi. He's going to think that's enough damage for me to hop onto the bomb. Does RCDs get the read? He's going to have to check. He's going to have to go. It's already past halfway. RCDs to the window, and it's an easy follow. Perfectly played.
Man, that's a 2v4 to start off the S&D. That's fantastic there from weBall, man. A round that you're thinking we stand no chance in. This is where our vets show what they're all about. Rings on both sides for both of those players. And RCD's able to put himself in position, just gather the shoulder, understand Nemi's going to push me back. But all I have to do is just make sure he's not defusing the bomb in time. Plant spot good enough for weBall to get the insane 2v4 to start this one off.
I didn't even think that rotation to A was going to bode much success at all, just based on where the setup was for Team War, but...
Yeah, they just gave it up.
Yeah. And that's something we've kind of seen from the defensive strategy book of a lot of teams just kind of let one lane stay open, but in a 4v2, we would have thought that would have been in tradable positions, but brilliant 2v4 from RC's and Priest has them now up 1-0. Defense trying to get aggressive, punished by Flames. Oh, it's perfect. Wow, Peel, you thought for sure he had an easy trade. RC's gets 2 in the lineup, sneaks through the smoke. Brilliant slip away from Arcides to stop the trade. And now he's got a realistic chance to make this 1v4 come to life.
Oh, yeah. Alex is popping takeover here in this S&D.
Yeah.
You're panicking if you are EMEA Flames now. You don't want to give up 2 bad rounds in a row. So that's going to be all the momentum on the side of weBall. But now 40 seconds left on the game clock. Arcides still just showed their day. Doesn't spot out anyone. And right now the time is working out in his favor.
You know, I'm really wondering here. I mean, you don't want to see Nemi just plant the bomb by himself.
No, you better
Flames is
going
going to have to come help. Oh, my gosh. Arcee's going to turn this into a 1v1. 22 seconds on the clock. Has he seen Flames? May not matter.
Oh, my God.
What a perfect reposition from Arcees. 12 on the clock. Did he see the bomb down? I don't know if he did or not, but last 8 seconds. Flames can't find Arcees. He's going to guess correctly. It's going to be a 1v4 for Alec. And weBall's going to go up 2-0 with 2 dramatic round wins.
And before this match starts, I'm sitting there like, yo, Team War, before they used to be known as Cabal, one of the greater S&D teams that we've seen in quite some time in challenges, but they are letting some rounds away that they simply have no answer to. That is a 1v4 from Arcees, the 2-time world champion. And it's like there's no team ball right here. The smoke grenade helps. Auto aim is going to be out the window. Arcees in the perfect position to just line up 2 free headshots. But the fact that it wasn't like Team War working together to try to gather some information before they even think about the objective, that's what gave him the chance. And now weBall on up 2-0, and he's on 6 in a row.
He's going to go for the plant, see if he can get the extra score off of this. Team War being held back just a touch, but they're finding the kills that they need. Bomb does get planted. Vikram over the top is going to isolate. They know where Arcees is, and that's a little more like it. Did he earn the Hellstorm, though, with the plant? I don't think he got enough for it, but it'll be close.
I'm not too sure, Al, but that's a great response there from Team War to potentially not allow him to get it. And that's due to just Peel nading himself. I don't really know how that went down there for that first blood, but that's not going to help because then Arcees is now forced to play the objective, get the bomb planted, and it's just not enough to earn that Hellstorm. So a big round there from Team War, but realistically, Peel gave him the best chance there.
What that looked like, and I couldn't really see it because Peel was off screen, but it looked like that was a nade from Team War that blew up Peel's nade as he left the hand.
That's tough.
Yeah, that is. Kind of what it looked like. So I didn't see him overcook anything. Regardless, here we go. Priest, a quick flank. Crispy for the first blood behind the plant. Of Team War, who are already, weBall's already on for the defuse. They're going to find a very quick defensive round. We go 3-1 up. Okay, that was a blink and you miss it sort of round.
Bro, it's just like the yesterday we saw in their last series. They find an opening, they're going to take advantage of it. And even though weBall weren't prepared for the instant bomb plant over towards that B site where Priest are guaranteeing space overhead rocks. As soon as the bomb goes down, you get the bomb planter. Priest opens up on the pinch. Immediate 4v2 as soon as the objective gets down. This is an easy round there from weBall. All right, this is the way you're going to keep yourself in the series. Just do the S&Ds and the overloads, and right now they're outclassing Team War.
Big time. I mean, I say big time. They've won a 2v4 and a 1v4.
Yeah.
So really that was the only round that they've really demanded and took in control of. Priest, a quick action. Shut down as Icons played a different route over towards that barrel's contest. Will be shut down by Peel on the return. Flames in some trouble, has to step back. Good damage, able to find the pick. And numbers will be for Team War here in the 3v2. Rispy going to commit to the plant, though.
Yeah, that guy's got nukes out of his M15, and unfortunately, Arcees is now not going to find any success. Neither is Rispy. As soon as the bomb plant goes down, it's Vikram locating the final 2. Team War off of the back of the first blood, quickly and efficient on the trade for the second. And then when you have the numbers advantage, you're able to hit these routes that are going to be unguarded.
Oh, yeah.
Team War now stalling out the time just to develop more progress of trophies, but they get the second round.
Let me ask you a question, Jay. I don't think we've ever really talked about this, but as a former pro player, when you're looking at a score line that's 3-1 and you've lost 2 rounds to a 2v4 and a 1v4, or do you feel like you're down 3-1, or is that just one of those like, yo, bro, like we're chilling, like it's fine?
I'm sitting there. Wait, guys, we just gave a 2v4. We just gave a 1v4. These guys are terrible. Like, let's just actually play together these next couple of rounds, and we should be able to close this one out. And that looks like what Team War had the response in that run.
It's a conversation that isn't often had. So I like that we're having it. All right, Team War back to the attack. We've seen a couple of gut check plants for both teams. Maybe another one here as Smoke will completely overwhelm this mid-cross. Put some pressure on the defense. Icon's going to get a read down low onto Rispy. Follow up with clean shots, and that will turn into a first blood. RC's trying to gatekeep a response by moving to A, but isn't going to find his window. Toes are peeking out for Priesta, but turns into natural bait for RC's. Trade from Vikram is good. Numbers still for Team War.
Yeah, but now they're trying to chase down Vic. The only thing is, Vic is not going to be alone anymore. Icon keeps him alive, and now it's a 1v3 for Pill. You stand no chance. Team War now starting to make those mid-round adjustments. I love the slow and steady approach right there. To just invest the smoke grenade at their side of the lobby. And that forces weBall to now think, all right, if they get spawn plant, we can't work the pinch. We don't really have the spots that we had in the previous round, so we have to try to contest this. But once Rispy throws that shoulder from bottom pit, like, he has to get out, because that's all the information you got. But he stays stuck, gives up the first blood, and then Team War just keep on playing the domino effect after that to tie the game.
Yeah, I don't think Rispy was anticipating being seen there from that angle. Looked like he was kind of just, I mean, you would have thought so, but it looked like his eyes were firmly planted on that bottom tunnel. And as the island player at A, it looked like he was just kind of playing for a quick check and then a quick backup. But early damage from Team War established some pit control. He'll going to find a follow-up shoulder and then turn that into one. Icon's in some trouble. Nemi trying to assist. Able to get one, but nothing more, at least not initially. Numbers for weBall in this attack.
Yeah, the bottom pit fight goes in favor of weBall, but now not the right gun for the occasion. Still wins the one-on-one. Now it's a 2v2, and I love the way that Flames is playing this. He gets the read that the pressure's going to be on him, and he just gets out.
And Nemi's going to get back. Watch the cross, find one. Pistol, part of me, not even pistol. NPC out for Rispy and some trouble. Finds the first up and over with the pistol. Almost able to finish. But the gunfight goes to Team War, and they're going to take the edge back 4-3 up.
Oh, I thought Rispy was about to do that thing on him, Al.
Yeah, right.
But for some reason, Flames is not shooting regular ammo out of his M15. And the pistol was good enough to find the final kill, but that round all falls into the hands of Nemi. He's just winning gunfights, trying to keep his teammates alive, and positions that he's not supposed to be finding success with the M15 in hand. But it's 3 rounds in a row now for Team War. I told you, Al. I said 2v4, 1v4. These guys suck, man.
Well, it's coming to fruition pretty nicely. Change up for weBall. Potentially on the cards here. Looking at Priesta pulling over towards that pit door. Help from Peel to watch over the top at the tower. And as the secondary check for weBall towards down and pit doesn't see anything, Team War have maybe given themselves a chance to kind of control how the round gets played from here.
And I'm curious if they invested a smoke grenade early on, or if they have that as a bailout to potentially open up this B bomb site. But this time, Priesta doesn't show face. Peel takes so much space up through the A street to find kill number 2 on the round. And now it's technically a 4v2 for Team War, 1v3 for Flames.
Not able to stay alive. Follow up from Rispy is perfect. And weBall put together a nice round in response there to get us tied to 4. This is kind of make or break time, because does that turn into a narrative changer here for weBall, or is that just one of those rounds that we're able to kind of catch Team War playing a little bit too cutesy in the first 30, 45 seconds?
Yeah, you just catch them off guard, man. Like, the thing that's been working out for Team War on their offense is when you're giving them early info to work with, but that time, no one from weBall show face. And Team War think, all right, this is going to be open. No, Priest is going to be the guy watching that cross angle. So that might be the answer there for weBall to potentially take this S&D. Just stop giving up the info in the first 10 to 15 seconds.
Yeah,
force Team War to work a little bit more harder. But now on their offense, they're going to take the place of them.
Does Icons tally any of those crossers by looking towards bottom bar like that? Bomb was attempted to be planted. Shut down. A couple extra hit markers for Vikram, but no first blood. Will stay 4v4. Now a secondary attempt for RCDs to plant, but the bop out to get back into the mix. Allows first and second blood to start to come through. Trade on Arceus is there. Priest, the last one left, can't find anything. And that's just good bully ball right there from Team War on the recontest.
Yeah, it's such a tough spot to be in too, Al. Because like you have all of top mid control, you have their lobby, but you know like they're taking this slow retake approach. And if someone turns that corner, we're just banking that it's only one guy because the beta switch is going to be too much to handle. And that's what happens there for weBall. You lose that first gun fighting towards lobby. Even though Priesta quickly finds a trade, they already have the power spots to quickly eliminate him with the NPC pressure. So Team War with their mid-round adjustments now at game point in S&D.
I love that call of how you recontest an early post plan too. And I'm interested. Like I'd be really curious to know how much did Icon see in that little peek through pit to look up top at bar. Felt like he caught some good info there. Here comes the next attack for Team War. Early smoke over towards B. Forces a stun check from the defense. Look at this route. It's been red, though. So an idea thrown into the mix, but look how quickly weBall have gotten the read, and now Peel's trying to play around the back, but at the same front, he gets pushed back. Frisbee in some trouble, but is able to find first blood. Cannot get away, 3v3, but the map is in control right now of weBall.
Yeah, this is what's been working for weBall. They just find an opening, take control of that lane, and just basically trap Team War on one side of the map. But this time, you show face on one end, you wrap back, even though you lose that first blood and quickly find a trade, it's still making it 3v3. That initial play call from weBall worked out until it didn't. So now 40 seconds to go. You just cannot allow Team War to get this bomb planted at B. And the only one scouting on this side of the map is going to be Arceus, but a perfect battle goes down at A Street to draw up more attention, but now it's a 2v2.
Icon's off the plant. Sets the clock in favor of Team War. Arceus and Priest trying to manifest another comeback, and Arceus is on it. Hop it. Does Icon's even bothered to check it? He's going to get some info. Here comes the follow-up on the Priest. We got to find the diffuser, and he's not able to get the kill in time. What a call from Arceus. Priest just essentially throws himself into the blender to kill enough time off the clock for the diffuse comes through, and he gets it with a couple of tenths of seconds remaining.
Even though they haven't been on the main stage for quite some time, you know pros do not fake it. Big time plays again from the vets to now force this round 11. And Team War are going to be the team on defense.
Holy cow. Maybe a grade 8 bang out here, too. Nades over towards the bar window will land. Icon still holding close. Sees a little bit of gunfire. Pre-fires out. Everyone stays alive. 4v4. weBall do get control of the B site, though, and they're going to go for the plant.
And look, they're already in towards the window, too. So as soon as this bomb goes down, Arceus is not going to be able to get out. So first blood goes to Team War, and all you want to do now is hold.
Route from Peel. Can Rispy stay alive long enough? Oh, and even worse. Flames finds the flank kill. P-Dog, 1v4. Able to find the first. Looking for the quick second, but he's got to defend the bomb. He's not going to be able to. Team War take the round 11. And they will be up 2-0 here in this best of 7 grand finals.
Just way too clean, man, on that retake opportunity. If you are weBall, you want to set the tone. You want to force the play to come to you. They make their adjustments this time around on their offense. But they were just hoping that once Arceus was able to get that bomb planted, he was able to get out uncontested. Little did you know, Team War were already at the bar. They sent 2 players up through the window, so as soon as that bomb goes down, Arceus is instantly going to fall. And then you know, once that first kill goes down in the first 40 seconds still with the game clock on your side, players in a 3v4 situation, someone's going to try to hit that long round. And you can always bank on players like Flames to watch it because you're thinking, all right, Peel, oh, he's making this route out. He's making it.
Real.
No, Flames is sitting there. Don't worry. I got your whole backside covered. If he comes, he's going to fall to the hands of my M15. And that's exactly what happens for Team War. Just like it went down 2 days ago, you're up 2-0 versus weBall again.
Yeah, man. And I think there's another important part about why Flames is able to watch that flank for as long as he is. It's also off the read of what happens from the front. The fact that you get that first blood, yes, it gets traded, but dealing with a 3v3, you don't have to give up that long route again on that backside to help cover over the top of the bomb. So it's the little small cause and effects that allow a player like Flames to be able to commit nicely, especially into, okay, they're good. They don't need me right now. There's no worries. So great stuff on display for both teams. But it's Team War with that little bit of gusto to make up for the 2v4 start and the 1v4 from Arcitys. That, I mean, that was unbelievable. And again, I get it. Like, you're in a perfect position to get a lineup for 2. It really feels like a 1v2, but it's still a 1v4. It doesn't matter how it happens, it still happens.
Yeah, the fact that they're able to quickly forget about those rounds, because it was to start off this map, you're thinking, all right, they can do no wrong. Like, even if we get first bloods, they're still clutching up. But still managing to keep yourself focused into the gameplay. Team War come back. Say, all right, screw your 1v4, screw your 2v4. I think the better 2 is going to be for us now in the series up 2-0. And I'm telling you right now, Al, if weBall don't win this next Overload, it's probably going to end in 4.
Yeah, very well may. And it's just tough to see that happen because, again, like outside of a weird spawn situation in map number 1 and obviously around 11 here, weBall are probably thinking that they're not far out of these maps. But now you go to an exposure overload and kind of look the pin we put into this point, kind of talking about what they did on the Den overload. Exposure, I mean, really all of our overloads, we're kind of like, in a way, and I feel like we haven't really talked about this much, but we're kind of low-key blessed with how different all the 4 maps are in this mode right now. It really makes the game mode feel variable. It makes it feel fresh, depending on which map you find yourself on. Den plays very differently than what exposure is going to look like. So we'll kind of leave you guys with that little marinating point as we had to do just a brief break. When we come back, we'll talk more about exposure overload right after this. Welcome back there, friends. We're jumping on into our map number 3, Overload on Exposure. Team War up 2-0 in this LCQ Grand Final. Winner goes to Vegas. Loser waits for the next title. And that means for weBall, we need to find something and find it quickly. This opening breakoff, not bad, Jay, but EMP, easier to say that you can control it than actually to physically do in this opener.
Yeah, but it's a good sniff out on the final player. Icons was trying to play like a nuisance behind enemy lines, just in case things went down around that middle of the map where his teammates really wouldn't agree with. He was going to keep that EMP safe and sound, but weBall sniffed him out, and now they're on the offensive approach. Just got to choose the right direction to go because we're not winning the key gunfights in the power spots, and now EMP player is going to be stranded around the middle of the map.
Yeah, really good follow-up right there. Icons kind of fills a gap to stop that rotation down towards the A part of the map. Priesta still alive and kicking. EMP collected. Only one defender really in position here at A to start, but no trophies yet, meaning that these nades from the spawn could land. But instead, it's a nade that lands from Peel's hand. He's going to be the lead blocker, risk be able to finalize on the dimensions with a pistol, and weBall will get the opening score.
Yeah, but now they quickly got to race over to the opposite side of the map because Team War have already hit the reset button on the plane on the power side. To quickly try to tie this score up, it's only going to fall into the hands of Arcitys. Hopefully he can stall out time for the teammates and wrap back and clear out their spawn, and he stalls out just enough for P-Dog to find the first kill.
Yeah, and EMEA actually slides right into a stun. So that's easy for the defense to shut down the play, even though Icons can still collect the EMP. Flames able to stop the follow push through from the defense. And it looks like Team War are just going to try to re-aggress on the same position. But Priesta stops the play in its tracks, needs to keep his life. Rispy going to try to step forward to get the EMP carrier, but all of a sudden Team War are finding every single kill. Now it's just down to Arcitys. Can he get there in time to stop this score from happening? And no, he will be taken apart, and it will be a return here for weBall down over towards this bottom position, the EMP.
Yeah, and the team kill also is going to help them, so it's going to allow Team War to come off the respawn and have players in the power spots to shut down this instant play over towards this A side. Now Icons outside one of his teammates. All he has to do is take care of the likes of Priesta, and that is going to be easy work there from Team War. Now the battle for mid-map commences.
Oh, Vikram, a little bit extra there for his former teammate in Peel. Rispy also will drop. Vic now an opportunity to be the lead blocker. Shuts down the play at the platform. Turns over. Nice shots from Vikram. But over on the other side of the map, Flames is the one who's now playing the bait and switch. He will find his double, and there's a second score immediately for Team War.
Yeah, it's a solid distraction, man. Vic pulls him on one end. The vet is pulling him on the opposite. And it's just way too easy of a score there for Team War when you got raw, talented players able to strike at those moments. 2 minutes left to go in the half. Up by one is going to be Team War, and they currently have the map control to go with it.
Oh, and they're finding kills through mid. Vikram, timing of this hit could be huge. Rispy's able to stop the EMP in its tracks before the action can really unfold. Icons now behind the play through Zig. A little caught right here. Hipfire's not bad, but he's not able to find the win, and there's a secondary kill there for weBall to rotate the map.
Yeah, look at P-Dog kill. Already creating so much space. Needs to value his life at 15 HP. He's able to play a little bit longer, but a stun is going to be good enough to eliminate him. First kill goes your way. Second kill goes your way. So Team War thinking this should be a free stop, but still, we balling right now. Until then.
Till then. It gets mixy, gets close, but it gets reset. Flames loses the first gunfight through mid. Priesta not traded. Dimensions in some trouble, but is able to still find the EMP carrier. Priesta still slips through. Will that make much of a difference? Icons is still in a position to defend the middle of the map. You have Vikram still playing over on the weBall side as well. He's able to find his first. Icons damage out. Not quite able to find the kill on Priesta. Follow-up from Arcitys is decent. Now it's just down to where the heck did Preston go?
Yeah, Priesta's still finessing. He's stalling out so much time, forcing Team War to put a lot of focus on him, and he's still providing slay after slay until he falls to the hands of Vic. With 30 seconds left, everything that Priesta just did is for absolutely nothing. The battle for mid-map continues to go down. Reset goes down, and it's Vikram again with the multi-kill, shutting it all down.
Yeah, he's been mostly floating on the weBall side of the map, and he's been doing stuff like this. 4 in a row, 20 and 9. Over the top, not quite able to find the last shot needed on to Peel. But he's low, and he's now the only defender in position. EMP making its way over. Icons some damage, but Dimensions not feeling like there's an opportunity for him to push through for the pistol kill. So instead, it's Flames who finds himself too. Now over the back. Dimensions, though, trying for the score, gets stuck in place by a stun. And that will be enough for the halftime to come through.
Only going to be a 1-point lead here for Team War. But a lot better than the previous squad we saw from the Falcons. Just managing where these players are coming from. Controlling the pace of the game. I'd love for their first score to go down like this because it was the EMP carrier who eventually was the last man alive. He wraps back all the way through the middle map, cuts to P4, allows his teammates to spawn, and now calls the distraction because if you're the opposite team defending, you're thinking, all right, the ball's rotating. It's got to be going to the opposite side. But no, he allows his teammates to come back into the play to keep the pressure on their side and just continue to control the pacing of this overload. 5 minutes left to decide if Team War are going to be up 3 or not.
Well, opening break off. Lots of nades coming through over in these connectors, but trades are relatively even. Rispy in some trouble will be traded away. Follow up on Arsides is big, and that's going to lead to some mid-map control here for Team War and a chance to collect.
You already have Vic so far pushed up that you know that weBall are going to be spawning all at this B point. Once Vic falls, you got to choose the right direction now, and it's Flames and Nemi lighting up the kill feed again. Arsides, though, with a big one-on-one onto the EMP carry in a tough spot. Is going to stall out enough time for his teammates to eventually get the full shutdown.
Okay. Is there more available here? Not quite. Good response. Arsides able to find the kill onto Vic. Peel through. Here's the jump up. Big 1v1 with Nemi, who's going to get a little bit of help. Pistol, though, over towards B. We'll have Priesta looking for an opportunity to score. He's going to have some help with him, but the MP carrier will fall. Icons is able to at least get traded away. But is there a chance to score here? Not quite. Varsity's double may get the last bit needed, and yeah, he picks up, slides through 2-2.
Now weBall on the power side for potentially another quick score here. Can't find the fights that they want over towards Solar. So now Priesta's got to take this approach a little bit more coordinated, but he rushes the play. Thankfully, Rispy finds too, so your teammate still got tank control.
That will lead to the pick up the MP and the immediate rotate back over to mid. That'll split the defense for Team War just a touch. Flame says, I've got this. I've got a trophy next to me and an AR. Everyone else head over to the middle of the map and down over towards dirt. But now Flame's going to get some trouble here. Going to get completely blindsided by Peel. But over the middle of the map, there comes able to find the EMP carrier, grab it, and potentially generate a scoring chance. He's just running this thing straight over towards A. Is anyone here defensively? Yes, Priesta is at the last second. That was insane, but it nearly worked out.
Yeah, he thought it was going to be free, but just didn't really calculate when those guys are going to come off the respawn as fast as they did. So weBall get the stop. Now turn the defense into offense, approaching through the lower side street. Trying to work their way up through A, but you're taking so long that's going to allow these SMGs to pinch you on the other end. Nemi locates 2. You're hoping that your teammates can find the rest, but it's Rispy and Peel with all 4, and now this should lead to a guaranteed score.
Yeah, looking good for it, unless any nades can go over to the top. No, not even going to bother. Team War is already on the rotation through the top of the map where Priesta's going to meet them. Oh, boy. This could lead to a 4-2 count very quickly. Follow-up elimination over towards A is good. Rispy waiting for his chance to pounce. And here he goes. Able to find the opener. Shut down the trade is good. Defensive will also catch the EMP carrier on top of that. And a couple of the spawners will still be on the bottom side of the map. So Arsides is the last one left. And with 2 minutes on the clock, Team War is still alive. Although Arsides... Oh, whoa. Careful. That was a little bit too dangerous. Was looking for an easy follow-up, but instead it's Team War with the kills.
Yeah, now it's Team War on the offense. That's going to be all 4 dead. Everyone coming off the respawn for weBall. So this is where Team War need to provide a little bit of finesse. Trying to stall a lot of time for Vikram to make the big play because he's flanking through ring. Trades go down at tank, but it's on Vic.
His timing could be immaculate or miserable. Yeah, and he just had not seen any of the defenders right underneath him. So as the EMP was being rotated, the kills come through, and now weBall have an offensive chance. Flames, tough battle. Not able to win it versus Arsides. Going to be a little 2v4 over towards the B zone. Nemi able to kick things off nicely. Icons follows. And the rest of weBall a little bit too far away to get the trades. Stuns and nades are coming through, but EMP should be picked up here by Team War.
Yeah, without a doubt. You should grab this EMP because we already found a majority of the kills to at least continue to control the pacing of this game.
Hello?
But they are banking on the reset now. Now with a minute left to go, everyone's got to haul ass all the way to the opposite side of the map. But thankfully, it's working for Team War because they have found 3 kills to go with it.
That is unbelievable out of dimensions.
Go B.
Didn't look like that was going to be that much, and yep, you're absolutely right. Now you can rotate this back through mid, tank over to B. Vikram playing as the pivot man. Has he missed timing, though? Yes, he has. He was able to find a pistol out for Flames. Nothing there. 30 seconds on the clock, and Nemi's trying to play a little bit of stall out while Priest's working on some spawn control.
Oh, yeah, but Priest does fall. So, down to 2v4. weBall looking to decide to hit the park the bus strategy. I've only seen it a couple times. I was able to see it yesterday in Falcons matchup versus Bittersweet, but with 15 seconds, Team War, you got to continue to run. You got to go. Yeah. It's only 10 left.
Bus is parked. Here comes the play for the kills. Icon's able to find one. Is that enough time here to get Nemi into the play? He's able to find the grab. He needs to keep his life for the overtime. He's going to get a little bit of help here. Rispy on the corner. Takes some damage. Nemi in some trouble. He's able to find the kill, but he needs help. He needs it quickly, and he's not going to get it in time. The bus was parked. It was invaded, but weBall able to get the last shots needed to stop any final heroics and to get their first map on the board.
Yeah, there's something about Overload and it being a barn burner. These guys have the clutch gene when they need to have it. The biggest turning point of the game was that third capture, where it was initially Nemi who finds 2 on a pinch, flying through top mid. You're thinking if you're Team War, all right, we got the initial 2, it's a 2v4. All we have to do is trade out the last couple of guys by the EMP, but none of them trade anyone. Peel locates 3, nope. Rispy finds the final, and that 4 dead turns into the winning capture. So weBall balling at the right time in the right game mode. Now down 2-1 in the series.
And that was in the face of 2 30 bombs from Vikram and Dimensions. It just came down to that scoring opportunity you mentioned. I was going to say the exact same thing, brother. Wow. What a map, though. And I have to say, again, for a team that was just put together essentially for the LCQ, they're playing Overload at a really, really high level right now. I mean, what else could you have possibly wanted from weBall right there? I mean, they really didn't make many mistakes, not any catastrophic ones. It was a lot of really good fundamental play. Yeah, there were some opportunities for Team War, largely thanks to a couple of key gunfight wins, but outside of that, weBall was playing some real solid Overload right now.
Yeah, and it's not taking anyone to go above and beyond in this laning department, no. I'm pretty sure everybody at the end of this map was actually sitting at negative. It's just where you were finding these kills. It's more impactful for what Team War are doing. But like we see it a lot throughout challengers, like players are dropping some of the best KDs in this game mode, but if you just allow one player to slip on by, then it's all for absolutely nothing. So just to close out this season, the young guys got to figure out when and when not we need to be able to take unknown space, because every risk that you take can come back and bite your team, and unfortunately for Team War, the risk was too big to handle here, and now you give them a map.
All right, and then Hardpoint to follow, which was a map that weBall played extremely well versus Falcons Green. So opportunity to get this thing to a 2-2 count, looking at a raid as a guaranteed map number 5. But Team War, I will say, just kind of reflecting back to the Colossus Hardpoint, they are playing some really solid hardpoint right there. And yes, they got blessed with a really strange spawn situation, took advantage of that, but that's going to happen, and it happens a lot in this game, let's be honest.
Yeah.
So being able to kind of read this situation, even if it comes with a little bit of blessed opportunity, something that Team War, I think we can give a lot of credit to. And that's not just like talking about map number 1. That's, I think, something that they've done a really nice job of throughout Elite Stage 4. Some of the moments that we saw of them when they were in Paris, same situation, man. Like, they're playing really good COD right now.
Yeah, they don't really have like the most pop-off names on your screen. You're probably watching these guys for the first time, and if you are, then where the hell have you been all season? Because these guys have been making noise. We started off the year, what was it, like Peel, Vikram, alongside Timmy Phantoms. Like, and those guys are just here, right? Unbelievable. Yeah, Blackheart, Colossus, you could always count on those guys to just fly and fry. It's good to see that they are still making a name for itself to close out the season. Obviously, you don't want to try to be a part of the LCQ. You want to avoid this situation depending on how your year goes, but you're making the most of it now with the scraps remaining. Even though you did fall short on that last map, like you said, just like the team ball aspect of how they approach the game looks great. Hard points are good, rotations are good, breaking how they're setting up as a collective unit looks great. And even their search and destroy, you can always bank on those guys to have those mid-round and just to keep them in the game. Overload, you keep a couple openings, but regardless, Team War are still looking like a barely polished squad when they're realistically not supposed to with the amount of time that they've had to play with each other.
I hear that, and I misspoke. It was Proda who was the 4th on that initial.
There you go.
fun
Yep,
swap.
Proda.
Proda. Yeah, it's been. I mean, again, it's just. I don't want to say like I'm so surprised to see how much success this Team War team has had, but at the same rate, it's just like it's one of those weird combinations that I think you can just chalk up to like the recipe is there, like it just works. It's hard to say why it does. It just does. I mean, like you don't really look at any of these 4 players and say that they've been dominating this year. Like Vikram has had a good year. Like he has not been jump off the page at you. It's been top 6s, top 8s, a couple of opportunistic top 4s, like stage 1. I think that team finished top 4, didn't it? But like,
yeah,
regardless, it's just like, it's not one of those takeover years for any one of these guys. They just happen to find each other at the right time, the right moment. It's working nicely.
Yeah, I feel like towards the end of the season, the best teams in the game are the squads that can run every single weapon. Like ever since that meta change, like we used to see the defaults where it was 2 M15, 2 Dravix on the map. Sometimes you might see a 3rd at times, but ever since the meta change after stage 2, like the teams who consistently have a 3rd NPC player and sometimes a 4th, like those are the guys that are consistently playing T-ball. Those are the guys that are not relying so much on one player to have pop-up moments, because everyone is now putting their 25% into it. So I feel like they right now have a perfect recipe when you talk about their roster, between Vic playing as fast as he does with the NPC. Then you have Nemi who can go between the NPC or the M15, and we've already seen it out of Flames on maps like Colossus or maps where he has to have it with that NPC in hand. He's able to do it. So Team War, realistically, when you look at their roster, like I said, might not be the most standout names, but they got the play styles that make it work.
Okay. Let's see if we can find a way to get this thing to a 2-2 count, or will Team War put themselves onto championship point to get them as the last team in North America to make it to the Challengers Finals. Here we go. And hardpoint awaiting us. weBall again played this map really, really well in the lower finals. But is this a different caliber of opponent on the other side after what we saw in Colossus? Sure feels that way, and Icons will already give us that statement as he gets 2 plus the assist on the 3rd, and is looking for extra space, which he's able to find as well.
Yeah, over there, locked down for this little map. If you are weBall, we got to take a long route already to find a break at this HP. Can't go through bottom dragon because there's so much space already being created, and we have already also given up a lot of time here. 20 seconds towards Team War. You will gladly take it, because throughout this entire process, not a single player from weBall has gotten past that 50-yard line until Priest hits the slung route.
Yeah, but it looks like Vikram is half aware of that, and yeah, more than that. He's able to find him off screen towards Couches. Icons cleans up the hard point, and now you know, if you're Vikram, that there's just one player awaiting you. The problem is he's not going to read the spawns from behind, and how could you? Really nice awareness from weBall to use those proximal spawns. They're still spawning close through garage, and now it's just battling off this next hit from Team War.
Yeah, Top Gods had to give one back from that Colossus spawn on map number 1. And weBall now trying to make the most of their opportunity. So far, shut down the first wave very cleanly. Only losing 1 player in the process, but 4-for-1 trade. That now is going to allow you to create so much space to the front. And even though Peel falls, he knows where the pressure's coming in.
No, but it may not make a difference. Vikram gives you another entry double. We talked about that a lot at Colossus. Give him a 3rd on top of that. Icon's trying to push out the spawns. Doesn't anticipate Rispy's route, but the easy follow-up for Vic gets him on to 4. 5th in front of him. Good damage. Switching back to the SMG, but there's not enough ammunition to finish the kill. Bree's still going to try to generate one more scoring chance here on the exit time. It looks like Team War wants to give the effort of playing for the least the kills. Most of that turned aside. Flames in some trouble will drop, and there's going to be numbers plus positioning for weBall on rotation.
Yeah, that's fantastic plays there from weBall. Just keeping up the pressure, knowing that Team War are going to have those consistent back spawns of P2. Send 2 players off the rotation and trust the other 2 to keep on pushing them back. And this is how that's going to work out. You have created so much space off the rotation. You have players early in those power positions. The Rispy on 3 in a row allows weBall to take the lead, and it's still growing.
Okay, able to step up, find 1. SMG in hand, wants to wait for the regen, of course. He's not able to find the follow-up on the damage that was initially put into Vic. Brista follows that kill out, not able to get the 2nd, and Team War will clean out the front side of Dojo and give themselves some scrap time as they try to rotate to new.
It's a good time to find a break for the final 20 seconds. And now with the pressure you're banking, potentially spawn a couple players from weBall all the way across the map, but they all spawn in just in the nick of time. So Team War are going to be able to take a slight lead, but weBall are prepared for this. They win the rotation over towards P2. They're trying to shut down this first wave, but it's Vic again with the multi-kill, and they have already flipped the map.
I mean, we talked about him a lot in that initial For Fun team, especially when they played Blackheart back in the day.
My goodness.
Yeah,
Oh.
remember that? This is one of those
Jesus.
SMG moments that's coming to life again. Flames for 4, eventually shut down and thrown off the side of the roof. weBall trying to set up this break attempt's going to have to use someone to generate the opener. It's Peel for 2. Arcity's for the follow-up. Last one left alive is Flames. He's able to get one to try to block these spawns. Peel very quickly going to try to shut this down, and the back 20 is looking pretty darn good for weBall, especially as they get that trade onto Icons.
And sometimes you're just going to need some individuals to have the pop-off moment, and it's Peel through the outer rooftops, locating 2, giving his team the hefty advantage now for their break. And it works out to at least keep themselves into the game, but Team War are going to break in for that final 10. They do lose the rotation over towards the middle of the map, so weBall couldn't get any time last go around, but this time they're dominating where they need to.
Yeah, they really are. Okay, Nemi up and out.
Oh my, that's
Easy
easy.
shots on the Arcity's. Icons going to be shut down. Risk be able to keep Arcity safe. Vikram though on the flank. No problems there. We can just keep this position in control of Team War and put the pressure on weBall while more scores keeps being generated. Vic eventually taken down by Nade. Peel gives you 2. Icons to fill the gap on the hard point. Lots of damage is in. Peel continues to find kills until eventually the team shots come through for Team War. 20 seconds remain on the time. And for the moment, weBall will still hold the P2 side of the map, but they are losing a lot of score here on P1.
Yeah, not the P1 that you wanted if you are weBall, but at least for now, you have been able to manage to not give up a good chunk of time towards Team War. But this is just a bad sequence again. We saw it on a Colossus. In the final 15 seconds, when we need to have it, we got to have it off the rotation. We don't get a single kill. So Team War flipped the map, and now we're in the driver's seat to blow the game wide open.
Yeah, this is trouble. Long route developing for Priesta has to work. He's going to get Rispy to spawn with him. Vic on forward, the one guarding, seeing all the nades land. The shots to land into Priesta, who goes high, and then the hit from the couch is going to work out. Nemi trying to be a little bit of a rat, not going to be able to find much as Arcity sniffs him out. And that is a very, very clean break from weBall to get them back into this game.
And look at the mini-map. You got the vets doing the vetty things. Don't worry, you guys can all go out there and get your kills. I'm going to hard block same Priesta. And this is what's allowing weBall now to keep themselves into the fight. You break into P2, and you have yet to look back on it. Peel on 5 in a row. Keep on finessing. Keep on stalling out time. Because Team War, you break this through the front. Who the hell cares? We kept ourselves in the mix.
Can't even break from the front, Jay. Priesta gives you the 2 that you need after blocking for an eternity. Great life out of Priest on 4 in a row. Over towards New, though. Team War going to find an opener. It's going to generate a lot of free space around this P3. Priesta will put a kill and some pressure onto the flank. Split spawn situation here that weBall can use the numbers for, but Flames, nade lands. They just don't anticipate that Arceus is on this route with them. But now Arceus is going to have to do it all. Waits patiently for Icons. Can you get more than that, though? Because the timing on pinching is pretty much gone. Priesta trying to jump into play to save Arceus is not going to happen, and Team War still in the time.
And there's still 30 seconds to play with here. You know that you don't have the spawns that you want for the P4, so let's soak up as much as we possibly can. But it's Peel again through the outskirts. Finds 2. Opens up the lane for now his team is to get this remaining 15 to 20 seconds, and they decide to commit on it. And that's exactly what's going to go down, because Team War aren't going to be willing to give this up for free. But now with the pressure, with the gunnies going their way, where did these players from weBall spawn? 2 already out.
They're out, and someone else will spawn in. Towards this backside of Dojo for Team War. Vikram able to find you an opener again. Arcity's playing CEO backside table. And that's going to be enough for him to get a win, get his teammates to spawn all around him. And Priesta gets you another double. Falls shortly afterwards, so Team War will have a chance to try to break from the front, but they're going to lose the battle over towards pillars, so weBall will spawn in quickly.
And now weBall with the stuns and nades got to break on in. Can't allow Team War a good chunk of time here, but you know they are reading where the pressure is going to come from. Nemi gets the first. Priesta effective on the trains, but it's Flames, Vic, Icons, everyone providing their one-on-one. They flip the map on its head, up by 40, and it could be even more if they get this final 25.
Oh, but the individual gunfights come through here for weBall. Leaves Dimensions by himself. Vikram's able to find one over towards pillars. Nemi coming back to the play is able to get you one. Vikram the other. And it's a small little mini 2v4. But that is crucial time here as we approach the late stages of this map. It could have been 160 to 170. Instead, we're looking at 190 to 142 for Team War.
And now the hauntings of P1 continue to brew here for weBall.
Yeah.
You have yet to get any time at this HP, and we're already trying to work on these long routes to make sure that it's potentially going to work out to the best of our favor. And that's going to be 3, make it all 4 dead. You're in the time, you need a good chunk of it.
Vikram timing, not able to find the first kill. Yeah, wasn't able to hold the trigger back. So now he's forced to finesse, and he's not going to be able to do that. weBall still finding kills around the time. Getting more of this deficit dug into. 30-point game. Priesta working on some spawn manipulation. Up and over. How about this from Priesta? And that's going to lead to an opportunity here to not just stay in the time, but yep, there's the spawn flip. Nemi will spawn out.
Only 15 seconds left. weBall do what they need to keep themselves into the fight. But again, from the P1 to P2 chain, we don't win the key gunfights to start off in the initial time. So we're going to reinforce everyone through the front. Hope to God that it works out. It does for Priesta, but nobody else.
Yeah, now RCDs has to hit a route through couches. Timing here is actually going to work out pretty nicely. 1v1, but Icons gets the win. Trophy system down here for Team War as they breach the 200-point mark. Hit from the front goes unnoticed, but Rispy only finds the first follow-up from Team War's solid. weBall can still contest this, but they don't have the luxury of the trophy systems. And RCDs is in some severe trouble. Has to try to finesse his life. He does enough to get Rispy and Priesta back into the play. Big win from Rispy. And from the front, weBall can break. 25 seconds left here.
You still know that Team War are going to have those back spawns, so get your trophies down. Rentcore wants to get the up-close and personal spectator bird's eye view. But weBall now are starting the ball at the right time. Everyone flying with these NPCs in hand. Only a 10-point difference. You're going to tie it up, and again, you're also going to beat them to the punch at the new HP.
Yeah, you got him pretty much spawn trap behind P2. Peels will define you one. Back over towards the front. Damage out. Does not have to play that position, and you're going to stay alive. Rispy will drop inside of 10. Follow up to the middle of the map. Peel now on a 4. Traded by Dimensions. Assist double comes through. Priesta overwhelmed, and Team War will reclaim the lead after weBall will spawn Dojo.
And this is what you got to set up for the first wave of gunfights, but Nemi overextends a little bit too hard. And this is what gives weBall potentially the advantage that they wanted, but it's Icons responding with 2. Close spawn still going to be there for weBall to contest through Dojo's side, but it's Priesta through mid-cut trying to find the opening.
Wow, what trust that is right there from Icons. Never even looks Priesta's direction when the contest comes through, and now, as Priesta's the last one left, they deal with him. So Priesta, the distractor, doesn't work out. Nades now littering the mid-cut, and the awareness from Team War may have just got him through a really tough hurdle here. 10 seconds remaining. Team War could still win here. weBall have got to play on both fronts of the war at the same time, and Nemi gets the 5. They jump off the time, so we'll see another hard point, but Peel, the first one here, will be dealt with, and now it has to be on to Priesta to find the opener. He gets shut down, and we're going to go to map 5 with Team War up 3-1.
Just too easy when you talk about the teamwork aspect of the game. The way that they are setting up their breaks, even though it was without a doubt a panic moment there for Team War because the comeback was brewing. They calculate that break opportunity at the P3 through perfection. So much trust, like you call my friend Icons, doesn't even turn. He understands that my teammates got me safe from the back end. But it was just so many sequences where Team War were finding their kills in sync and team on the opposite side wasn't. And that now allows them a 3-1 advantage.
Yeah, we've seen that style of finish so many times across challengers and the CDL for that matter, where you get to a point where it's 210 to 210 and both teams are in win condition category. And for Team War, I think, you call out the Nemi, it felt like an overextension, but it's just the ability, it feels like, for Team War to understand that at worst, we can at least move a spawn or 2 around. And at best, we can have ourselves a setup to still deal with the information that we gain from that style of a push out. But I think for me, Jay, the most important moment through that last P3 is Priesta playing through mid-cut is the initial contestant of the time for weBall, but nobody from Team War even cares. They don't even look that direction from the players on the time. Icons in particular, who's responsible for Dojo, never frets. He trusts his teammates behind him, and he's the one who creates the opener to stop the initial play through Dojo. It's so impressive for a young player.
Yeah, without a doubt, man. It just shows that the trust, the chemistry that they have been brewing for the last couple of weeks is now on display where they need to have it. It's got to be frustrating, though, if you are Priesta, because like you said, my friend, if you're the guy that's going to hit the route and you do find the opening, you get to mid-cut exactly what you want to, you're expecting the pressure to be there on the opposite side from Dojo. But the fact that, like you said, he's got to be the guy to contest, Icons doesn't need to move because there's no pressure on the opposite side. There's no way in hell you're going to be able to break down a 4-man setup through mid-cut single-handedly. So it's just easy for Team War to lock down their setups whenever they are in the HP.
Yeah.
Another one goes their way. Now that's just one map standing in front of them for them to put that last ticket for Challengers Champs.
Yes, sir. And it's going to be a raid, search, and destroy. Which, again, the only thing we really can talk about at the moment is the fact that this was meant to be the map 5 if we needed it in the elimination final, which means that weBall either picked it or are happy to keep it into the pool. And with players like Priesta and Arcides who've a very wide berth of competitive experience on the map, you have to imagine that they're feeling pretty decent about their chances of setting up a good playbook. But you look back to the Sake search, yes, it was around 11, but Team War were victim to a 2v4 and a 1v4. It definitely felt like the majority of that map was well within their hands. They just kind of threw away a couple of chances for making that a more convincing stat line. So any takeaways from map 2 or some of the thoughts surrounding these two teams as we go to map 5 here, Jay?
Well, you would expect the pressure to not be at the same pacing of Sake, but just with the play styles that are on both teams, I'm expecting all-out aggression through the middle of the map. But I guess it's not going to be the case here in round number 1. Team War are going to be doing it over towards Waterside. Pistol shots are ruined in the bottom of the pool. And Rispy still trying to manage to stay alive. Smoke Grenade doesn't get invested. He gets big.
Yeah, just trying to play with the utility a little bit too much. That stun also connects on it, which stops the regen. But meanwhile, weBall are able to clear out the A side of the map. Problem is, you can't keep your player at B-ball alive. How about this? Team War are trying to spring a bit of a trap here to see if they can catch the defenders on the rewrap back to B. And it may work.
Yeah, Priest is not going to look at the outskirts. Vic is able to get the better of him, and now Arcides technically for a 1v3, and instead of Team War committing on a bomb plant, we're just going to run him down. Not going to give you a chance to start off like you did in map number 2. Here in map number 5, Team War get the first round.
Yeah, he's sitting there saying, yeah, he's one shot, he's one shot, he's one shot. Just chase that
Run,
out.
run. Go get him.
Yeah. Easy follow-up for the young gun Icons for 2 in the round. And that's just another one of those, gosh, it's just when you watch those pistol fights in the water, you just wonder, is it going to be one bullet difference? Is it somebody who tries to throw a stun or a smoke, or what's going to cost you? And that time, the stun hits, you try to throw a counter smoke, doesn't work, you get picked. First blood turns into a huge win over towards the B side of the map. And now we go into the second round. weBall on the attack. Priesta feeling the pressure, just trying to create time and space for this play at A.
You shouldn't waste any time over at A, but unfortunately, if you are Priesta, you get picked off as the island player. So Team War now in the man up, instantly strike through mid pillars to find kill number 2. Even though Priesta is effective on the trade, it's 2v4 technically.
Oh, the old nice little shots. Able to get himself a second. Wants more, gets more. Huge. I mean, initially, Flames is just sitting there looking for the information. He gains that, but chooses to take the fight, and Peel says not so fast.
Yeah, Team War got to take a slower approach there on that retake. Because you know, when you get that first blood, as soon as that bomb goes down, you quickly take care of the bomb planter. Even though you do lose one, in a 3v2, you don't really have to rush anything. You already had arc control. You already had presence towards ring. The only thing you didn't have on lock was laundry. But everyone turns that corner, not prepared for a gunfight, and it's Peel and Arcides combining for 4 in a row, tying the game.
Well, next offensive look for Team War looks like they want to try to do the exact same thing they did in round 1. This time, Icon's not going to be contested from the bottom side at Tiki. Watch the water out, sees Priesta on the hop, tries to throw a smoke out. That'll have Rispy isolated, and that's enough for first blood. Now you can follow up potentially on Priesta, but there's no help through mid-map. And how about Peel? And he wants more. He's going to get more. Peel's feeling it right now. 4 in a row. And numbers advantage to the defense of weBall.
Yeah, he's just a little bit different in search and destroy. Now the 1v3 for Flames. Does locate the first. Info onto the second. No need to force as if you are Priesta. RCDs and P-Dog. This is where, you know, you show that veteranship. You trap them on one side of the map, and that's going to be an easy closeout round there for RCDs.
Nice.
weBall, the advantage in S&D now.
Yeah, the 2 vets aren't going to make a mistake there. Very well done. And Peel is gunning right now, which could be a huge benefit towards this weBall team. If he's shooting like that, finding the ability to feel the confidence to chow from a position on the tippy top ledge of pool could be massive. RCDs will also carry a 3 spree into this next round. Let's see if weBall can find a 3rd round here in this next attack.
First attack played good because T-War threw it away. So now going to bank on a little bit more of a spread setup here. Every single ounce of the map is being covered, but no one contested through mid. weBall say, screw that. I'm just going to get this planted.
Why not? RCD's peppering through laundry. Priesta, a little bit of trouble here. A little dance with the devil.
You better get this kill, P-Dog.
Yeah, no. A little too close for comfort. Problem is, Flames has made a bit of a mess over this post plan. RCDs is able to sneak away. Priesta will wrap behind laundry, so he'll tell RCDs just stay alive, pull the focus. I'll have a freebie here. Instead, it's RCDs who finds him first. Clean round for weBall and a big win for Priesta over towards Water Steps to assist on that.
Yeah, it's just Team War aren't contesting them where they need to.
No.
If you're going to stack over towards laundry side, you have to push them back off the initial bomb plan. But if we're also going to give up laundry because bullets are getting rained through these walls, and we have to have someone around that mid-map to instantly stop that bomb plan from going down. By the time someone gets to that position, it's already planted. And P-Dog is still able to win that one-on-one gunfight. So we've taken advantage of what Team War are throwing at them. And this has led to a couple easy rounds in a row.
All right, see if Team War can find that composure they needed in Sake to get this thing back to level terms. Great info from Flames. That's going to lead to the 2 members at A to watch their back and also check towards pillars. But Rispy's able to at least counter out the first blood. And it looks like the bomb may start to find the confidence to make its way over towards B with Vikram just looking for info back at mid. This is such a tough re-wrap, though. He's able to find really good info on this return back to middle. And that damage will allow the bomb to likely be planted here from Nemi.
And hopefully you're able to get out before RCD's able to spot you on the exit because Rispy was working that late pinch, works the one-on-one gunfight there. Risk is big. Now it's man advantage for weBall. You got one player trapped in towards Tiki, the other guy top bedroom, 1v3 Flames. Do you have something you can whip out your ass here?
That may have been a little bit over-aggressive from Peel, but it doesn't make a difference. RCDs is on 6. Getting 3 in that round, and most importantly, I would say, being able to re-wrap back into B-ball and stop that play after the initial information looked so strong for Team War. Now gives a 4-1 edge, and this feels very different than Sake. Again, we haven't needed the heroics here. This is just better overall search and destroy from weBall.
I'm telling you, these guys got the game plan. The map's been around ever since these guys were in diapers. And they were able to win a couple world championships with this map into the map pool. So you're feeling extremely comfortable here on Raid, and it's showing. 3 rounds in a row for weBall. RCD's on 6. Allow him to grab this bomb, potentially get it planted at B uncontested, and you might just call the game right there.
Very well might. Oh, Rispy takes away the bomb.
Drop it. Drop it for him.
Give me that. No. Instead, the trophy system may be enough. Get a little bit of extra score. Not quite. So an assist or a kill will be needed. Rispy going to look for the immediate plan at B. RCD is just going to play a little bit of defense over the water steps by playing through the pool, but he's in trouble. He's going to need a little bit of help to get out of here, and as he does, Rispy will drop first blood for Team War. Smoke still encompassing most of the site, though.
The big picture thing for weBall is RCD's earning this Hellstorm. They could forfeit this round, but they still have a good chance of taking this round because the crossfires are too much to handle. Hellstorm secured. Numbers for weBall. You read the guy that jumps to top bed, but Flames is still able to get one. Now it's all left up to him, and you stand no chance. Game point now for weBall.
Huge. With the Hellstorm to boot, yeah. Lots of opportunity. Priest is also 9-1. No, this is RCD's right here.
Yep.
I was gonna say, there's no way. Like, how did I miss that? No, that's actually our cities with that final pistol kill. So 5-1 with a Hellstorm. It would take a lot for Team War to pull this one back. And Rispy hasn't really even participated outside of planting the bomb in every single one of the attacks.
Hey, the vets are, pop and take over here. Hey, young buck, just get it planted for us. I promise you we're going to win these rounds. And that's exactly the game plan so far here on Raid. Now, you want to try to slow this one down so you can invest this Hellstorm, but by the time you call it, bomb's already going to be planted, and Team War should be able to get out. Yeah,
this is going to be really interesting to see how weBall decide to come back into this. They're actually going to find a kill into Rispy at the same time. Hellstorm doesn't land. Rispy, not the first blood. That was Peel. And Team War have the perfect post plant. Oh, okay. Hellstorm out of the pocket. Second round tallied cleanly. Still a long route to hit here, but not a bad way to start.
Not at all. And I think for everybody that's watching this broadcast right now, to close out the season, choose when you want to use your Hellstorms. Because there's no need to even force it in this round, in my opinion, because you have been outclassing them with just the way that you have been approaching the game. Players taking so much amount of space away, just not allowing Team War to feel comfortable. But then them knowing that RCDs has a Hellstorm, they played it to perfection to counter it with aggression. So for all the teams that eventually earn them throughout the last couple of tournaments out of the season, just make the best of them. Don't give up all back control to try to bank all of or put all your cookies in the basket on that Hellstorm, because it's usually not going to work.
How about this? Icon's going to take away a lot of space through B. Team War could just focus their play. They're through mid or at laundry, but the opening shots are perfect. Rispy able to get himself on the board after the plant. And the long route also is shut down. Nowhere for Vikram to go. That was a very clean search and destroy for weBall. No heroics or major clutches needed. That's just good fundamental COD.
Yeah, you just gave up too much of the map, and they kept on making the most of it. All right, we've had this successful A-bomb plant not once but twice, and that's due to the fact that you're not going to send any of your aggressive SMG players right through the middle of the map to contest us. So they gather that info, don't waste any time, get it planted, play their post plan set up to perfection with the one island player just roaming through water steps. The game was way too easy there for weBall in this S&D. And it was led by the vet, followed up by the young buck in Peel with almost 1,400 damage. But Rispy, all right, that's what I'm talking about, man. You don't got the best stat line, but just get it planted, and we go win these rounds. weBall stay alive.
Clean. And wouldn't you know it, they're going to put themselves in a position to go to a den overload where they look good. Not just in the Loader Finals, but just an overload in general. Seeing them on exposure, yeah, it really reinforces that. So we're not done here yet by any stretch of the imagination. I'm telling you, it's just like, what a story would be for this weBall team to make it through the LCQ.
It'd be insane, bro.
It'd be insane, dude. You're playing with a guy who has not played any competitive form of COD pretty much all year. And it's just, it's like we talked about, like, Priest is still playing. Like, he's still keeping his thumbs on sticks, I'm sure. Maybe not as much when he was obviously competing and especially training at the highest level with the CDL, but the mind has not wavered at all. And I'm not ruling out weBall from sending us to a den search and destroy. Just based on how they played Overloaded all today, I mean, just, they look solid.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, bro. I told you, the way that they want to be able to get to the deeper half of the series is by answering the call pretty early into this one. Because when you looked at the map set, the later maps in the best of 7, I gave you in favor of weBall just due to the experience. So they have done the dirty work. They have put themselves in position. Obviously, you don't want to be down 3-2, but you are still fighting all the way to the very end. Den Overload, we saw them play it earlier. They look fantastic. They're one of the teams that we see in challenges that don't really rely on slaying and just rely on the actual game plan of how they're going to set up these scores to win them these Overload game modes. It's going to be a massive one, man. If you are Team War, you got to realistically start off on this game compared to the last on a high note. Like, if you're going to be the team to get that first score, realize when and when not you need to be patient and when you need to be the aggressive of how fast you're going to capture this, because there was a lot of opportunities where they're lighting up the kill feed on one side but then rushing that capture and not really being in the play to defend on the opposite. So these are decisions you quickly got to make here to try to not force that game 7.
Yeah, I think what I've seen from weBall overall, and it's tough to like put a finger on one thing in particular, but I love the way that they've shown us that they can move from one side of the map to the other, like not goal to goal or sort of be like defense to offense, but from north to south. They've done a really nice job on both maps that we've had to this point. Like those are the moments that are standing out of my mind. Like exposure where it spawns out towards dirt and they end up scoring over towards the top side of tank just by way of how they're moving around the map. We saw the same things in a lot of ways when they played here on Den, like the continual pressure through mid, whether it be on the couches side or on the small room server side, just continually finding players with good timings to control the middle lane. That I think is going to be the biggest kind of hotspot as we look at this particular matchup, where we saw that Team War likes to do the same things as well. It's just, I don't know. It's just something about how weBall have been playing that just gives me this confidence that they can come out, win map 6, send us to a very gritty Den search and destroy.
Hey, man, they just got the experienced players on their team, man. They are forcing you to believe that they can get this done with some young bucks alongside them on 3 to 4 days, maybe in practice. We're getting to the word that the lobby is loading in. You don't have to wait any longer, ladies and gentlemen, to see this Den overload go down. Potentially the final online series here for all these challenger players. One team going to be very happy. One team going to be extremely devastated, especially at this point of the game. But if you think a team like weBall just going to roll over and die, like they don't got some rings, if they don't got that jewelry to show you that they going to stay in the fight, oh, you have to be prepared for anything here.
That's got to be crazy too. I mean, it's another conversation that we haven't really had, but like being somebody who's got a lot of promise as a young player, and then you get a chance to play with not 1 but 2 world champions, is pretty insane. Yeah. It's insane. That's got to be like a pinch me moment. But we're going to head to break real quick, just getting the lobby set up and ready to go. We're going to do a little bit of maintenance, catch our breath just a touch. We'll be back with map 6 right after this. All right, we're back. We're live, and we're in the mix for the Den Overload. And again, the onus right now on to weBall to continue to be pretty masterful in the Overload as a recently formed squad. And things will start off, though. Team War, a really good break-off. Opportunity to control space up top. And with that gunfight win, they're going to get the EMP forward through mid.
Yeah, but this is not going to be easy. Yeah, it's not going to be easy to go through mid. You lose that one-on-one through mid-cut, or at least don't show any presence on that side of the map. So all it took was Peel to find 1 kill to shut it all down. That's usually been the answer for weBall. They're just taking the power spots away, having the clutch gene in their back pocket whenever they desperately need to have it. Now, with the EMP sitting at bottom server, they're still playing for the reset.
Reset will come through. Numbers for weBall. Priesta caught, trying to make a route happen over through 10. Good follow from Vikram. Nice shots. Gets a second. EMP recollected by Team War. And if they can win this gunfight under Priesta, should be a score. But instead, Priesta does find the win. And he'll throw his body into the mix to be the first line of defense here at Dojo.
This is where you got to slow up if you are Team War. Continue to be the aggressors if you are weBall. You know you have the advantage, and now you're continuing to have the advantage. RCD's whipping out that extra NPC to shut down all this aggression through the Dojo side. And this is consistently pushing Team War back, not to a place that they want to be.
Shots from Icons, even while stunned. His follow-up stun of his own through 10. Get able to find the second is huge. EMP still down over towards mid. But a big bounce, big win for Vikram. Looking for more up top, and that should lead to an opportunity for the EMP to be grabbed. Follow-up attack over towards A little bit more laborious than you'd like. Nemi in some trouble. Stun, nade, both toss, peel the first to drop. Priesta trying to find the tray, but the EMP is backed up to keep its life. And Team War is going to try to wait for the brute force of their numbers to turn back over here. They're going to find a couple of kills. That leads to a possible score. It's just Peel, last one left. He's down to a single point of health, and Team War able to get it through for the first score.
Now the Navy get score number 2 very quickly as well. Arcity's though on the Rat Pack is able to locate icons. Stuns and nades connect onto the rest of these players. So it should have been as easy as you thought it was potentially going to be. And Flames is not going to take a different direction to try to get it through. Fortunately, runs into the NPC of Rispy, and now weBall on the attack.
Arcity's forward blocker. A couple of defenders already in position, and no, Arcity's did not expect that.
So that's what we talk about now.
Wrap back around the middle of the map. This is exactly what we were saying, but Vikram able to find the EMP, or at least maybe stall the EMP a little bit longer. Priesta gives you another. But there are sold defenders on both sides. Rispy predicts over towards A. Cannot win the gunfight. EMP grabbed Arcity's for the trade, but that little bit of extra space is all that Team War needed defensively.
Yeah, P, they'll give you all of that for that play right there. And you turn that corner with your pistol shooting like that. We need to find the closest hallway store and get some WD-40 to loosen up that trigger. Because that should have been a score there for weBall to quickly tie the game. But shots not connecting, and now Team War going to turn this into offense. Nades are going to connect. Vic thinks he has the opening, but you got to get past Rispy, and no one's able to do so.
Yeah, I mean, Vic was about as close as you can get for threading the needle. Nemi not able to turn that first into a second. Flames with a response as the EMP will still stay down right in front of B. Flames does not have the opportunity to move forward. Interesting. weBall's just going to try to grab that EMP, and luckily, Peel just off screen is able to find the win at Icons, who was right behind him through mid. So at the minute 13, it's on to weBall to generate something behind Priesta again over towards A with the first blood.
Oh, he finds the first kill but can't locate the second. You at least all that time to hopefully create an opening for your teammates, but you choose the wrong direction to look. And now you're forced to commit here through the garage. Peel, last man standing, quickly going to get shut down. Teamwork, get the stop.
Icons will collect. Priesta right back where he usually is through mid. Only finds one. Now it's down to Vikram. Did he see this crosser? Yeah, he comes back to the play to find one. Alerts the teammates to a second contestant nearby, but no one else for Team War is really here. Icons off the regen. Keeps the EMP in hand here. 30 seconds to play until the half, and now Team War are back with numbers.
It's a rookie or a vet. You can't tell the difference with plays like that. And Arcity's falling off the map. It's not going to help. Team War going to capitalize on this moment. Icons with so much finesse in his play style allows them to quickly get score number 2. Now, well, look at how they transition as well on the minimap. There's only one player from weBall that can keep this EMP safe. And Priesta, you look left, you look right, you choose wrong. Team War, you blink, they're going to be up 3 going into the half.
Oh, man. I mean, that's about as close as it gets right there, too. weBall, they're able to find the kills they need, even after being wiped from the top side of the map. But they just don't quite get into position in time to stop the EMP carrier, who was the last one left alive. And you're going to look back at this best play from Priesta, and this is just going to be one of those moments you look to if you're weBall and say, ah, darn it. I mean, we just had everything from Priesta here that we could possibly want. Just could not quite get the pistol shots to land and find a way to get on the board.
Yeah, it's just so tough. There was one player from Team War who spawned in towards P2, and the EMP carrier, when he was crossing in towards Scout, just spots him, but doesn't want to force that one-on-one. He tries to use the teamwork aspect, but Rispy again not with the best trigger finger. Flames gets the better of him. But what a play there from Icons. The fact that he's able to finesse as long as he did leads to 2 scores, and those are plays that just don't pop up on the stat sheet.
No, they really don't. Break off here for Team War, able to respond to the initial kills from weBall. Priesta, who continues to try to put pressure onto the spawns of Team War, will only find one before being shut down. Flames in a little bit of trouble here, top window. Value his life while his teammates try to hit through the mid-cut. Peel cannot pull the EMP back. Whoa, Nemi off the reload. Almost able to turn that into a second. Icons to follow. Shuts down the EMP carrier. Again, great read onto Arcity's for a second. And once more, Priest is going to get isolated, trying to make a route happen. That's all 4 dead.
Yeah, no matter how far Priest gets pushed up, if that EMP ain't following him, it's all for absolutely nothing. So now Team War putting weBall in a bad position on the defense. Backs against the wall, and the finesse game is starting to show. Team War have shown face on one end, SMG setting up the pinch on the other, and that score might be just enough to call the game.
It very well may be based on how this map has gone to this point. What a set of shots, though, from Vic to open up that door. Holy cow, he's not done. Oh, yes, he is. Peel will find his former teammate. 4 O's count. Dojo control currently starting to be recontested as Team War have 3 defenders nearby, plus they've got icons on the pinch. Peel in some trouble. Did he get the Semtex off? He did, but it may not make a difference as icons collapses, and that's going to be up to Team War to take the EMP and try to run with it.
Yeah, it might be over with. Look at those spawns for weBall. So far away. Score number 5 is already in the books. And Team War can feel it. Only 3 minutes until they get that last golden ticket. The last spot at COD Challengers Champs. When realistically, watching their gameplay today, they shouldn't even be in this spot. They are outclassing some vets, some experienced guys who also have a couple of world championships to go alongside their name. This has been an easy game in all of the respawns.
Yeah, sure feels that way, but maybe a chance here. weBall. EMP will drop. Foot race for B, and it looks like Peel will win it. So first on the board, we're not done yet. It still would take a long and arduous journey, though, for weBall to be able to connect another 4 in a row. But these kills help. EMP comes up to life, and that's going to be grabbed immediately. But the trade not there onto Nemi.
Just didn't have that cut there, Al. All those kills are fantastic. We would have found a couple of those through the mid-cut alley at Dojo that would have guaranteed a score there from weBall, and then we could have potentially had a game, but there's no need to come off the respawn or if you are Team War and stress a little bit because you also got players like Nemi. 5 in a row. Locates 3 EMP carriers run into the jaws of weBall spawn players, and that's not going to lead to a score. It might lead to a counter, but time keeps on ticking.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing right now. The biggest ally for Team War is the clock. Running low here for weBall to make it happen, although that is a very heroic counter. They're going to be able to connect onto the EMP again. Icons off the reload in some trouble here. Help from the middle of the map. Pressure established. Vikram able to find one, but not maybe enough to stop the score. Peel able to grab off the EMP drop. It turned into a second score. Still plenty of time here for weBall to make this happen.
Yeah, but they need to step out flames. You cannot allow him to go unseized or unfazed on this side of the map. I don't even know what word I was just trying to say, but you got to make sure you can't let him by. Because those 1 kill that he was able to find just stalls out everything. Now time continues to tick on down. Only a minute 10 to go, and Team War are lighting up the kill feed.
Yes, they are. Bobble throw from Arcides is decent. EMP carrier of icons able to connect though on the pistol shots. 55 on the clock. This hit is being absolutely obliterated by Dimensions. 29 and 20. Icons 27 and 17. They're starting to make their move. There's the shutdown, and yet weBall has left the building. Team War is going to make it to Vegas as the final team from North America. And I know my boy Kev is sitting here thinking, you thought you forgot about us in the challenger space? Let me tell you one thing one time, and he trusts a young group of guys who have had some of the best COD that they've played come through in the last 30 days or so.
Yeah, what a good time to come back, man. To pick up this lineup where they were one of the challenger squads who have found themselves in a great position to end out the year strong. There's just a bunch of scraps all throughout the season. You make the perfect recipe for the final dish when you need to have it. Team War are the team that gets the final golden ticket, that make it a challenger chance for the final seed to qualify. But I'm telling you, if you're any of the other teams that are going to have to go up against the likes of this team, don't overlook them because they have talent, they have teamwork, and they have a game style that is just very hard to read at times with the amount of pressure that they apply with the NPCs. Congratulations to Team War.
What a story, my friend. What a story. It would have been insane, I think, to see weBall show up, though. I'll tell you that much, man. If Priest and Arcides could have made that happen, that would have been unreal. But at the end of the day, I think that we have definitively the best teams from North America over the course of the last month going to represent North America at finals. I mean, flat out what we saw out of this Team War squad in the last stage of the Elite, kind of surprising everybody. They came out top of their group, Jay, and then they finished runner-up and the finals of the playoffs. It's just like, how, why, where? It's just, they came out of absolutely nowhere. They follow it up with a 4th place finish in Paris, which was stunning to consider they were able to go from online to LAN as a young group and be able to do that, and then to make their way pretty cleanly through this LCQ. Yeah, they're looking like they are not to be taken lightly at all.
Yeah, it's crazy to say too, Al, because during the final Elite, like, this wasn't their lineup. I'm pretty sure Rispy was alongside these guys instead of Icons. So the fact that after they get second the Elite, they fall short in that grand finals, they make a roster change before they get to Paris, and they're still able to walk away with the top 4 with the new addition in Icons. So that's just such a great building block to continue to work off of going into the LCQ, knowing that we have already been on LAN, we went up against some of the best teams in the game, and we were still able to give up a good fight. And then you get to the LCQ, and you only lose 2 maps in 5 different series. You got to be feeling as confident as ever if you are Team War, and as happy as you possibly can be. Because if you're Icons, that was a player who was playing for the Stallions. And I saw the whole drama. Like, he didn't want, well, Tommy didn't want him to leave right before the tournament. He said, hey, Duke it out. You'll figure it out after. But realistically, he made the best decision for himself because now he's got that spot locked in.
Crazy scenes, my friend. Crazy scenes. So there's a look back at the bracket. Team War only dropping a couple of maps there in the grand final to a team that just should not have been slept on at all. And it's just surprising to say that, considering that one of your players didn't even start playing until Atlanta, I think. But we've got our boy Flames on the interview here for our little champion circle through the LCQ. Let's bring him on the air here, because my guy, Flames, brother,
that's good.
I just got to give you an opportunity to speak here, because how things finished off for me in the CDL year was tough. It's just kind of one of those situations that Jay and I talk about a lot of times. It's just, that's a tough situation with an organization that wasn't able to put things together in the right way. And then you get into this season, and it just didn't really feel like you could find the right combination of boys to play with. What is it about playing with these guys that has unlocked not just your potential, but everyone else's through this LCQ run?
I feel like the meta honestly did help us a lot. Like, Vic and Nemi are both super flexible. They're both super fast. Obviously adding Icons, he was really fast. The meta helped a lot, but like, yeah, the beginning of the year was just kind of like fugazi. I was on a really good team for Major 1. We kind of just flopped out, sadly. It just happens sometimes like that. But ever since then, it's just been like 1.1s, 1.2s on like not the best rosters, and it's like nothing to show for, even though I do think this is my best COD. And now that like the back end of the year has started to gone better for us after Atlanta, I feel like I've kind of been able to showcase like how good I am at this game, especially on LAN. I feel like I've been literally the best player on LAN the last 2 like LANs that we've been to.
Bro, I've been seeing your tweets, Flames, and I see it. You're like, people forgot who I am. People forgot what I bring to the table. And I feel like this is like the perfect way to obviously put it on display for everybody to see it again. What continues for you to have the drive that you have? Because like you said, you started off Major 1, you were on a decent team, then you go throughout the middle of the season, nothing works out, then you get to Elite Stage 4, the last team that qualifies, and you get top 2. Like, what continues to drive you to play at this level?
I mean, I don't know. It just randomly came back like in the offseason. I didn't even play in Black Ops 6, as like many people know. So for me, coming back this year was kind of like a prove a year. I was going to do like the same thing I did my rookie year of Challengers in MW2, just like 1 year of Challengers. Hopefully it goes well. I can get like to the top or in the league. I feel like I'm kind of getting back towards the top of Challengers. I feel like we've been a top 3 team since the Elite. And I feel like it's starting to show again. Like this LCQ, sadly, we just all didn't have the greatest start to our years. But I think everyone knows deep down we are a top 3 team. It's like us, Omit, and Bush. I don't even think it's like close either right now. So, I mean, that's like kind of the standard we held ourselves to.
I was going to kind of, leave me a natural segue here, Jay, because like legitimately, as we were watching you guys grow through stage 4, it puts you into the immediate comparison and contrast chart of like, what does it look like when you're playing up against your Bushes, things like that. So as you look to finals now, where do you guys feel like your biggest gap is that you have to make up to be able to best those teams and not just be, in your mind, a top 3 squad to potentially, though, be North America's favorite?
Honestly, we just got to beat our demons, bro. We've choked versus Bush so many times. Like in grand finals, if you guys seen the grand finals of the Elite, we had 200-point leads in
yep.
hard point. We blew them. We've blown numerous maps against them. Like, for us, it's just coming to close out. There's really nothing we can do. We play the first 90% of the map good every time, and we just choke. And honestly, at the major, like, we lost around 11, and then they pummeled us the next 2 maps. We came out flat. So for us, it's just not about choking, like closing out maps. We should have been playing them in losers finals at the major, but we choked the 5-2 lead. So for us, it's just staying level-headed, like taking them round by round. Our camp kind of can get a bit rowdy and clash heads, but I mean, that's just because we push each other just to be so good and so great. So it's normal, but we just got to be like better in those moments at the end games. And once we start closing out, I think we will like beat those guys and beat the best team at the end of the year.
And I feel like a lot of that relies on you, man, because you're like the vet of this team. A lot of these young bucks just coming into the league, you know, the last couple of years or so, and then some of them are finding early success, some of them aren't. But when it gets down to those crucial moments, what are you going to do different to allow those things to not get away from you?
I mean, honestly, bro, at the end of the day, I can control what I can control. I try my best in our comms. Like, I have been like the micromanager, the leader, and everyone who does know me knows like my comms are nothing short of great. I have the best comms out of anyone that all my teammates have ever played with, and I think anyone can attest to that. So, I mean, I just got to keep us like in a good position to win and do my 25, but I know as long as like we just stay in the moment and we're not blacking out and like making it anything bigger than what it is at the end of the day, like every map of COD is just COD. We don't have to blow it out to a different proportion of grand finals or anything of that nature. So I feel like if we're just taking ourselves out of those pictures and we just play flowy and have fun, like we'll never scam again. I think we're going to be better come Vegas.
Yeah, dude, I love that. And I think it's also just great to know that you got now a couple of the guys that you've ran through a couple of lands with and been in the mix late into those tournaments. That's huge. So Flames, thanks so much, my man. We'll see you in Vegas. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck when you guys are out there.
I appreciate y'all. Fly safe. I'll see you soon.
See you, Jay. See you, buddy.
See you, bro.
It's our boy Flames, man. I tell you, I love that kid, dude. He's a long-standing guy, CCL guy. He's been in there. He's got his chance, but again, it just never really felt like that LAG team really was set up to give them the amount of success that maybe they can find now. I think especially looking at this run that, you know, the meta, as he said, is kind of unlocked in these 4 guys.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt, man. For players like Nemny who went through an elite stage, basically not winning a map, obviously getting put on a pedestal, playing for the Huntsman, things don't work out. The fact that he's still able to bounce back is insane. But there's also just a big shout out to every single one of these guys, because throughout the season, they have all had their moments, but the biggest moment is right now to close out the year. So big shout out to Team War for picking up this organization, and good luck at Vegas.
That'll do it, my friend. I'm telling you, I think we got the 5 best teams we possibly could have from North America to represent them at the Challengers Finals. Again, it'll be a 16-team double elimination style tournament throughout the entirety of the weekend, pretty much all the way through. Groups into double elimination, I should say. So it'll be a lot of fun. It'll be happening simultaneously with us there in Vegas. We'll be looking forward to keeping our eye on it. And of course, we'll see you guys there in about a week and a half or so. We're pumped to have it. End of Black Ops 7 on the horizon. We'll see you guys in Vegas for both Challengers and CDL Finals. So long.